Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 18, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, guys? We are talking about the illustrious fall finale, I Do.
I do.
Which, if I were you, I wouldn't. Because right up there with Further Instructions, this is one of the worst episodes. Let me not say worst episodes, just probably one of the biggest letdowns of the millennium.
Yeah, I think I think the hype might have killed it.
Yeah, as Bob M put it, it should be the Lost Letdown, which I thought was really funny.
Indeed. I think if they had thrown this in the middle of the season, it would have been more acceptable. At this point, you expect some big thing, and
yeah,
it wasn't there.
Well, as a lot of people who posted on our comment section said, if this was just another episode, if the season wasn't split and it was just regular episode 6, it would be fine.
Yeah.
But since it's the really hyped fall finale, people are expecting, we were all expecting something really big and monumental, and it didn't really deliver, and like we said...
No, I mean, it was basically one of those drama episodes.
Yeah.
Where, there's a lot of sort of intense drama between the people, but nothing as far as the mysteries.
Oh, definitely.
And that's, disappointing.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. That somebody mentioned on our blog, I forgot who off the top of my head, but they were saying, not our blog, but our site. I guess it's a blog. Technically, it's on Blogger.
Mm-hmm.
They were mentioning that, season 2, we left off with Jack, Kate, and Sawyer. What's going to happen to them? They're in turmoil. And then now we're in the exact same situation again.
Right.
We don't know what's going to happen to them. And, okay, that was cool the first time, but now we got to sit 13 weeks. Oh, no, what's going to happen,
Uh-huh.
And what really can happen? I mean, are they really going to go, they're going to let Kate get the submarine, or, what? There's a lot going on with this whole thing. Jack's plan, I don't know if he really thought it through. But, he's potentially missing some key points of information, so.
Right. And no one's going to tell him.
No one's going to tell him, Okay, so I guess we should probably start on Kate's backstory, since that's the most boring and the quickest to talk about.
Okay.
So...
Can I just say something?
Sure, you can.
I'd like this to be Justin has something critical to say about the episode segment.
Okay, okay, cool.
and it ties into something critical about Lost in general.
All right.
It's a really long name, but that's what I want to call it.
This is your cranky fanatic?
Yeah, I guess. No, it's not a bitter thing. It's more like let me just say what I want to say.
Please.
I think at this point in the story, we've seen these characters, the main characters at least, the ones who've been there since season 1, which include Jack, Kate, and Sawyer.
Uh-huh.
We've seen them in flashbacks many, many times.
Many.
We've seen them in many situations of various types on the island. And I really think after 2 years and 6 episodes, we have a good idea of who these people are.
Exactly.
And, I think with any story, if you're going to include flashbacks, it needs to either A, be relevant to the plot of the main story, or B, actually add some insight into the characters. And I feel like at this point with the main characters, we're beyond the point of adding insight.
Yeah.
And they really don't have a way, or at least they haven't tried to find a way to tie in most of the backstories to the island mystery. So that renders a lot of these flashbacks superfluous. And so at this point, the flashbacks just seem like obligatory exercises that just don't help. And I don't know, I really wish that they would not do a flashback unless it was really going to add something, and not just do it because they're obligated. I really wish that if they didn't have an interesting flashback, that they would just stick to the island story.
Yeah.
Move the plot forward more.
I agree with you to a certain extent. It would actually be very interesting to see an episode of Lost that doesn't have a flashback. But I want to disagree to a very small extent. I think Kate's flashback was relevant to the main story. I think they were trying to make it relevant. Because there were, basically the real way if a backstory is relevant to what's going on in the main plot is how they do the flashbacks. If they have somebody looking, intensely and thinking, and then they flash back, or they have or they flash forward to someone thinking, you can sort of tie them together. I think this flashback was supposed to illustrate, not that we really need to know this, or that we couldn't have at least have assumed it, was that Kate has problems, staying put and committing. And I think this was, specifically, she's born to run, obviously. We've been told that.
Yes.
And she has a problem committing, and so basically it was this idea that she sort of found the perfect guy, in Kevin, and she really loves him, blah, 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 she's even going to the lengths of making tacos and, and French toast. I mean, come on, that's not Kate, But,
Yeah.
I think the point was that, she really loved this guy and she couldn't settle down and commit to him. And I think they're juxtaposing that with, what's going on with Sawyer and a little bit about, Jack too, is that, she loves Sawyer. She obviously doesn't want him to die. They get it on in this episode. But it's like, what is that really going to mean in the long term? Because she may just be incapable of sort of committing, you know what I mean?
Right.
Which is sort of like Jack, I think, to a certain degree. Although I think his problem is he's overly committed, which ruins him or something.
Commitment is what makes him tick.
Yeah.
As his dad said.
Yeah, he's sort of too committed for his own good.
He commits to everything.
I agree. I think most of what you said is true. A lot of these backstories don't seem really relevant, and with Kate and Sawyer and Jack, there's nothing else they could really show us that would at least reveal character insights. Now, there's revelations they can do. Like, of course, they can, we heard that Kate was married. Now we got to see what that was about. We know Jack has tattoos. They can, of course, show us how he got those. But in terms of, like, insights into what makes these people tick, I think we know enough about them from the flashbacks and their present actions that yeah, I agree. We don't need to see anything else. That was boring, to watch Kate, pretend to be. I mean, it was kind of interesting. I mean, obviously she was pretending the whole time. I mean, even before we get the line, he thinks her name is Monica. Obviously,
Right.
She's just pretending because she, that's who she is. But anyway, let's just start. I agree.
I think that she. I mean, back in the episode, I think it was Outlaws during the I Never game when she said that she got married, and indirectly,
Yeah.
by saying I never and then drinking. At that time, when she said that, and she said, it didn't last very long, I assumed more or less what happens in this episode. She's on the run from the law. She gets married, and she can't stay married because she's on the run from the law. And, of course, I guess in this episode, it's more like she can't stay because she isn't able to stay. I don't know. But I mean, I sort of inferred most of this episode, and so it just didn't seem necessary. I mean, I could have figured that out on my own, to a large extent, without seeing this play out.
Yeah, that's ruined me every now and then. I think there was something last week where we just all, I forgot what it was now, but we all sort of assumed something. And so when we saw it, it was like, well, we already assumed that. With Ben and the X-rays.
Oh.
Everyone assumed it was Ben's X-rays, so when they tell us it's Ben's X-rays, it's like, okay, whatever. I don't need to see this scene.
Right.
So yeah, sometimes the power of inference, sort of hurts, but let's start talking about. Well, we already started talking about it, but let's go through it specifically.
Okay.
So of course the first scene, Kate comes home. I guess she's at a hotel room.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't really sure why they were in a hotel. I guess because they were about to get married, so I guess people do that or something. Because I don't know why though. I remember going to a wedding and everyone had registered at a hotel and got room. And I was like, why? You guys live in the city, but I guess that's just something to do. I don't know. So anyway, they had a hotel room.
Yeah, that's confusing. Maybe they're not getting married where they live.
Maybe, but I don't know why you wouldn't.
Well, people do that.
Well, like when?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, well, give me an example is what I mean.
I mean, well, I don't want to. I mean, it won't make any. Do you mean? I mean, I've known a lot of people who didn't get married where they lived.
I mean, but yeah, I'm asking. Well, why did they do that? Why get married?
Basically, well, there were various reasons.
Well, no, I mean, I understand getting married in Hawaii or getting married, in Vegas or going like, someplace really interesting to get married. But since they just like sort of got married at a church,
sometimes they got married in a different place because one of their families was in that place.
Okay, well, I'll buy that.
But yeah, there's also the scenic reasons and stuff. But I mean, I don't really care or think that's true, but it's at least a pseudo possibility.
Definitely. So Kevin comes, knock on the door, and he pretends to be, the police, or he is the police, but he pretends to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He pretends to be acting as the police.
Yeah. Now, I just want to know, did anybody actually think that was like the real police and that she was really in any kind of danger?
Can I raise my hand?
Oh, God.
Because I'm quite gullible, and I did.
Wow, did you really?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Come on.
I did.
Evangeline is not that good of an actress.
You know what? She fooled me.
Canadians fool you all the time.
You're right.
And I do want to say that Nathan Fillion is Canadian also.
Of course he is.
So they're just made for each other. He's the guy who plays Kevin. Anyway.
Right.
The next scene, we see Sawyer throwing rocks at the little food machine. And you gotta love that line. Kate's like, what are you doing? He's like, throwing rocks. I just love the matter of fact quality of that. What do you think I'm doing? I'm throwing rocks. And of course, we get that line when she's like, oh, well, can you get me a fish biscuit? And he's like, what, are you trying to keep me, busy or whatever? And it's like, oh, that was a little overt, Kate. He knows what you're doing.
Yeah.
I do want to quickly say, I had to take a lot of notes on what was going on in this episode because, the transcripts are still not up on the Lost forums and the Lost TV site, and they're behind 2 episodes.
Yeah, I don't think the cost of living is even up yet.
No, it's not. I don't know what's going on with that. It's really weird.
Yeah. Spooky is behind.
And I haven't seen any other place that has Lost transcripts.
Me either.
That's
the place to get them.
There's another site, but they didn't have the recent ones either, so.
They're not that hard to do. They're just kind of time consuming.
Yeah, well, you should do it then.
No, see, they're time consuming.
Well, they're not that hard. It's not rocket science. Okay. The next scene, Ben and Juliet come in to see Jack. They're obviously discussing the surgery.
Are we done with Kate's flashback or?
Oh, I forgot we were doing that.
Or was that? Was that supposed to be?
I forgot we were doing that. I was going through my notes scene by scene.
By scene, yeah. Well, I mean, we can.
No. I think it's harder.
On the same page.
Yeah, no. Let's do her whole flashback. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So we started with her and Kevin. And he comes in, pretending to be the police. Blah 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 blah. Let's get it on.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he so debonair? So the
next... Want to get it on?
Yeah, but I think that's Kate.
A regular Bogart.
Kate's charmed by that kind of lowbrow. Come on, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, she's Kate. She's from. Where's she from? Kentucky or something.
Oh, I think Iowa.
Iowa, just as bad. I mean, just as good. I love Kentucky and Iowa both together. What would you do without whiskey and horse racing? And then what would you do without corn and what else does Iowa have? State pride.
There you go.
Okay.
Wow.
You can say that about any state. All right. So
I'm sure Iowa has many valuable products that it contributes
to the union. I'm sure it does. Iowa's the kind of place you always want to go, but you never go because there's no good reason. Anyway, let me stop bashing Iowa. I should look on our Frapper and see if there's anyone from Iowa there, and then apologize.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
No offense to our Iowa fans. I don't live in the
please.
coolest place either.
You really don't. But let's not say where you live, or you might get a throng of people itching for your autograph.
I think people will know if they look at the Forever map, but...
Ooh. All right, you just gave
Anyway,
it away.
I'll keep it a mystery for now.
All right. Keep it on the DL, buddy. Okay, so the next Kate flashback scene, Kate and Kevin are in bed, and the wedding dress is in the corner, and he goes, "Have you tried it on?" And I just laughed out loud. It's 12 hours before the wedding. I hope she's tried her wedding dress on.
Oh.
I hope she knows it fits, because if not, you're in trouble, buddy.
Is it not common to just buy a wedding dress and not try it on?
Yeah, you just buy it off the rack and you don't ever wear it. I mean, come on, people.
Yeah, that's a pretty stupid question. That's
a big deal to go for your wedding dress fitting. I mean, not that I've been married or am a bride or were a bride, but it's a big deal. Anyway, I thought it was really funny that he said that. It's just one of those lines, but then we get that line, "Oh, I have to hold my breath to button up the buttons," and it's like, you weigh like 90 pounds.
Yeah, I know.
Plus, you're supposed to get it tailored. Anyway, enough of Fashion Police.
Maybe she got a cheap one, and she didn't really,
Hey, Kevin is a police officer. They got plenty of money. Those guys make like $5,000 a month. Come on. They make some money.
Okay.
I did want to mention, just for anyone who's interested in knowing, that they are in Florida. They're in Miami. And I know this because on his police car it says Miami-Dade Police. And Miami-Dade is the name of the county that Miami is in. If I'm not mistaken. So they're definitely in the Miami area, so they're in Florida. So that sort of just puts her on the map, if you will. Did you know that, Justin?
That she was in Florida? Yes.
Oh, good.
Miami specifically, no.
She should be in Miami, because that's what his car said.
I think I read in a spoiler or something that they were supposed to be in Florida.
Oh, I see. You gotta do the work for yourself, man. You gotta do the work for yourself. It's more rewarding.
I agree.
Investigation is a full-time job.
Couldn't have said it better.
And so is being a police officer. Okay. The next Kate flashback scene is what? Okay, the next... I know, that was a rhetorical question, because you're like,
yeah, you're getting me in trouble. I didn't exactly know.
The next one is when it's the wedding day. It's, I guess, around 12 hours later, because he said we'll be married in 12 hours.
Yeah.
She's had her dress on, and she looks so pretty and white, although I don't think she's a virgin. Call me crazy. But that's okay. It's not the law. So anyway, who is the law is the mother-in-law who comes in, whose name, if I call it correctly, is Suzanne. And she comes in, of course, to give Kate the sort of valuable family heirloom necklace thing, and it was all very nice and sweet. One of the things I wanted to mention or ask you is, I'm trying to think, what time frame is this? Where did we leave off in the Kate backstory? What was the last flashback we got about Kate? I don't really remember.
Well, we jumped around a lot, but the last Kate flashback was what Kate did.
Okay. So after that, that's when she goes on the run. So are we supposed to believe this is, sort of quickly after what Kate did?
It's clearly after that, but how soon, I don't know.
Okay.
I would say, well, it's before she went to Australia.
Yeah.
And let's see, what was the other flashback?
I mean, there's no chance like, she killed her stepdad or whatever, and then went on the run, and then went to Australia and did all that, and then came back to the United States. And then,
no, because the marshal gets her.
Oh, that's right. The marshal gets her and they get on the plane.
And takes her on the plane. So she couldn't have gone to Australia and then came back and then went back.
Well, what if he called her twice? Hey, she's crafty. You need 5 guns to take her down. Okay, I was kidding. I didn't think that was possible, but.
Okay.
So this is after the flashback when she, okay, so this is.
Now, what I don't know is this after that the other flashback, Born to Run, where she went to see
the
guy with the plane, and her mom was afraid of her because she's got murder in her heart.
You know, even when she's like on her deathbed, her mother can tell when there's murder in Kate's heart. Um, help, help, help. She's like a ghost.
Oh, she is.
No, that whole thing was weird. I want to think it's after that. I don't know though. I don't know how you can tell, but it seems like it was after that too.
Yeah, could be or could. I mean, I think it could go either way. I would guess. Oh, see, I'd want to say if it were after that, I feel like the marshal wouldn't be so willing to let her go, but that might not be true.
And then, okay, so basically, there's a lot of flashbacks we've got to place. So basically, from everything we've seen of Kate, it was that she killed the guy Wayne, right? Or was it Wade or yeah, it's Wayne. She killed Wayne. She killed Wayne. Then, you know,
Whoa.
she went... Huh?
Sorry. I just said deja vu. That was weird.
Oh, I said it twice.
Maybe did you say that on a previous podcast? I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
I don't know. I probably did. She killed Wayne. And then... Okay, then we have the flashback of her when she tries to get the airplane back in the bank robbery. So that was obvious. Right. That was obviously after Born to Run.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay, right. So that's then. Yeah, that was definitely after.
Okay.
So what does that mean? I don't know.
So basically, it either went, you know, what Kate did. You know, she blew up Wayne and went on the run. Then she went and saw the old boyfriend guy. You know, got him killed.
Right.
Then either, you know, got married to Kevin and that fell apart, and then went back to get the plane and the bank robbery, or it was the bank robbery first. And I sort of like to think she went for did the bank robbery thing after she was married. It seems to make a little bit more sense, you know, after she sort of, you know, her heart's sort of broken, that she can't settle down, blah blah blah, and then, you know, she eventually goes to get the plane from the guy. Or, yeah, I mean, obviously the guy is dead because that's when they get the plane is when the episode when he dies. Okay.
Right.
So I don't know. Who knows what order this is supposed to be in? It's interesting that, like, I guess it doesn't matter because the writers don't make it too clear what order it's in. So I guess it doesn't really matter, obviously, in any way. But
yeah.
What matters is that Suzanne has 4 boys. That's really important because of no real reason.
It's a number?
It's a number, that's it. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
And then the scene after that is the actual wedding where, the minister or priest or whatever decides to take a moment to talk about how much he loves Monica, and how honest she is.
Right.
And what you see is what you get.
With Monica, there's one thing we all know. She's not a fugitive.
Exactly. He's like, you know, the one thing we always say about Monica is that she's not born to run. She's born to stay put. And if there's one thing we're sure, there's not a marshal following her.
Oh, God.
Say what you will, but but she's honest. And you know, I get what the writers are doing with that, but you know, Kevin said as much in a previous scene, and it was a little over the top then, and then now the priest says it, and it's like, okay, we get it, you know.
Yeah, we do. And not only that, I mean, I can't buy Kate is scary or Kate is a hardened criminal. So that line to me has less impact when you know she really isn't that bad, and like, it's basically just a bad set of circumstances. So, you know, if she really were bad, then I could say, ooh, but, you know, I don't know.
Well, you know, the whole thing is really about guilt because she's pretending to be somebody else.
Well, yeah.
You know?
But she doesn't, I mean, what can she do, you know? If she, I mean,
really, all she has to do, to a certain extent, is just, you know, use her real name. I mean, obviously, you don't want to use your real name when whatever, because her real name's going to be out there, you know, it could be in the paper that, you know,
right.
Kate, I forgot, what's her last name?
Austin. Yeah,
Kate Austin gets married to police, whatever, you know, and that'll be in the paper, and then it can help track her down or whatever. And obviously, she's able to use her real name, but, you know, she really isn't undercover that much. I mean, she has a fake name, and she's on the run, but I think to a certain extent, she really is to Kevin who she really is in real, you know, who she really is as a person. So
I agree.
it's not that.
Agree.
It's not like she's really. I guess that's your point. She's not really pretending that much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like they're so wrong. What you see is what you get. I mean, there's something they don't know about her, but I don't think she's this terrible person that they,
Yeah.
I mean, I think she is pretty much like that. She just can't. She can't be totally honest because of her situation.
Yeah. So after this, they get married, and it was really weird how the priest just it seems like he interrupted, like, the ceremony to say this. And then he's like, okay, well, we've already done the rings, we've already done the vows, now you can kiss. It's like, okay, you just interrupted the whole flow of things.
Yeah,
okay.
I know we have a ceremony, but let's just stop for a moment and talk about Monica.
This is how much I love her honesty. I'm gonna stop. So it was so weird, man. I don't know what it is. It seems like a recent thing with me is I always I guess I'm always trying to find analyze the show and try to figure out what's gonna happen next, or I don't know what is going on, but like when they were walking away, down the aisle and they're all happy, it's in slow motion. I was so sure they were gonna cut to the people sort of in the audience there, who came to see the wedding, and it was gonna be the marshal.
Uh-huh.
I was so ready for the marshal to be there, and I was like, it's gonna be, I was like, okay, oh no. And he didn't show up, and I'm like, God, just watch the show. Stop second guessing everything.
That would have been something. That would have been.
Yeah, I thought it would have been interesting, but.
It would have been a little predictable, even though I didn't predict it. But,
yeah, you gotta explain that to me one day, how it's predictable, but not able to be predicted.
Well, I think it's able to be predicted, just not by me.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
You predicted it, in fact.
I did, but it was wrong. So
but it didn't happen, so yeah,
it didn't predict it if it didn't happen.
You predicted it, yeah, anyway.
So, I do want to quickly say, since the next scene is when Kate is being taken to see Jack, she's got the bag over her head. I know we're not talking about that scene, but I did want to say I love the juxtaposition there of her walking down the aisle happy with a veil on her head, and then the next scene is her, in desperation with a bag over her head, and being sort of led the sort of same way,
right.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
The next Kate flashback scene is her at the grocery store. It's taco night! And I'm like, why does it seem like 1955? This whole flashback, it just seems like in a different era. Like,
yeah.
Her
hair was really...
Yeah, it was her hair. Her hair was...
old-fashioned looking.
I thought it was a wig for the longest time, and I'm like, why would they have her wear a wig? But her hair looked really weird, and like, it just seemed very like 1950s, and she's, it's taco night, and,
right.
I was like, oh, that's really weird. So anyway, she goes out to the payphone to call Agent Edward Mars, who's the guy who's obviously after her all this time.
We all remember him from the plane.
From the bullet that didn't shoot him in the heart, it shot him in the lung.
Right.
Thank you, Sawyer. One of the first really good Sawyer moments.
Yeah. He's one of those guys who I forget that he was actually on the island at some point.
He was. He really was.
I feel like he's one of those off-island characters like Jack's dad.
Exactly.
Well, I guess he was sort of on the island too.
Wait. Yeah. Wait, you mean like Yimmy? Oh wait.
Yeah, I know. Ooh.
Oh, you mean like Dave? Oh wait.
How about Locke's dad?
How about wait? Who's Jacob is what I want to know.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's talk about that later.
Yeah, please. Yeah, no, I always think of him as one of those flashback characters, who wasn't on the island, like apparently a lot of them were. But he was actually there. So anyway, go ahead.
So she goes out and calls Agent Mars, and who I did a little research on the United States Marshal Service. They, because basically I wanted to see if they really have the jurisdiction to like go to a different country and like extradite somebody for for murder. And I really couldn't find it if they actually have that jurisdiction. I know they work a lot with the FBI in a lot of respects. And the FBI can't really do that stuff, if I'm not mistaken. I know the CIA has that jurisdiction to, like, go outside the United States. That's what they do. Guess what I'm saying is, I did some research and didn't find out a whole bunch. But, Although they are the oldest federal, like, agency or something. Although the Postal Inspection Service claims they're the oldest. But anyway, little tidbit for you guys to forget very soon. Well, it was really weird, as we talked about off podcast a little bit, Mars says, if you can really settle down, Katie, I'll stop chasing you. And I'm like, oh, really? Will you really just drop the case if she can settle down? Like, I don't know. Marshals can do that. They can say, oh, well, I don't want to pursue this case anymore. Or, like, that's just obviously doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't really think, I mean, a marshal could do that, but I don't think they're allowed to.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird.
The other thing I want to bring up about that scene is, in the days of caller ID, the whole like, ooh, we gotta have 20 minutes to trace the call seems sort of silly.
Yeah.
I don't really believe that it takes that long when I can see who's calling me in like a second.
Yeah, I think the point is, finding out where she is. And you really can't do that with caller ID, but I think you can obviously get the number, which will help you know where it is.
If they got the number exactly, they could figure it out.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about that. I'd like to believe that was before caller ID. That was, maybe, what was before caller ID? Maybe 6 or 7 years ago, before caller ID was like everywhere. So I would buy it was that long ago. Is there anything that makes us think it was more recent than that?
I mean, that's pretty old for Kate. If that's 6 years ago and it's however long after she killed Wayne, I mean, she was said to be 24 at the time she killed Wayne. So, however many years between this and,
Well, how old do you think she is now, though?
I think she's under 30.
You think she's under 30 with all those wrinkles? I kid, Evangeline, I kid. Sorry. Okay. Well, I would buy, I mean, like I said, 5 or 6 years ago,
and not only that, I mean, that's 6 years ago is when she killed him, and we're saying, I mean, other stuff should have happened after that. The whole her mom and the boyfriend guy thing, and the bank you said was after this, so okay, but we've at least got that, which should at least add, I don't know, something. I mean, it couldn't have been immediately.
Yeah, it should add something.
So I don't buy that it's that long ago. I would say, a few years ago, maybe 3 or 4.
Well, do you think it's just a contrivance to have her with the little timer and all that stuff and the countdown? And I agree.
And when caller ID started to become popular, for whatever reason, I don't know, I'm crazy. That was one of the first things that popped into my head. The days of those movies where the police are sitting there waiting. We're tracing the call. Keep them on the line.
Well, I was watching some other movie. Not that this is a movie, but I was watching a movie and they did the same thing. I don't know what it is about the need to trace where you are. They did the same thing in a fairly recent movie. Maybe it's just one of those things that just it's not going to die.
It's good for drama, but at this point, it's just not. I think they need to find another way because I'm not buying that anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe they still do it, but I said, I thought, well, if they do it now, it's just unrealistic.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird.
Now, with a cell phone, I mean,
it's a different
that would be
story.
different.
Yeah.
Because you don't know where they are, just, based on the number.
See, that would have been cool if, like, Kate was coming out of the grocery store and there was some, like, guy who had a cell phone and she, pretended to, like, need to call her husband or something. And was like, oh, I need my phone at my whatever, some sappy story, and she calls the marshal.
Yeah.
And then gets to talk on that guy's phone, So I mean, it still sort of. I mean, if that guy lives in the same city, it traces her to that city.
Yeah, that would be bad. But if you got a cell phone from somewhere else,
yeah,
you'd be in good shape.
All right, I guess there's probably why they did it that way, because there's no real good way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless you just already had a cell phone with a plan somewhere else.
Yeah, but even that though, I mean, to get a cell phone, you got to have like, your social security number and all that crazy stuff, and
you have to have a social security number to get a cell phone.
Yeah, don't you? I mean, because I thought you did, because like if you don't pay your bill, like they put it on your credit. How else are they going to put it on your credit without your social security number?
Really?
Yeah.
So if someone comes here from out of the country, they can't buy a cell phone?
Well, maybe they can. I don't know.
It doesn't seem... Who knows? Sorry. Anyway.
I don't know. Yeah. It's just that I just remember... I remember when I got regular phone service, they asked for my social security number.
I'm sure they asked, but I don't... I feel like maybe it's not required.
Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, so let's see. The next Kate backstory scene is when Monica and Kevin are at breakfast. And she makes the French toast. She's such the dutiful little housewife.
I have to say, the French toast looks a little burned.
Did it? Well, a lot of people make French toast like that. I think it's supposed to be that to a certain degree.
Okay.
Cajun
Golden
style.
brown, not black. That's the rule.
Cajun style. Come on, Cajun style. Okay, so it was really weird. So I thought it was really weird how she brings the French toast and he goes, "Okay, your turn." I'm like, what? Her turn to get breakfast made for her? But I guess he means her turn for a surprise or something.
Her turn to have something nice done for her.
Ah, okay, there we go. So she looks under the placemat and, it's, tickets to Costa Rica on Oceanic Airlines, I might add. I'd love to tell Kate that, they're not the safest airlines, but, I don't know if it's exactly Oceanic's fault.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's still not good for their record, though.
Well, it's not, but if they knew the story, they wouldn't blame it on Oceanic.
Yeah. Unless Alvar Hanzo is CEO of Oceanic Airlines.
Well, okay.
So I thought it was really interesting because, when I saw the tickets, I hope other people assumed it was tickets to Australia, which would sort of get her there, because I don't think we've seen how she got there, right?
No.
So I was hoping this was the way she got there, but of course the tickets were for Costa Rica, which is in Central America.
Yeah, right, which is not anywhere near Australia.
Not anywhere near Australia.
But
so I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that is kind of weird that there's that hole there. How she got? They just showed her in Australia, and they never quite explained. I would assume she's on the run.
Yeah, she's on the run, definitely.
So going to another country probably makes it easier. Although, if she really wanted to run, she'd go to a place without extradition. But
like Venezuela.
But that would be a little too... That wouldn't work for the plot, because then she wouldn't be on the plane. And
I don't know if Kate is smart enough to get that whole extradition thing.
No?
I don't know if she's... Not that she's stupid, but I just don't know.
She's smarter than Claire.
Let's not play Who's Smarter Than Who right now, because Claire never wins.
Okay.
Oh, Claire.
You're right, that's not fair.
Even Claire versus Vincent, I don't even know if she wins that one.
No, see, that's not fair because Vincent's pretty smart for a dog.
I know. Well, he's a lab. Labs are pretty smart. Vincent knew that Charlie had an addiction to cocaine and Vincent brought him the statue. That's a pretty smart dog. Claire didn't even figure out for a long time that Charlie had an addiction. Vincent even knew.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, like Aaron versus Claire. At least Aaron knows when he's hungry and needs to be changed.
Oh, God.
Right? Claire doesn't even know that.
All right. Poor Claire.
Poor Claire. We love you so much.
May not be the smartest character, but at least you had an interesting backstory.
Damon thinks she has great hair.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He really likes her hair. Which I'm not. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's fascinated by the hair on this show. There's a lot of interesting hair. Sawyer has good hair. Desmond with his flowing locks. I really think that's how. Maybe he's like Samson. His power's in his hair. That's how you can see the future because he's got that hair.
Who?
Samson, the biblical guy. Remember?
Remember? No, I don't remember what.
When's the last time you read the Bible, buddy?
It's been a long time, which is to say never.
You know the story of Samson? Like, if I remember correctly, he was like really, really strong, blah, 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 and like, he had this like long flowing hair, and then I forgot who his nemesis was. I think the king of wherever they were. I forgot where they were, someplace. And the king realized his power was in his hair, and so when he cut off Samson's hair, Samson lost his power. So there's my really unfunny explanation of that joke that was equally unfunny.
Sorry, I didn't know. I've never heard that one. I guess that's an Old Testament thing?
I think it's the Old Testament thing.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That's didn't know that one.
The Bible is full of good little stories. And hope and promise for the future of humanity. So, anyway.
That's a weird story. Is that the end? And then he's defeated?
Something like that. I mean, it's a morality tale, which is what most of those stories are. The moral of the story is, don't let people cut your hair, because that's where your power is. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the whole story. I just know bits and pieces of it. So that's all I can tell you. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure it all makes sense in context. Anyway.
Okay, so anyway, we're back to Lost. So anyway, this scene ends, and then the next Kate scene, flashback scene, I believe is when, where is it? Where is it on my notes? It's when basically it's the pregnancy thing.
Oh, right. So, let me just mention it. If you think back to the whole truth, when Sun asked Kate if she ever took a pregnancy test, and she so meaningfully responded, "Yes, I have."
Oh, God. Thanks for reminding us.
Now we know, at least probably, what she was referring to.
Now we have proof that she did it at least once.
Yeah.
Thanks, I forgot about that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she takes a pregnancy test and she's not pregnant. Although that test was really confusing to me. Were you confused by that test?
I was very confused. I thought she was pregnant.
I know. Because she, I saw the little guide that says, plus sign if you're pregnant, minus if you're not.
Yeah.
And then it had the display that had a minus sign, but then there was also like a vertical line next to it. And I was thinking, oh, maybe you put the two lines together and the horizontal and the vertical make a plus sign. So she is pregnant.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is why guys don't take pregnancy tests, because we can't figure these things out.
It's too confusing.
It's too confusing.
Why put a vertical line there? What's the point?
Yeah. Then I thought maybe the vertical line just let you know that you peed on the stick correctly or something.
Oh.
Like, that was just like to let you know the test was, I don't know.
I guess like her reaction made me think she was pregnant too.
Her reaction could go either way. It's like, yay, I'm pregnant, but I'm sad I'm pregnant, or yay, I'm not pregnant, and I'm sad I'm not pregnant, and happy I'm not pregnant. That was a lot in that. She's a very versatile actress. She pulled out a lot of emotions in that.
Apparently.
I wanted to ask, what happened to Widmore? I was trying to see if we got a glimpse of who made that pregnancy test, just on the off chance it was a Widmore pregnancy test like the one Sun took, and I did not see in that scene who made the pregnancy test, but what's going on with the whole Widmore thing? They like brought that in, and then it was a big deal in the Bad Twin book, and then it's like, okay, they're not going to mention that anymore.
Well, it was part of Desmond's flashback. I guess the Penny part of the story that they haven't addressed at all is tied into the Widmore thing. So okay. I think it will be coming back in some form.
All right.
At some point. It's gonna be, I don't know when, sometime this season.
Yay!
I don't know how much, it seemed like Widmore was the new Hanzo or the new Dharma or something like that.
To some extent.
Or tied in with them somehow, but I'm not sure if it's just going to be that, they're in the background of Penny looking for Desmond, or if they're going to play a central role, but I think they'll at least be mentioned. If that's all there is, I mean, well, who knows? This is Lost.
Yeah. So, Kate comes out, she brings what looked like lemonade or something, to Kevin, and he of course takes a big gulp.
Right.
Which, if you ask me, it wasn't enough to knock him out, because he didn't drink that much of it, and if that's all it took to knock him out was that little sip he took, then it must have been really concentrated with whatever she put in there, and then I felt like he would have tasted it. So anyway, I'll let it slide that it wasn't exactly realistic, but she brings in the lemonade from hell, and which eventually will knock him out, and she confesses, oh, what if I told you I was a fugitive? Oh God, it was all very melodramatic, and
yeah,
he gets knocked. She confesses, and he wants her to stay, and she's got to leave because she was almost pregnant, and she can't do taco night. Oh no, a normal life for little Katie won't ever happen, I guess.
Yeah.
As much as she seems to want it. That is called irony, my friend.
She's doomed forever, and that is her tragedy.
She's damned if she does, and damned if she doesn't. So
Okay.
anyway, she confesses, blah, blah, blah. He gets knocked out. She leaves the necklace the stepmom gave her, and she's out of the picture.
Of course.
So now that we're done with her backstory, let's talk about something interesting.
Those, trinkets that become meaningful or symbolic, that's a really standard device that I'd never noticed before, but in this episode it seemed very very tacked on. I didn't really like that.
I mean, that necklace symbolized that life she was trying to have.
Yeah.
And then when she realized she couldn't have that life or didn't want to have that life and she left, she gave, the symbol of that life back to, the person who started that life with her. So
right.
It's all very good writing and very textbook.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the beginning of the episode and talk about the A story, I guess.
The good stuff.
The good stuff. The stuff we all really want to talk about and the stuff we really want to see. Like I said, when we first see them, Sawyer's throwing rocks at the food machine. What are you doing? Throwing rocks. What does it look like? The next scene, Ben and Juliet come in to talk to Jack about the surgery. So there's a lot going on here.
Indeed.
Tons of stuff. There's so much going on here that we could devote like a whole 5 minutes talking about.
Exactly.
And let's do so.
And we'll do it in 3.
One of the things I wanted to point out, for those who missed it maybe, is that the x-rays are a week old.
Yes.
That he saw. Which at first made me think that that's the reason Jack was on the list, because a week ago was around the time that the list was made. It was about a week ago, right?
Okay. No, it can't be.
It wasn't.
It can't be. The list was made before Ben was freed.
Oh, okay. But I was thinking a week ago was when he got Jack and they were on the dock. Was that about a week ago?
I don't know.
Season 2?
I don't know. Like how long? If each episode is a day, then yes, but that's not really true because further instructions didn't advance this plot at all, and the next episode picked up where the previous one left off with Colleen coming back. So I would say at this point, at most, 5 days. So a week ago really should be, I would say a week ago would be after Michael let him go. As soon as he got back to the others, that should be when they took the x-rays.
Okay, I'll buy that. Do you think, so you're talking about the x-rays, do you think, Ben going to the hatch or wherever he was going, do you think that had anything to do with his x-rays? Do you think, or, with his sick illness?
At this point, yes. I do.
So, can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, at this point, and maybe I'm just going along with what the writers want me to believe, but at this point, I get the sense that for Ben, the surgery is what it's all about. That's what his goal is, and that's what his goal has been. I really don't think he has any other agenda at this point. So
Okay.
I have to believe that, whatever he was doing before was, in the pursuit of that goal, and that somehow his infiltration was supposed to lead to him getting the surgery. I don't really know how or why, but I anticipate maybe some line coming later. Is that why you came to us? Because you wanted me to do the surgery and you were going to trick me into doing it or something? Yeah, Jack, that's what I was doing. And I feel like that's what's coming. And I get the sense from this episode that's what that's what it's all about. So I
Yeah.
say yes. I don't like that answer, but that is what I think at this point.
You do realize that I agree that there might be a line where Jack was like, "Is that why you pretended to get, got yourself caught, and that's why you came with us and infiltrated us? You want me to do the surgery?" And I just want to let you know that if Ben answers yes to that, then the answer is really no, because Ben always lies.
Well,
So you know what I mean? He's like, I'm trying to think of other like villains. I don't know of any villain who just lies this much. I mean, at some point, the villain tells you what's going on. The whole like, James Bond villain where they tell you what they were going to do right before they kill you. And then of course you get out and you can stop them. But, he's a consistent liar. He's habitual. And like, and I want to talk about later, what I think is going on with this whole surgery thing. I think there's some other stuff going on. I do agree that I can't really imagine anything else that is going on in terms of why Ben wants Jack. But I gotta tell you, if this is it, I'm gonna be really disappointed. This is, because they mention it later, that, Sawyer says it, oh, okay, they wanted Jack to do the surgery and then, he and Kate are just bait,
yeah.
and, and I think that's, one of those lines where we're supposed to take that at face value. And to me, that's just really crappy because to me, it seems like the others would have had this knowledge that it was all going to sort of work out this way. And it could have worked out a lot of other ways. You know what I mean? And I guess they were just going with the idea that that it was going to work. But back to the whole thing about Ben going, when he gets captured and stuck in the hatch, like, what was he possibly going to do? Like, tell Jack that he was really Henry Gale and he just, was just caught, stuck on the island like he was, and then what? Tell him that he's got this pain or something, and then Jack was gonna realize he's got a tumor. But then, like, even if he convinces Jack he's got this tumor, and whatever, how's he gonna say, "Oh, I've got a place that we can do the surgery"?
Yeah,
Or,
that's where the plan falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, Jack has no tools, no. Oh, well, I guess maybe the idea was after. If Ben would have convinced Jack that he was really Henry Gale and he was really, normal and sincere, didn't have any ulterior motive, convince him of that, then maybe the others could have orchestrated some way to where, like, maybe they have the medical hatch stocked again or something, and then Ben pretends to discover it and says, "Hey, here's a hatch, and hey, look, here's scalpels, and here's." I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is that A, you get Jack to trust you, and then B, you sort of orchestrate some way where you have access to the tools you need for the surgery. But then it's like, would you really have had that much time? I mean, it's borderline operational this far,
Right.
I don't know. Let's keep going. There's a lot of questions.
It might have been a desperation move. I really feel like that's gonna be it, even if it's a crappy explanation.
I agree. I want it to be. Not only do I want it to be more than that, but I want it to be a better plan than that.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I think his plan from the beginning was not very. I mean, just the whole idea of what he did of infiltrating and using this name. I mean, that was kind of crappy to begin with. Also, I wanted to say, I think in the last episode, I think it was the last episode where Ben tells Jack that we had this great plan to break you, and we were gonna wear you down until you wanted to do the surgery and you
Yeah.
wanted to do whatever we wanted you to do, which the main thing is the surgery. I think when he said that, that was true. I think that was his plan. So I don't think he's lying about that. And I think, various times in that episode, like when he talks to Juliet and says, why'd you show him my x-rays? And I feel like he's more or less honest in that episode. I don't get the sense he's being deceptive about that stuff.
I definitely want to believe he's telling the truth, and it definitely came off as the truth for me. But whether or not it was the truth doesn't mean he didn't retool his plan. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, well, now that Jack knows I want him from the surgery, I have to do A, B, and C to get him to do whatever other thing I want him to do, or you know what I mean? Like if there's I feel like there could still be deception going on, even if he was telling the truth, and even if that was his original or part of it, at least part of his original plan. That there still can be other things going on that we don't know with Ben. So
there could be. I mean, I think there are other things going on, but I feel like from Ben's perspective, that's all he cares about.
Okay, I'll buy that because I have nothing else to go on.
I'd be happy to be proved wrong. By the way,
Oh well, stay tuned to episode 7 and we'll see.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I want to talk about, I mean, we can't really deal with it all from this scene, but I definitely want to talk about Jack's thinking and his plan.
Yes, I want to, it's part of what I think Jack's plan is in this scene too. But yeah, we definitely need to talk about Jack's plan. There's a thing I want to talk about in just a second, about something with his plan.
Okay. So let me just say, in this scene, he's not going to do the surgery. He pretty much says, screw you guys. I don't believe you. I don't trust you. I don't think you're going to do what you say. So I'm just going to let you die and not do it.
That is definitely what it seems to be.
Okay. Now you think he's not really saying, I mean, you don't think he believes that at that point?
Okay, here's the thing. First, let's finish this scene real quick, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
I just want to say, Jack goes on and say, okay, is the room fully equipped? Does it have blah, blah, blah? Does it have blah, blah, blah? And, they say yes, it's fully equipped, but I'm still wondering if that defibrillator machine is still broken or not, because you might need that. At some point, but
I know that's the thing. The others have everything they need until the plot needs them to not have something.
Exactly. You guys got a clock, right? So I can call time of death? No. Okay. So anyway, I love this. This scene made me very excited about this episode because Ben goes, okay, whatever you need, you got it. I'm ready. And Jack goes, oh, I didn't say I was going to do it. I just want you to understand how you're going to die.
Right.
And I was like, oh, yes, Jack. Thank you very much for saying, I was like, nice, big pair of brass balls for Jack. And, I really love that. But then I'm like, did he really mean that? Cause now this goes to the question about what was his plan all along? Did he trust Juliet from the beginning with, her little Bob Dylan card thing, that she did in the last episode?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, here's why I think Jack was going to do the surgery, even though he said he wasn't in this scene. Because Juliet, when he says I'm not going to do it, screw you guys, you think I trust you, Juliet goes, Jack! She sort of barks at him, and then Jack says, don't. He sort of turns to her and points at her or whatever and says, don't. And then they cut to Juliet, and she's got this look on her face, and she backs down immediately. And, she backs down immediately, which makes me think she understands that Jack has a plan, and she's not going to keep pestering him to do the surgery because she knows Jack is doing something very purposeful here. So that's just one little nugget I want to put out there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, whatever. But I thought that was a little weird. That exchange was a little bit weird. When he says don't to her specifically, and she backs down, and sort of has that look like, okay, well, he's telling me don't, and it's sort of one of those don'ts where, he's not just telling her, he's sort of trying to, what's the word? Telegraph it to her,
I felt like he was communicating to her that, yeah, I know about your plan. I'm not doing that either. I don't trust either one of you.
Yeah, it could be that too. It definitely could be that too.
Because, later he changes his mind And I mean, what is the point of this? What does this accomplish that saying yes then wouldn't have?
What is what now?
What is saying no and then saying yes accomplish that's just saying yes wouldn't have?
He only says yes after he sees Sawyer and Kate.
Well, but you're saying I thought your point was he wanted to do it from the beginning.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't really work.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm like I said, I'm telling you why I think he wanted to do it in this scene. Well, okay, maybe I should just throw that away because it doesn't really work in the long term. And the overall thing of Jack and his plan, I think it doesn't work. I just thought when he told her don't, I just thought in my head that he really wanted to do it. And he was telling her, "Hey, I've got a plan. I'm gonna pretend like I'm not gonna do it. Blah blah blah." But I guess that doesn't make any sense. So let's move on.
So I guess what you're saying is, when you look at this scene by itself, that's how you read it.
That's how I read it when it's by itself. But in the long term, I think he wasn't going to do it, and then they convinced him to do it through this whole deception thing that we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But I love when the other great Jack line in this episode is when Ben goes, "Oh, that disappoints me, Jack," and Jack goes, "Well, at least you won't have to be disappointed for long." And then he goes, "Lost." You know, I love that. That was very good. That was a very good opening sort of early scene.
Yeah.
And then it's sort of almost downhill from there.
The teaser.
Almost all downhill.
Yeah.
Okay. The next scene, skipping over the Kate and Kevin scene, the next scene is Pickett comes to take Kate for work and not Sawyer.
Yeah, which is very strange to me.
Yes. Kate doesn't want to go without Sawyer, yet Sawyer is sort of okay with Kate going to work without him.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very strange because, this is a very dire situation. You don't know what's going to happen. And it seems like, not only is it sort of unfair for her, being a woman especially, to have to go do manual labor, but if he's not around, he's not going to know what happens to her. So I thought it was really weird that he was sort of like, oh, well, if he wants to give me a day off, then fine, you go work. That was a little out of character for him, I think. But then I thought, why would Pickett want to give Sawyer the day off anyway?
I agree. It's very puzzling to me.
My only conclusion is that he was possibly going to kill Sawyer right then.
But he's at the work site. I mean, he was taking Kate. If somebody else came and took Kate and you saw him staying there with Sawyer, then I would say, yeah, probably.
No, well, they both left because Sawyer came too. But I mean, it's the idea that maybe, if Kate would have gone by herself, Pickett could have stayed behind, or he could have gone to the work site too, and then later came back, when Sawyer's by himself and then killed him then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing I can come to the conclusion. Why would you want Sawyer by himself? Why would you want Sawyer? But then again, I guess the other side of that coin is that at the end, when Pickett was going to kill Sawyer, he wanted Kate to watch. So, I don't know. I don't know what that was about. I mean, I can't make any sense of that scene. There's no point. What's the point of that scene then?
I don't see a point to the scene actually. I want to point out though one thing. When Kate says, no, Sawyer, we're a team. You break the rocks, I haul them.
Yeah.
And, no, Kate, it's the other way around. If you remember, she broke the rocks, he hauled them.
Oh, wow. What? Oh, that's funny. I thought it was funny because I think when we actually see them working, they're both breaking rocks.
Yeah, so they were both breaking rocks. But in the one episode where we really saw them working, it was the other way around.
Yeah, that's really weird.
So I thought, way to go, writers. You can't even remember, which...
Or maybe she said it back. Maybe it's not the writer. Don't blame the writers for everything. Maybe she just said it backwards and they didn't feel like, no one caught it or they didn't feel the need to correct her.
It would have taken okay. I think.
Well, you have to do a whole nother shot, so whatever. Whole nother take. Anyway,
they do. Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, the next scene. Yeah, this scene was weird. I don't see any point for this scene.
Me either.
If it wasn't to sort of communicate that Sawyer was maybe going to be killed then, or maybe the whole idea is that they're a team and Kate is really attached to him now, or sort of more than ever, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably part of
point.
it. And I think you might be right that we're supposed to think that's what he was going to do.
I mean, I barely think that, but
I've heard that in a hostage situation, if one of them takes you alone to somewhere, you should try to not let them do that because supposedly they're more likely to kill you in that case. So,
Was this when you were in hostage negotiation school?
Yeah, actually, that was a strange year of my life that I went back.
I know. Jeez. Because, God, if only you could remember most of that year. If only you could remember.
Yeah, it really didn't help very much with my life goals, but, well,
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's all these.
At least I got all A's.
Yeah, in the long term, that year didn't really help, but no, I on that topic, a friend of mine is special forces in the army, and they went, part of their training is hostage negotiation and what you do if you're captured by terrorists or whatever, and that's some of the stuff you have to sort of know. And another big thing is you're supposed to try to make friends with your captors as much as possible.
Yeah.
Get on a first name basis, all that good stuff. So, you heard it here first, folks. If you're ever captured, don't let them take people of your party by themselves, and try to be friends with the people who are making you work and break rocks.
Right. They're not doing so good on that one.
No, they're not. They're not doing so good. But it's Pickett. How can you make friends with that guy?
Yeah, Pickett's a bit, he's a bit
He's a
surly.
stickler. He is the definition of surly. So, speaking of surly, and by surly I mean Desmond, Paulo, Nikki, Locke, and Saeed.
Together they form surly.
They form, the next scene, Desmond, Paulo, Nikki, Locke, and Saeed are at Echo's grave. I'm sorry, I'm the Segway captain of the world. Sorry. I'm really good at my job. They're all hanging out at Echo's grave, picking up directly from the end of the previous episode, The Cost of Living,
right.
Because the cost of living is death, Echo.
Well, I always wonder about these dramatic endings. What did he say, John? We're next. And then,
yeah.
Okay, so let's bury the body.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what did he say? We're next. And it's like, okay, cool. What are we going to do about this guy's body?
Yeah, it's just so weird how it's super dramatic and then it's like boring.
How do you juxtapose like the intense drama and boredom? Well, Lofts can tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
I can totally see Paulo saying that. Like, he's like, we're next. And Paulo goes, we're going to do with this guy's body.
All right. Well, yes, we've got a body, so let's deal with that.
It's like, hey, there's a dead body. That's what you wanted, right? Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He always wants to be somewhere else. He's such a weird guy.
He is.
I got some stuff to talk about Paulo and Nikki later.
Okay.
Anyway.
We gotta point out, in relation to last week's podcast, when, I think it's, Nikki that asks, what happened to Echo, and Locke says, must have been an animal. Maybe one of the bears.
Yeah.
That really is his stock explanation.
Yeah, he loves that. Maybe one of the bears.
And that makes me think that, because here he's blatantly lying, that makes me think that when he said it to Echo, he didn't really mean it then either.
Of course he didn't mean it. I think Locke isn't, at this point, he's not really surprised about any of the strange goings on the island. So the fact that Yumi's body was missing, I'm not sure if Locke sort of has any clue about what happened, but I don't really think he's, it's not the kind of thing I think he would be worried about. So he just sort of, wanted to say something to appease Echo, but he sort of knows in the back of his mind that, this is a strange island. Who knows what happened to the body? In the long run, it doesn't really matter, especially, Locke doesn't give a shit.
Right.
But yeah, I think he was just yapping. He was just saying something.
Right.
Anyway, in this scene, Desmond, Paulo, Nikki, Locke, Saeed are at the grave. They're sort of standing there. They've already buried the body. Locke finds Echo's cross again. And this time, I guess, decides to keep it. I love so anyway, Locke wants to go, get the shovel. Oh, they haven't buried the body yet. I forgot. because he's gonna go get the shovel so they can dig the grave, and Saeed wants to come. He's very forceful. And you know that whole thing when someone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this," and someone's like, "I'm gonna come with you," and it's like, "Oh no, that's okay. You should do this." And he's like, "No, I'm coming because you need this."
Right.
You know, like the same, like what happened with the first thing that comes to mind is Ana Lucia and what's his name? What was the other?
Goodwin.
Goodwin. You know, Goodwin's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the top of the cliff with the radio." And she goes, "Oh, I'll come with you." He goes, "Oh no, you should stay and help make camp." "Oh no, you'll need. I'll be back in plenty of time."
Yeah,
it's
definitely
like,
a stock scene.
It's one of those things. It's one of those like. It's one of those. What do you call it? I'm totally spacing out. It's one of those. What do you call it? Give me the word, Justin.
I have no idea what word you're looking for.
It's one of those things where neither person wants to be sort of forceful, because at a certain point, somebody's going to look really weird saying, "Oh, no, I really want to go. Oh, no, you shouldn't go."
Mm-hmm.
You know, so everyone has to sort of downplay, you know, what they really want, which is sort of weird. But anyway.
And there's a word for that?
Well, I mean, you know, what do you call it when two people talk? That's the word I'm looking, like, trans something, like,
Conversation?
Well, not that word, but whatever. It doesn't matter what word it is.
Okay.
It's not discourse. It's I don't know what I'm looking for. Anyway, I thought it was really weird that that Paulo and Nikki, which I like to call Paul Icky, because I think their names should be combined because they're the same person.
Paul Icky.
Or Nalo. I don't know. They're the same person, at least right now, so I feel like they need one name for the both of them.
Yeah.
I find it really weird that they just sort of stay there. I mean, they didn't really know Echo. I mean, obviously, you know, we never saw any scenes with Echo and Paula and Nikki because, of course, they just got on the show. But
yeah.
I mean, I guess
with that church, Echo? No.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're supposed to believe that they knew him to a small degree. But I just thought it was really weird. You know, this guy just died by these mysterious causes. Nobody asks what happened. I mean, obviously Saeed asked Locke in the next scene, but no one of these guys say, "Oh, what happened?" He's just sort of there 1 second and dead the next.
They did ask. I just said that. Nikki asked.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. Well, edit that part out.
Okay.
I forgot she did say that.
All right.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Got to be fair to Picky.
Yeah. Is it Picky?
I thought you said it was Picky.
I said Paul Icky.
Oh, Paul Icky. Sorry.
Yeah, because I thought Picky was too close to Pickett.
Pocky?
Pocky? No. Where's no?
Alright, Paul Icky. I don't like that. Too long. I like Picky.
It is too long. I like I don't remember. My point is, I thought it was weird that they were just going to hang out for the hour it was going to take Locke to go get the shovels and come back. They're just going to hang out with the dead body and sit there.
Yeah, I wish we could have got some scenes from that side of the...
yeah, I mean, what are Paulo, Nikki, and, like, Desmond going to talk about?
Yeah.
Like, nothing. I mean, I guess Desmond and Paulo can talk about golf.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So anyway.
Desmond, what was it like being in the hatch for 3 years?
Yeah, and then Nikki's gonna be like, "What's a hatch?"
Oh, Nikki knows, but Paula won't care.
Paula won't care. Nikki's gonna be like, "Oh, I've got some insights that no one else thought about."
Right.
Alright, so the next scene, Saeed and Locke are walking, and Saeed asks, you know, "So what killed Echo?" You know, I guess he's saying what really killed him, because Locke gave that answer in the previous scene.
Yeah.
About the bear or whatever. I really didn't catch that. Locke tells him it was basically Smokey, although Locke doesn't have a word for him in his own vocabulary. And Locke says maybe it was what brought us here, which was a weird thing. Do you think that the island and Smokey are one of the same?
That is really irritating because Locke knows what brought them there. He was there when Desmond told him. You know, so...
Well... Yeah, but do you think that he believes it was really that simple, that that's all it was with this sort of scientific explanation? I mean, I think he's trying to pin it on a more mystical fate thing.
I guess, but like he has a pretty good explanation. I mean, you have the readout, you have the fact that it's a magnet, you have the timing perfect. I mean, for him to sort of still believe something else, I think is really it's going beyond faith or something and into just irrationality.
Well, do you think that maybe he's talking more about in sort of not specifically what brought them there? Like obviously they crashed because of the magnetism, but maybe he's saying that they were sort of all led there in a more general sense.
Okay.
That was more than just the plane crashing. It was there was a lot leading up to everyone getting on the plane and all this other stuff, and then what's transpired on the island. So I'm hoping he that's what he means, just sort of more in a bigger sense, like what brought them there.
Yeah, not literally what brought them there, but
because I think he really wants, he's supposedly back on his path that he was on in season 1, right? I mean, at least he thinks he is.
Ostensibly, yes.
And so I think he wants to believe there's some big governing force that wanted them here, the same force that gave him his legs, the use of his legs back, wanted him here. So I think that's what he's talking about. I mean, he sort of knows why they crashed, but I think he feels like, the reason for the magnetism, there's something behind that too,
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess that's sort of what I think he means. But my question, do you think that Smokey and the island are the same? Is Smokey sort of the physical manifestation of like the island? I guess I asked this last week.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I think Locke thinks so.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to think so, but I feel like it sort of has to be. I mean, do you think the island has its own will and consciousness unto itself?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't think that has anything to do with Smokey?
No.
Okay.
For
you
now.
think that? Okay, I agree. I mean, what's weird is that there would be two distinct, sort of magical, mystical, like entities.
Yeah, you're right. That's what's pulling me in the direction of they're the same. But then when I think about what they've done separately, it seems like the island wants something different than what Smokey wants.
Yeah.
It seems like the island is leading people to certain things, whereas Smokey seems to just sort of judge people.
Well, I feel like maybe the catch here is that if they like. And with the conceit that they are the same, is that the things that we've seen that we sort of attribute to the island is really Smokey, but it's basically like, Smokey, leads you to certain things, blah, 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 leads you to whatever big realization you need to have. And then once you've had that or didn't have it, that's when you actually see Smokey or come in contact with it and it actually judges you, So the difference here is that, when it's leading you, whatever, you don't necessarily see it or, we haven't really seen it. Maybe it's just doing the inducing these dreams and all that stuff. But when it's actually going to judge you, it's obviously the form of Smokey. So that's how I can, put together that they are the same, is that Smokey is the thing that is leading people to whatever it wants them to do. But when it comes time to judge them, that's when it actually appears. Because that's when it's going to bash you against trees.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, it's just, like I was saying, it's just a little hard to believe that there would be two distinct entities.
Yeah, that was always my problem with two groups of others. It just seemed like too much.
It was just enough.
I couldn't buy, they're two secretive, seemingly supernatural groups doing different things. Like, that just seemed too ridiculous to me. And I guess I feel the same way about that, but at the same time, I don't want to believe that they're the same, so I'm kind of pulled in both directions. I think your theory is plausible.
Okay, cool. The next little part, Locke says, I believe Echo died for a reason. And of course, the big question is, what reason would that be? I believe that, maybe you can chime in here, obviously. From what I remember on the official podcast with Carlton and Damon,
spoiler.
They were...
Maybe.
No, I don't think so. This was talking about Echo and his death. I mean, that's not a spoiler because it happened already.
Okay.
I'm trying to say what was the reason for Echo's death, and I believe they said basically it was because he chose not to confess, right?
Yeah, is that what they said?
I don't remember. Do you remember?
No.
Okay. Anyway, I mean, could there be another reason that he died? Because other than the fact that he sort of didn't confess, he didn't.
It was clear to me that was the. It's like with the plane, It's clear that the reason that Echo's killed is because he didn't confess. Just like it's clear to me that the reason the plane crashed is because they didn't, Desmond didn't press the button. But I feel like the reason he died should be more sort of global than that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that he didn't confess, not that he specifically didn't, confess, but that he didn't own up to his transgressions, or he didn't, want to take blame for that. I mean, I guess that's the other thing that leads to.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's more universal or something. It's not so specific as, well, he didn't confess and that's it. That's the reason he died. Even though it is. But, I feel like
if he would have confessed, if he would have said, Yimmy, I'm so sorry, there's been so many bad things in my life and I've done a lot of bad things, and even though, I don't think, I had a choice or whatever, I still am sorry for them. Do you think Smokey would have let him go?
I do, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because if not, then it's just fucking around, If it's just gonna kill him anyway, like, shut up with all the confess. Like, shut up, just kill him, if that's all you're gonna do. I think it really did want him to confess, and if he had, then it will let him go.
That's weird. Now, why do you think Smokey, like, for instance, with the pilot, like, it just sort of killed the pilot outright? I mean, part of me wants to believe that just because it was in the, first episode.
Yeah, really I think that it's problematic, but I would say, yeah, I would say at that time, they hadn't fleshed out everything about it, and so in that first episode, and not only that, the pilot was basically the replacement for Jack. Because originally Jack was going to die during that time, so I don't think they put enough thought into the future when they, it's just like we need this pilot to die to sort of add drama and I don't think we can really factor that into what we know about the monster.
I guess the next part of my question would be: do you think everyone gets to be judged, or do you think that Echo and potentially Locke, since he's next, are special for some reason, that even though they might have done or might be bad people or might have done bad things, that they have this that they get the ability to sort of confess or make amends for their past? Or do you think Smokey would do that for anybody?
It seems like it's specifically interested in certain people.
Mm-hmm.
When it first ran into Echo, I feel like this is cost of living material. When it first ran into Echo in the 23rd Psalm, Charlie was with him, but he was up in a tree. I mean, it doesn't seem like Smokey would be foiled by the fact that he was in a tree. It seems like he could have easily gone up to Charlie as well.
I agree.
So I get the sense that it's particularly interested in Echo and in Locke. More so than anybody else. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Smokey necessarily didn't see Charlie in the tree, but like I said on that episode, in the podcast for that episode, I do think the fact that Charlie wasn't close to Echo was the reason Smokey showed himself. Because it was sort of lurking in the background, and all that whole time.
Yeah.
And then when Charlie's out of the picture, it comes up to him. One of the things Carlton and Damon did say, because someone asked, that, about Yimmy, was Yimmy the smoke monster and all the other apparitions that we see in the previous episode, The Cost of Living. They basically said that Smokey was able to take those forms because it read Echo's mind and drew images from his memory. So they basically said that in their official podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's basically what we had already inferred, but we have proof that that's what happened, and that Smokey has that ability to read people's minds and take shapes from, people from their past.
Right.
Cool. The next scene, is Kate and Sawyer working, and we get the fabulous breach of the compound.
Oh boy.
Which I want to say I'm always wondering what the plausibility is on the little things. So when the little lady comes on the speaker, the little seemingly automated voice, compound breach,
Yeah.
is that plausible? That they would have like a recording of that Dharma, when they had this facility would have a recording of that? Like that they would be concerned, and especially where the island is located, about the breach of a compound? And why would it say compound anyway? That's a very specific word.
Oh boy, don't get hung up on specific words.
I know, I'm a writer, I do that. I feel like it, would have said like facility breached or like, intruder alert. I don't know, maybe that's too Star Trek. But, anyway, I just thought that was weird that they had a recording. Obviously I don't really think it matters because it's just for the show.
Yeah. Well, I do want to point out that if you remember in the premiere when Carl escaped, the voice said something like,
oh, it said like subject escaped.
Subject escaped, yeah.
See, I would buy that. I would definitely buy that.
Which I know, but I just wanted to point out that when Kate gets out and when she breaks Sawyer's thing, like it doesn't say anything. So.
Oh, of course not, because Ben turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, do you think Ben is not watching them, or someone's not watching them the whole time?
Are you saying so? You think that the reason it came on is because Ben was watching and he just sort of triggered it?
No, I think the reason you mean when Carl escaped?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. Maybe. I sort of want to believe that it's sort of kind of always on. Like that's sort of the default, that when, the cages are open, it's always on.
Okay.
And it comes off. But the fact that Ben, as we'll talk about very soon, Ben sort of wanted that to take place, what happened with Kate and Sawyer.
Okay. So you think he just turned it off?
Yeah.
All right, that's plausible.
I think it's a culmination of he turned it off and the writers didn't put it in there,
Yeah.
It would have sort of ruined everything.
But it's at least reasonable that he could have turned it off. So.
Definitely.
So, never mind. I thought I had a great plot hole, but didn't quite work out.
Well,
so with regard to the compound breach, no, I don't know. It depends on what Dharma was doing and what was going on. I always had this theory about. I did not always have this theory.
Ever since you were a little boy, you had a theory about Dharma.
Oh, for a while there, which I'm starting to lose any any hope or whatever about this theory. But I had this theory about the others being sort of defecting and going to war with Dharma, and so if that were happening, I could see them having some sort of alarm for, when some unknown party. I don't know how it would work though. I mean, that's very confusing.
The thing. How does this thing actually work? Is it like motion sensor?
There's so many people around. How can it discern, people who are supposed to be there from someone who's not? It seems a little too advanced for 1970s/80s technology.
Hey, dude, they had 8-track players back then. What are you talking about?
So I'm gonna come down on the side of mere contrivance for that.
I agree because that, having that, intruder alert, what did it say, compound breach thing helped the drama a lot in that, I was like, oh no, what's going on? Oh no.
Yeah.
So. Exactly.
And I'd like to point out immediately when it comes on, Pickett says, "Where is she?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa. Why does he immediately say that as soon as the compound breach thing comes on?
Well, I thought it was because someone on the radio told him who it was.
Oh, really?
And that's why, yeah, that's the sense I got from how it happened. Because the compound breach.
I thought he hadn't even talked on the radio. I thought he said it to the radio immediately. As if, compound breach. Oh, where is she? Like, it must be Alex, I guess.
It must be Alex. Yeah, that's not the sense I got from it. Yeah, I see what you mean. The first shot of Pickett after the compound breach, he sort of says into the mic, "Where is she?" I just assumed someone radioed and said Alex is here, but we don't actually see evidence of that, so take it as you will. I think it's really weird that he just knows it's Alex, though, so I'd like to believe that someone radioed to him Compound breach, it's Alex, and that's why he comes back. Where is she?
That makes a lot more sense.
Anyway. So before Alex comes in real quick, there's a couple of little things I want to mention. I want to ask, why are they burning stuff?
Yeah, that was pretty weird.
They're like burning sticks, and it makes them look really busy, and it makes the work look really hard and hot.
Yeah.
But I just didn't understand what they were doing. And I know you took a geology class. Do you know what kind of rocks they're breaking by any chance? Can you identify the type
by
of rocks?
looking, no.
Oh, damn.
No. And
Right.
I think they're prop rocks, so I can't even... I have no idea. They're probably cheap rocks.
Is prop rocks the scientific name for some type of island rock or
yes.
something? All right.
No, I have no clue what kind of rocks they are.
I'm just still baffled by why they have to I know we talked about this when Jennifer was on the podcast. I'm just confused on why they have to break so many rocks to it isn't even, I thought what they were doing was sort of digging out the foundation of whatever they're building, but it doesn't really look like they're digging up anything. It looks like they're just breaking rocks and burning sticks.
Yeah, breaking rocks and then moving them from one location to another location.
Yeah, and hey, whatever it is, it's big.
It's
whatever
big.
we're building. I'm like, okay, Kate.
See, and that's one of those lines where if she said, I just have to believe it.
Yeah,
even
you're
though,
right. It's the kind of thing where the writers are giving us a little bit of information.
Yeah, even though what we're looking at, I agree. The bonfires really perplexed me. We're just gonna have a big fire in the middle of this construction job. I mean,
I think there were a couple fires.
Yeah, there were. But I'm no expert on construction, but I can't think of any reason why they would just build fires in the middle of a construction site. It doesn't seem...
And burning sticks. I mean, that's pretty much the only thing they can burn is sticks. I mean, they're not burning rocks.
Yeah.
So, that's a little useless.
Yeah.
But, unless they just need hot rocks for something. Oh, man. Maybe they're building okay, never mind. I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah.
Anyway, the compound breach signal goes off, and Pickett says, "Where is she? Did the doctor get out again?" And then Pickett goes, "Does he know?" And I'm assuming he is Ben.
Yeah.
So she's asking, "Does Ben know?" I guess that Alex is around. And then Alex barges in, Bart Simpson style, with her slingshot. And when I first watched it, it was really, really engaging. And then I watched the episode again, and it's just really funny.
Yeah.
She's just like, "Hey, you! I'm gonna get you with my slingshot!
Watch out, bitches! Alex is coming through!"
Yeah. I mean, she's like a 5-year-old kid, playing cops and robbers or something. Bang, bang,
bang, bang! You're dead, Batman!
And then she hits the first guy with the rock, in the back, and then that's not gonna knock him out, getting hit in the back. And then she hits the other guy, in the middle of the forehead. But, is that really gonna knock him out or just give him a headache, And, it was really, what other weapon could she really have, non-lethal? I mean, it'd be cool if somehow she got some of the tasers.
Yeah.
Or stun guns, rather, but, it just was really weird. It came off very strangely. Here's, I like to call her ass-kicking Alex, some sort of action figure. There's a secret telling Alex, and there's, where is Carl Alex, and then there's ass-kicking Alex, complete with slingshot and dirty fingers.
Don't forget my favorite, they're gonna take the baby out of you and kill you, Alex.
That's a good Alex, too. They're all collector's items.
I'm gonna help you escape, but just leave you here, Alex.
Exactly. Oh, man. Yeah, there's the, I'm mad because you look better in my dress, Alex. It's really weird. They have those lost action figures, so they can definitely do a whole line of those.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really good.
Yeah, it'd be great.
We should get some credit from the proceeds of those sales.
I agree.
We came up with those.
And we can use it to fund terrorism.
Have you seen... What a weird thing to joke about.
Sorry.
Because I feel like you're implying the sale of action figures funds terrorism.
Well,
I do want to. Have you seen those lost action figures? I saw this one. Like, I don't know if it's a set you can buy, but it's got Locke and Hurley and Jack, right?
yeah.
And there's a little hatch, a little version of a hatch.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's basically when they're like about to blow open the hatch scene.
Oh, is it?
And yeah, it's a mock-up of that scene, and they've got this little like sort of backdrop that stands up that has sort of like a picture of the island, I guess, you know, the trees or whatever. But yeah, it's got the characters and a little island mock-up. I'm not sorry, a little hatch mock-up, and it's really sort of realistic looking. But I'm like, who wants that? Who's gonna have that sitting in their house and be like, yeah, this is my you know, thing. I don't know, that was weird.
Yeah, I guess somebody wants it.
Yeah, somebody wants it. Or maybe no one wants it. That's why they can't sell them.
Oh.
So, anyway, Alex comes and she, you know, she wants to, I guess she's trying to rescue, Kate, and I guess that's what she's doing. I mean, she seems to be trying to rescue Kate and Sawyer. My question is, where does she think they're gonna go? She knows that they're on this Alcatraz-like island. And
I think she's not just trying to rescue them, but also to find out about Carl.
Is that really the best way?
No, but I think that's what she's trying to do.
I think, I don't know, but do you think, obviously that's what she asked in that question, but do you think she was planning to do that? She was planning to do this sort of heist, and then in the middle ask him about where Carl was?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like basically, you weren't supposed to say yes at that point. I feel like what happened was she came in trying to rescue them. I mean, they didn't even like get going. They were like, who's this little kid? We're not following her anywhere.
Yeah.
And basically, she got stopped because, you know, Pickett had a gun. And I think that's when she decided to ask, because she sort of knew that the game was up. I mean, and I feel like that was sort of really, you know, I guess to a certain extent, that's really what she wants. I mean, that's what she cares about the most. But I did think she was trying to rescue them, I guess.
Yeah. I agree that she wanted to do that too.
Do you think she has access to a boat?
I don't know how she got over there.
I mean, that's what he says. How did she get over here? And I don't think she can have access to the submarine, right? I mean, I feel like they would hopefully keep that guarded.
I don't know how she could have access to the boat.
Well, to some sort of boat.
Oh, to a boat.
Yeah.
Not the boat. Yeah, maybe. I guess. I have no idea. No idea.
And I love when Pickett says, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Because it's like we said, it's so absurd.
It is.
And I love that line because it's like, yeah, what do you think you're doing? Like, come on. And she, you know, he has a gun on her. She goes, "What, are you gonna shoot me, Daddy?" And I'm like, yeah, he's not gonna shoot her. Like,
no,
come on.
He's not. But you know, what do you do?
And then she goes, "I want to talk to Ben," which was a very interesting line.
Yeah.
And so I guess I wanted to talk about the whole Alex and Carl and Kate and Sawyer thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think there's some parallels they're trying to draw with that, you know. Obviously, when she says they're going to kill your boyfriend like they killed mine.
Right.
And like we said, when we first saw Carl, we sort of assumed there was some sort of relationship to he and Alex. So obviously this is confirming it.
Pretty much. You know, but I think it's odd that she asks Pickett where he is.
Yes, which means he's not at O-Town because she would know that.
I would think so.
And he's not on the mini island because presumably she's been there for the last couple of days searching for him and hasn't found him. And I think to a large extent she would know any place they might keep him.
I think she knew he was in that cage at one point because she makes reference to that when she says Blah wasn't even supposed to be in that cage.
Yeah.
Whoever she means, she knew that he was supposed to be in there at one point.
Exactly.
Or that he was in there at one point. But the thing I wanted to point out about it that's weird is she asked where is he, and then 5 seconds later she says they killed him. So does she mean like where is the body? Or
No, I think it's one of those things where she's like, she maybe just wants to hear that he's dead. She sort of by now maybe assumes that he's dead.
I mean,
she just wants to say, Pickett, where is he? Where is he? And she wants confirmation that he's dead. If that's what she really believes. Maybe. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say maybe she's just saying that though. Maybe she's just saying they're gonna kill you like they killed at Carl, because really, like I was trying to draw some parallels between the whole thing with Alex and Carl and Kate and Sawyer, and they seem to be really interested in Sawyer and Kate's relationship and all this whole thing about do you love him and all that stuff. So I don't know if they did a similar thing to Alex and Carl, or maybe to just Carl and sort of made him work and kept him in the. I don't know what's going on there, but my point is, she says they're gonna kill your boyfriend like they killed mine, but they're not trying to kill Sawyer for any other reason than Pickett wants Sawyer dead, right? Now maybe, because I'm flip-flopping all over the place here, because I do want to say that, they did tell, Kate, the next 2 weeks are going to be really, the worst 2 weeks of your life or whatever, something like that. So, and I wanted to rationalize that the fact that Ben specifically, and then, the others in general don't care that Pickett wants Sawyer dead was because they were going to kill him anyway at some point. Because I think if Ben wanted Sawyer alive, he would obviously have a problem with Pickett trying to kill him and was about to kill him.
I agree.
So I want to go. I'll just pinpoint my thoughts here and say I want to believe that they were going to kill Sawyer anyway for whatever reason we don't know yet, but they were going to kill him at some point, and that's why Ben didn't really care. I think at one point Ben says he's going to tell Pickett he's going to have to wait to kill him. Because I need him in the interim. But all right, I think I made 1 or 2 points there.
I just wanted to say that it sort of reminded me of when Michael was in the others fake camp many episodes ago.
Famp, please.
Famp, sorry. And he's talking to Miss Clue and he says, "I don't even think my son's alive." And then she says, "He is alive. He's standing outside right now."
Yeah.
I get the sense it's like that, where she hasn't seen him and she just assumes he's dead, but he's not necessarily dead.
Yeah.
Because I don't see, obviously the reason that they kill Carl is not the reason that they're going to kill Sawyer.
Maybe.
I don't think he shot one of the others or something. I don't buy that.
Oh, you mean the reason they killed Sawyer is not the reason that they killed Carl?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, definitely.
If they kill Carl.
Although I could buy that Carl did something similar to upset the balance of their whatever.
Really? Like what? You think he? Okay.
No, maybe on accident or whatever. I feel like he was in that cell for a reason.
I agree he was there for a reason, but I don't know.
Well, as Jennifer said on the comment section of the site, if they actually killed Carl, it sort of calls into question their moral values. And I sort of just wanted to say that I think pretty much everything they've done calls into question their moral values.
I agree.
Killing anyone. Even one of their own, Carl, or whatever. But they've done pretty much everything they've done calls into question, their moral values.
Yeah.
So it's really weird. I don't know what's going on with this whole thing with Alex. I don't necessarily think Carl is dead. I do want to find out what he did or why he was there. But yeah, it's really weird. Maybe the whole thing with Alex is just a contrived scene to get some of the sort of foreshadowing and drama with the fact that Sawyer almost died later.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's part of the reason for this scene.
And it gives her the chance to say, whatever they say, don't believe them. And, I just wanted to yell at Alex, like, we haven't believed the others for a long time. We know they lie. We don't need to be told again.
Yeah.
There's nothing surprising about them lying to people at this point.
Yeah. But hasn't she said that before? Did she tell us that before?
I think Walt said it. I don't remember her saying it.
Oh, okay. Because I think it is important to have that line come from her, because she's sort of one of them, or sort of defecting one of them. But yeah, I know what you mean. In terms, yeah, we definitely don't trust.
Yeah,
that.
and last week, Juliet, Ben is a liar. I think it's clear that the others don't always tell the truth.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just seems sort of pointless but whatever. I mean, I guess it's dramatic, and that's the point. I don't know what they're gonna do with Alex. I'm hoping that somehow the Carl subplot gets some time and has some interesting component about the others.
Yeah, I like to think that the Carl subplot is going to become important. When we find out what happened with that, it's going to be really relevant somehow. It seems like that's something the writers would do, but I don't know how that could be, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
The next scene, I believe, is Sawyer and Kate still working, and Juliet comes. She comes to talk to Pickett to basically tell Pickett that Ben wants Kate to go help convince Jack to do the surgery. I believe there's a transcript out there somewhere of what Juliet tells Pickett, because you can hear most of it, which is really interesting. I wrote most of it down.
Yeah.
He goes, I don't understand. It's supposed to be 2 weeks. And she says something to the effect of, our schedule has been bumped up. And he goes, it's stupid. And then she says, it's not my call. That's the way it is. And as she walks away, he sort of begrudgingly says, all right. So my question is, what is supposed to be 2 weeks? The length of time that they were going to make them work specifically, or the surgery was supposed to be in 2 weeks from when they captured them, or what are you owing about?
See, I thought when I heard those lines, I didn't write them down, but when I heard those lines, I thought she was talking about the construction project.
Mm-hmm.
That they had moved the schedule up and they were going to have to, speed it up. But now that I think about it, that's what Ben says to Kate. The next 2 weeks are going to be unpleasant. Yeah. And so, it's Ben's orders now to move it up. And so I get the sense that that's what it means, that she's referring to speeding up the plan of, getting Jack to operate on Sawyer. Ben.
Yeah.
Because I get the sense that's been the plan, and so he had some 2 week plan for making it work, and now he had to move it up because of events that were out of his control.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, do you really think is 2 weeks enough time to break someone's spirit? I mean, yes. the last time I broke someone's spirit, it took a good 6 months straight.
Oh God!
And it was every day, all day.
That's really scary.
Well, it happens. Sometimes you got to do it. Yeah, no, I think that's what they're talking about. I mean, the whole construction thing, I can see why you thought that, but that brings to mind, what could they really build in 2 weeks from scratch? With pickaxes and shovels. What could they really build in 2 weeks?
Here's what I think about that is, if, let's say they are building something. There's two ways to go. Obviously, they're building something, or it's busy work. They're not building anything. If they're building something, then I would say they don't want to show us what it is in any way. So they have them doing something that looks like work, but we don't actually get to see, anything that might indicate what it is.
You mean the writers don't want us to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the writers don't want us to see. What if they're planning to make it something? And Kate's line about whatever it is something big,
Mm-hmm.
That makes me think, why would she really think that? Based on what we've seen, it seems silly. So I'm going to conclude for now that they are building something and that they just haven't shown us because they don't want to show us what it is.
Okay. No, I'll definitely buy that. But, I guess one part of that is that, if they are building something, then what could Sawyer and Kate really contribute to the building process? It's not like they can necessarily put up drywall and,
mm-hmm.
do whatever else you would really do for a building. God, I hope they don't have drywall on that island, but they seem like they can get anything they need.
Anything but what they can't get,
anything but what they can't get, which is yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess at some point we should start hypothesizing what could they be building, because I do think they're building something. Because I do agree. Why would Kate say? Why would the writers have her say it's big unless they are trying to telegraph something to us?
Yeah.
And my other question from this scene is, because Juliet comes up and basically tells Kate, hey, you know what? The guy who's staring a hole in that bag, he's gonna kill Sawyer, and you can save him if you convince Jack, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, are they only killing Sawyer? I guess here, I just want to ask your opinion. Are they only killing Sawyer because Pickett wants him dead because of Colleen? Or do you think they had a plan all along?
That's what I don't understand about this. Like, this is really perplexing to me. You know, yeah, she says that, you know, so what we're led to believe is if Kate had talked Jack into doing the surgery, which she fails to do, then Pickett wouldn't kill Sawyer. But the weird thing is, as soon as the surgery starts, Pickett goes to kill Sawyer.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't seem like, even if Kate had convinced him, that he wouldn't have done it.
I think the point there is that even though Ben, or Juliet or whoever would have said, okay, Sawyer can go free, I feel like Pickett would have killed him anyway, because it seemed like, you're right. It seems like right when Ben goes under the knife and sort of is under anesthesia, that's when Pickett says, okay, now I'm going to go do what I want to do regardless of who, because no one can stop him, at that point.
Yeah.
I think that was the point of that. So I agree that even if Kate convinced him, Pickett, I think, would have still killed him.
Yeah.
Because he's so hell-bent on getting revenge for something Son did.
Yeah, I know.
God, man. It's so
it's
weird.
It's very weird.
And that's, what's really interesting is that, and I don't know if Colleen, called this or not, but it's really interesting how, Ben and I think Juliet, we're always saying, don't think of us as, against you. We're not your enemies, basically.
Yeah.
They were saying that, this whole others thing, we're not, against
these people
you.
who you think are your enemies.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly the way Pickett takes it. Pickett believes that the Losties are their enemies,
Yeah.
He's like, Ben just let one of them do the surgery, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
And I don't know if he's thinking that, because Colleen said, hey, if you shoot me, we will become enemies,
Yeah.
And maybe, she sort of foreshadowed that with that line.
I agree, but the thing that bothers me about that is they've already killed others. They killed Ethan, they killed Goodwin, and Sawyer shot another in the season 2 finale. I mean, I don't buy that. They're enemies now. Like,
well, but those people weren't as pretty as Colleen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No. Yeah, they have, but
so I don't buy that. Ooh, as soon as Son shot her, that they turned a corner and now they're enemies.
Well, my point is the fact how it doesn't seem like, at least from what they say, Ben and Juliet consider them, them enemies. Obviously, they'll consider them enemies, but they don't consider them, as sort of opposite them, opposing them. But Pickett seems to definitely think that.
Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting. Like, oh, it's those people and blah, blah, blah. So.
Yeah.
Okay. The next scene, skipping over the Kate flashback scene, Kate is taken to see Jack.
Right.
And this is when, they catch up. This is the first time they've seen each other since they were on the dock.
Yeah.
And so it's very, it was really weird watching this scene because I didn't know, I was very interested to see how they were going to react to seeing each other for the first time.
Yeah.
I didn't know if Kate was going to like run to the glass or, but it was really interesting. They just sort of casually and sort of, it seemed like they were trying to hold in their feelings and I do want to say that like, this, everything that's happened on the island, this has to be the most traumatic experience ever for these guys, to be sort of captive and sort of tortured, some of them.
Yeah.
It's just really, 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 really like intense stuff that's going on. To be captured like that. I mean, it's one thing to be, have Smokey living in your backyard or, all the other crazy stuff, but like, to be in this like situation that they're in, I think is really intense. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. I just wanted to bring. I mean, obviously that's obvious, but anyway, they're talking, and then we get the line. You know, they're making us work on something, whatever it is. It's big, you know. And she's about to explain more, if I'm not mistaken, about what's going on.
Oh,
and he,
no. Did Jack...
Yeah, Jack was like...
in?
Jack. Oh, I think Jack says he stops her to ask if they hurt her. And then she, like, doesn't say anything. She gets this weird look on her face, which makes me think they did hurt her.
Yeah.
Because remember there was that theory that she got hurt when she first came to the little mini island and she's on the beach, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Can I ask, do you think that when she was on that beach with Ben, you know, having a little breakfast, do you think that she should have noticed that she wasn't on her main island at that point? I mean, I'm just wondering, like, if you were on the beach of that island, which is fairly small, do you think you could have just looked at the coastline and realized that it's not your island? Like, not that it's not your island, but that it's small?
In that situation, I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't notice.
You wouldn't be surprised. Okay, I'll buy that.
I think if she, in a different situation, she should notice. But
she's like, "Hey, wait a minute! I'm not eating these eggs because we're not on my island." Yeah, I buy that.
Yeah.
Anyway, he asked if she was hurt, and so there was some theory going on that, you know, once she came back after having the handcuffs put on her, you know, there was a lot of bruising around where she had the handcuffs on, and did they, like, you know, I don't know, jostle the handcuffs really hard. I don't know what they would have done.
Come on, Kate. Shake, 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 shake.
Yeah. All that hurts, we know. Shake, shake, shake. Anyway, so I at first I thought that maybe they did hurt her in some scene we didn't see, but then she talks about Sawyer. So
yeah,
I'm assuming all that look was about Sawyer.
Yeah, I don't think so. Mainly because of what Henry said during that. Ben said during that that breakfast. You know, I wanted to bring you here to give you something to hold on to and give you a nice breakfast, and you know, it just doesn't. I don't see that going into, you know, okay, now we're gonna hurt you. Like it just.
Yeah, I agree.
It just seems ridiculous to segue into
really,
that.
It's really weird how, you know, it's been at least a week, right? Or almost a week that they've been captured, right?
Okay, like I said earlier, I'm gonna say no more than 5 days.
No more than 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. That's almost a week. I just think it's really interesting how, you know, he says these 2 weeks are going to be really hard. And so far, it's just been like breaking rocks and stuff. Is that really, I mean, is that manual labor supposed to be what she's really got to hold to a good memory for?
Maybe.
Or
it does suck.
It sucks, but I mean, or maybe it's just everything in general, or maybe the worst is yet to come, or was yet to come.
Yeah.
Before
I mean,
Jack,
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm sure, you know, I'd be pretty miserable. I mean, it seems like it's not that bad, but I mean, if I were actually there having to like break rocks in a dress and like, you know.
Oh man.
I mean, basically slave labor at that point, because, you know, you're held captive, you're not, you know, free to do anything, you're kept in a cage,
yeah.
You know, it's a crappy situation, even though it's not as bad as it seems like what he meant at the time.
Yeah.
You know, but Henry's good, Ben is good, God, I keep calling him Henry. Ben is good at, I think, exaggerating sometimes, so I'm, you know, I think maybe it sounded cool to have him say that, but they weren't going to have a few weeks of them being tortured or anything.
Yeah, that'd have been weird.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, Kate's talking to Jack, and he says, have you been hurt, whatever. She tells him about Sawyer, and, you know, he's like, what did they make you do? What did they do to you to make you ask me that, blah, blah, blah. And so, you know, Jack doesn't want to hear it. You know, he doesn't want someone trying to convince him to do the surgery. Which I thought was weird. I mean, obviously to some extent he cares about Sawyer, and whether or not Sawyer's dead, you know, at least to the extent that he has control over that.
Yeah.
And I guess part of it is not that he doesn't care about helping Sawyer not die, but that he sort of doesn't believe them anyway. That even if they said that, you know, like I guess he says that in the scene, right?
Yeah, and you believe them, something
You
like
believe
that.
them? Do you think they'll really just let us go?
Yeah.
Which I'm glad that, you know, Jack is to the point where he realizes that. I mean, he's I think he was there last episode too. But he basically realizes no matter what they say, no matter what they do, it's just you can't trust them, you know? You just really
Right.
can't, you know? So anyway, obviously Juliet and Ben are watching,
Oh God.
and, so, let's see, the next scene.
Get her out of there.
Get her out of here.
You know, I thought Jack was a bit of an ass though, because, I mean, it seems like, you know, he should have been a little, I mean, oh, you just want to save Sawyer's life. Well, fuck you. Like, I didn't really understand why he was pissed at her for that. I mean, it just seemed a little unfair.
I think he was pissed because he didn't want someone trying to convince him of something he already decided not to do. You know what I mean? Like, what was he really gonna do? Like, I mean, obviously he realized she was there to tell him that. And it's like, okay, you told me I don't want to do it, and nevertheless I don't even want to hear you say stuff like that. So it's like, what else are they gonna, there's nothing else to talk about. So it's like, she needs to leave.
Yeah, I guess. I just think it's unfair. I think it's a little harsh to brush her off like that just for you know, trying to save Sawyer's life. I mean, I just don't think I just think that's really petty on his part. But
You know how petty Jack is.
he is. You're right.
He's almost as petty as Locke, but not quite. No one is as petty as Locke.
Yeah, that's the sort of height of pettiness that we can all only hope to attain through years
one
of
day.
meditation and practice.
And much effort. Okay, the next scene, Kate is put back in the cage, and Danny hits Sawyer for no reason as he puts Sawyer in the cage. Like, it was like no reason. And then, you know, Juliet goes, Danny!
You go walk in the cage. I was.
I was walking, boss man. I was walking. And then Danny says, you have anything you want to say to your girl, you best say it tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically that line, upon hearing it again, made me think that Ben, that line, that Ben told him to say that line. Because I feel like at this point, you know, Jack has already told Ben, no, I'm not going to do the surgery, and Ben has to figure out some reason to make Jack do it. He thought to have Kate go in there and convince him. That didn't work, so plan B was basically, or plan C, I don't know, depends on how you look at it, was to instigate Sawyer and Kate getting it on, and because it was inevitable, and to have basically to engineer Jack seeing this, right? I mean, that's my theory about what the next sort of couple scenes are about.
Okay.
So I feel like that line is sort of setting up that, like, hey, you got anything you want to say or do to your girl? You need to say or do it tonight. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. So I think
I'm not saying Ben wants you to sleep together, but I just did.
But if you do, we're not gonna be mad at you. Alright. The next scene is Echo's funeral. I don't know about you, but I cried the whole way through this scene.
Really?
Oh wait, I didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
I would be more sad if I believe, like,
You'd be more sad if you thought it was a bear that really killed him?
No.
Oh.
When Saeed says, you know, so what killed Echo? Like, I guess because of the stuff I read about why, you know, Echo died, you know, that Adewale wanted to go do other stuff, and
yeah,
you know, when he said that line, I didn't buy it. It reminded me of, you know, those audition tapes on the first season DVD where they have characters saying, you know, coming back and, yeah, Jack died and in the forest. The thing killed him, and we're gonna have to
Yeah.
get through this. And it just seemed like one of those scenes, like some sort of fake, like alternate plot. Like I just didn't. I didn't. I still don't really believe that he's dead because I feel like he wasn't meant to die. So that's like I would be more sad if I felt like he was really dead.
Well, they said that they knew he was only going to be on there for about a year, and that the only reason they didn't really kill him off in season 2 was because they already had the deal with Michelle Rodriguez, and they didn't want Echo to die really close to when, Ana Lucia died. So, I mean, that's what they said in the official podcast, that they basically asked him, okay, do a little bit more than a year, we'll kill you off in early season 3. So, I mean, he was definitely slated to die.
I think he was slated to die later. Originally.
Well,
and then he asked at the end of season 2, I want to get off. And they said, well, can you at least wait until the beginning of season 3 so we can, not kill you this season?
well, they said on the podcast that he was only going to be there for a year anyway.
Okay,
So,
well.
I mean, it was, it was going to be, he was already, doomed to a certain extent. So, I feel like if anything,
to a certain
they made it
extent,
later.
they're playing damage control.
I agree. I mean, especially when they said, the first thing they said, when they said, why'd you kill off Echo? He was like, oh, well, we had a deal with him that he was only going to be on the show for a year. And I'm thinking, wow, you said the exact same thing about Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And then Carlton goes, and Damon goes, and I know we said that about Michelle Rodriguez, but it's true too. I'm like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know though. I just can't see what else could they have done with Echo. I mean, he was done, dude. He was done. They had nothing else for him. I mean, he barely did anything the entire show. I mean, his biggest contribution to the show was helping Locke, with the whole Pearl thing, and then the whole, when Echo wanted to press the button, and that whole sort of end of season 2.
Yeah.
That was his only major contribution. The rest, I mean, what else could he have done? I'm not glad they killed him off, but it's like, we didn't lose anything. He had nowhere else left to go, in my opinion, so.
I think he could have helped with whatever Locke and Saeed are going to do now.
I don't think so. I don't think Echo would. I mean, he's definitely not gonna kill anybody. He's not. I don't think he's in the position to go try to help attack the others, which is what I think Echo and Locke are gonna try to do. I mean, even if that's not what they end up doing, I think that would have been their original plan. They were gonna get some guns, mount up, whatever, and Echo wouldn't have been down for that, especially not where we've seen him in the beginning of season 3. So I don't think that would have happened. I mean, obviously he could have been someone to do that, but given who his character is, I don't think he would be like, yeah, I want to go get some guns and shoot up some others and get these, I mean, plus he didn't ever really seem to care about, Jack and them getting taken, he was.
I think he didn't get the chance to care because he had his own personal crisis.
Yeah, he was rightfully preoccupied,
But I think if they had gone with, what they wanted to do originally, they could have had him, help out, and then, he didn't necessarily have to try to kill people, but just help, try to rescue them. I could see that happening.
Boring, says me. But anyway, Locke goes to get Echo's stick, cause he thought it wouldn't be right to bury Echo without his stick. Yet he doesn't want to bury Echo with his cross, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
You would think he'd want to give the cross to Echo, but I guess that cross is gonna play a major part because they focused on it for quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's meaningful to him for some reason, and
yeah,
he feels like he inherits Echo's something or other.
His quest of faith or something.
Yeah. Something like that. Cause he says he's about to say something.
Yeah, well, he says, "Rest in peace, Mr. Echo. Thank you for helping me find my pup." And he's got to be saying "path." I mean, come on, what else could it be?
Yeah, I had no idea. Did he make a P sound?
He made a P sound. Yeah, he made a P sound.
Okay, path. Okay, I was really wondering what that word was going to be. So yeah, he definitely feels like that. So then he notices the inscription on the Jesus stick.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of people online have noted that the Jesus Stick didn't say that last season.
Oh, it didn't?
It sort of looks different. If you go to various places, I think Lost Links still has it. And message boards have it if you know where to look. A comparison of the two sticks and what they say and sort of what they look like. It's different. It changed. They're using a different stick. I don't know why. Yeah. But they are. So anyway,
I didn't think it said look up your eyes and look north, lift up your eyes and look north. I didn't think it said that before.
Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah. Well, I'll buy that though. I mean, I'll buy he added, he carved in some new stuff there. I mean, to me that's not a big deal that he carved in extra stuff.
I don't think there's any way he carved it in between the time when the hatch blew up and, I mean, I don't see that he had a chance to change it.
Well, I mean, when's the last time we saw the stick?
The season 2 finale.
Oh. Well, there you
because
go.
Remember, he actually tried to stop one of the blast doors with it, and then Locke grabbed it.
Oh, that's right. Well, maybe he did it before that, though. Oh, you're saying it wasn't...
I'm saying it wasn't there, yeah.
Oh.
I think we got a fairly good look at it in the finale, too, because I think he was carving something in it when he had his hatch time.
Yeah, he was. I remember when he was sort of sitting there, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
I want to believe that's what he was carving.
Okay.
Because it's obviously there. How did he get there?
I'll let you believe it, but know in my heart that it's true.
It is true. You're right. So,
okay.
What was I going to say? The whole path thing. Oh, no, the whole lift up, I keep saying lift up. That's it, right? Lift up your eyes and look north.
Yeah.
Which of course is a line everyone knows who's looked online. It's from Genesis 14. It's actually something the Lord says to Abraham. He's the official biblical quote is lift up your eyes from where you are and look north and south, east and west. The whole verse, the whole verse is actually, this is in Genesis, obviously the creation of the world. And this is basically when the Lord has created everything. And I think it's Abram, not Abraham. This says Abram. I don't know if that's the same person or not. But anyway, this says Abram. He's basically saying, hey, everything you see here, I made it for you. That's really what the line is about. So he's saying, look all directions because everything you see is for you. He's basically saying for you and your children, your descendants, this is all for you, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that line's about. It's not really about looking anywhere in particular. It's not about like.
So Echo left out some key information there.
Yeah.
As far as what that means.
I mean, that's weird. It's even stranger because a lot of those verses, when you look them up, you can sort of see why Echo may have written that. One of them, I don't know. John 3:05 is written there. And I don't know if that's the one I looked up, but one of them, one of the verses is talking about not living with like sin in your heart because, something for some reasons. And so that makes sense. But this line, which is about looking around you and realizing that everything you see is for you, doesn't really apply to Echo's case. I think that line, that line is just there for us because it's the show.
Yeah.
And it's for Locke because, as I think Kurt mentioned, there's someone he's gonna go on a cliff and probably look north and then see the mini island.
Oh God.
Which is, how else do you think he's gonna get there? How else do you think they're gonna know what's going on? I mean,
they have to go to the flame and get on the computer, remember?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
But they have to go find the guy. Remember, he said that he knows we're coming, so he's gonna go and.
Yeah, I agree that they're gonna find that guy at some point, but yeah. The whole thing with I think they're done looking for computers.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Yeah, because they had one there at the hatch and at the Pearl Station. They didn't even use it.
Yeah, I was trying to cling to something. It almost seems like another Pulp Fiction reference because the famous speech from the Bible in that movie was sort of extensively rewritten for the movie. if you look it up in the
Nice.
Bible, it's got some stuff from it, but it's pretty seriously changed. Basically, so it would work in the movie.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible's a good jumping off point for references, but sometimes you need to change it a little bit for your TV show or your movie.
Yeah, because the version of the movie is perfect for the movie, but
Yeah.
it
Can you
wouldn't
imagine
quite
it?
fit in the Bible.
Yeah, and vice versa.
So yeah, exactly.
I
So
do want to mention that the numbers 4, 8, and 15 are written on Echo's stick.
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, I never noticed that before, but I was looking up his stick stuff, and they're written 4:8:15, and I thought that was very interesting.
It is.
My first thought was it reminded me of a Pythagorean triangle, but those numbers don't fit. So
Yeah, no.
yeah, they don't fit at all, so that doesn't
No.
work. But
What would
I was
that
just
have to be? 64 plus 16? Yeah, no way.
yeah, it doesn't work.
Or 15, 16, whatever. Yeah.
But I was trying to figure out what significance those numbers could have, but I couldn't come up with anything.
Well, there are three of the numbers, Hurley's numbers.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying it to Echo.
Oh, to Echo.
Like, why would he write that? And I was trying to I don't know why.
Well, he was the button pusher for a while. I mean,
Oh, that's true.
maybe that's it.
But you think he wrote them on there so he didn't forget them, and he only wrote 3 of them?
Where they are in the picture, it looks like the rest of them might be under the rope.
What do you mean under the rope? Like covered by the little rope on there?
Yeah.
Oh, you think so?
I think it's possible.
Well, I was thinking that, after the 15, you might see 16, but in this episode, when you see I believe it's in when I saw it, when you see the shot of the stick, there's something else after the 15, not like right after, but pretty close, but it didn't look like another number, so, but maybe I'll buy it, but why would he cover it up with the rope? I mean,
Well,
presumably the rope has never moved since he put it on there.
yeah, I don't know.
But,
It looks like it could have gone under there. It just seems odd to write 3 of the numbers and stop.
yeah, yeah, that's weird. Or maybe they're on the other side or something, I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe the person who made the stick just didn't know what they were doing.
Nice. Alright, so...
There's only 3 numbers, right? And I ordered you a nice new washer and dryer. It'll fit right in. Anyway.
Okay. The next scene, Kate comes back and to the cage, and she tells Sawyer that she's seen Jack, that Ben needs surgery. And of course, one of the best lines is, "Who the hell is Ben?" And I'm like, oh, Sawyer is the last to know.
Oh.
I love the fact he doesn't know who Ben is, because he shouldn't.
Why does Kate know?
I don't know why she knows. Oh, well, she knows Ben is the person who needs surgery because Juliet tells them. Now, why does she know Ben is Henry? Presumably because Juliet told her that too.
She says Ben needs surgery?
Yeah. She says something to the effect of they want him to do surgery on Ben. He's sick. And then Sawyer says, who the hell is Ben? And she goes, Henry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little weird that, my next question, if I was Sawyer, would have been like, wait, Henry's Ben? Wait, he didn't come in a balloon?
Yeah. I mean, they should know that, but,
Yeah, that was a joke.
I'm sorry. Insert a laugh where I said,
Yeah.
tried to justify your joke, or
Yes.
not justify your joke, or undermine your joke. Anyway, wait, what was the point?
The point is, so Sawyer goes, so they wanted Jack to come here to do the surgery, and then you and I are bait, and Kate basically says yes, and I'm thinking, really, huh? That's a really, I feel like it's, like we said, every now and then the writer, these characters say little things, and, to a large extent, I feel like that's the writers telling us what's really going on.
Yeah.
And I just hate that. I really hate the idea that that's all it was, that they wanted Jack to do the surgery, they were gonna break him down, and just in case something went wrong, they wanted Sawyer and Kate there for like a backup plan, you know, which is really weird. And the fact that he says bait, I think is really interesting because, you know, right after they have the sex, which is coming up, they really are sort of the reason he decides to say yes.
Yeah.
So it's really weird. Anyway, Kate pulls a Tarzan and she climbs out of her cage again. And, you know, then she gets the rock and hits the lock on Sawyer's cage, and it comes off way too easy. I mean, like 2 or 3 hits and the lock just pops off. And I'm thinking they didn't put it on very tightly or something weird, you know. But then I'm like, okay, they're probably Dharma brand padlocks. So yeah. I'm thinking, you know, when you want a lock that breaks easily with a rock, get Dharma brand locks, you know. I don't know. Oh,
if you want a lock that's supposed to hold in the polar bears, but doesn't quite work, and the bears eat you, and it has a logo on it.
Dharma brand locks.
Dharma brand locks. Sorry.
Here's my question for you, Justin. Why does Kate tell Sawyer to run? And not like, okay, we're both out of our cage, let's go.
I don't know, Claude.
It's like, no, you run. You know, I mean, what does she really think is going to be accomplished by his running away and her staying there? Or is it just one of those weird lines where, you know, if he started running, she would have went too, but
or like, you run. If I run, they'll kill us all.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I think, yeah, I mean, it's weird because he's like, no, you run because there's nowhere to run. Like, I didn't understand. Cause
he was like, you're out of your cage, Freckles, you run. And it seemed like they were challenging each other, like who was gonna run.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'll run, bitch. No, I'll run. No, you run then. Well, no, you run then.
Yeah, well, I didn't understand how he's supposed to be saying, no, you run, because there's nowhere to run. Like, it didn't, because he immediately says, you know, so he can't really mean that, right? I mean, no, you run, because I'm not running, because I can't run anywhere, but you can, because...
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what he thought he was saying with that line, or thought he meant with that line, because, yeah, it's weird. He tells her to run, but he knows she can't go anywhere. So maybe the point was, God, if I had some time, I could figure something out. But I
come
can't
on,
think of...
you're Mr. 30-second theory.
I am Mr. 30-second theory, but it hasn't been that long yet. I got 20 more seconds.
You're right. Sometimes it's 30 seconds or less.
30 seconds or less. Okay, nice. I can give you. It's a guarantee. 30 seconds or less.
Or it's
just
free.
Really, I mean, I can come up with some theories if you just want some shitty theories.
Please.
I mean, one is that he's testing to see if she's a mole.
Oh God.
To see if she'll say, like, you know, to see if she knows that they can't go anywhere.
Okay.
That's one of my theories, just to see if she knows that or not. And then he sort of figures out that she doesn't know that. I don't know. That's all I can come up with. I mean, not necessarily that she's a mole, but just to see if she knows that or not.
She's not a mole.
Why is that important? I don't know. You know, I'm still not convinced 100% she's not a mole. You know, I really should be. But even stuff in this episode, you know, the fact that they, like, brought in Cade and, like, I don't know, there's just little things that I'm like, you still could be a mole. You still could be a mole.
She could be, but she's not.
Yeah, I think that's probably my stance too, is she could be, but she's not. And if she is, I always think she was. And anyone who tells you different is lying.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Right. So them arguing about who's gonna run segues into some sex.
Yes. Well, and one thing I want to mention is that we were asking about how far is the mini island from the big island, and Sawyer says a couple miles out. So that would probably denote, you know, less than 3 miles, you know, probably 2 or something, but you know, definitely less than 4, but probably 2 or 3 miles. Which, is that really that long to swim?
Did I say 4?
No. I'm just saying. From what he said, it should be, because when you say a couple, it's like two or, I always sort of have in my head that, 3 is like a few, 4 or more is, sort of like, 3 to 5 is like a few, 6 or more is like several, a couple is like 2, Anyway, just to get a good sense of my neuroticism.
Yeah.
That's not a word. Neuroticism? Neuroses? I don't know.
Neurosis?
Neuroticness? I don't know. Anyway, the passionate discussion of who's gonna run leads into passionate sex on the dirty, dirty floor, because they're dirty people. I'm trying to find my notes here. Sorry. I wrote, I thought it'd be pretty funny whenever, cause, after they have sex, in the cage, it'll be really funny if they ever play I Never again, no matter what happens to them, if they ever get off the island, whatever, if either one of those people ever play I Never, if anyone says, I've never had sex in a cage, they're gonna have to take a drink.
Oh. Wow.
Because
can
they
even
have.
be more specific and say, I never had sex in a polar bear cage.
Exactly. I've never had sex in a polar bear's cage on an island twice the size of Alcatraz.
Now that's one of those where if you were playing with anybody, you think, they wouldn't have to drink, but these two would.
These two would have to drink, they really would.
That whole thing struck me as a bit creepy.
It was creepy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was really weirded out by watching them have sex. It felt very like almost like I should be watching this. Or like this shouldn't be happening. Like it didn't seem quite real.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, part of the thing that bothered me was, the fact that they're sort of out in the open in broad daylight and being watched with cameras.
Well, that's the thing, like, Kate doesn't know that there's cameras. Sawyer doesn't know that there's cameras, but he knows to some extent that they can see what's going on, so he has to assume there's cameras.
Yeah. I know they don't necessarily know, but, the audience knows.
The audience knows. I do want to say it was dark, so they got that going for them. But yeah, besides that, they are sort of out in the open, just getting it on.
It didn't look dark to me. It looked like broad daylight.
Was it broad day? Well, when they're cuddling or something, it's dark.
When they were cuddling, it was dark, but when they started the sex, the good part.
Were we supposed to believe it was like a couple hour romp that they had? Like, how long could it really have been, Sawyer? How long can you go, Big Daddy?
Oh dear.
Like I can imagine Ben and Juliet watching the monitors like, they're still going
Damn!
Damn!
I know we wanted them to do it, but stop them already.
Oh man, that boy don't quit.
I think what we're supposed to assume is that they got it on and then went to sleep.
And then woke up and had the conversation and then went back to sleep?
Something like that.
I don't buy that. Anyway, I like to believe it was several hours long.
Okay. So here's the
Let's change topics.
Yeah. I know. We're about to earn the explicit tag.
Yeah, we are. We do have it though, so.
Yeah, but no.
Well, it was weird how Sawyer said, Kate says, well, when were you going to tell me that, we're on this island isolated? And he goes, well, I wanted to tell you, but I wanted you to believe that we had a chance. Mm-hmm. Which sounds sweet and nice, but it's like, what good is useless hope? Is it better to hope that you'll escape, even though, Sawyer sort of has to know that they're really probably not going to escape. I mean, the odds of them escaping are really slim. So do you just keep someone in the dark? Especially after she got out of her cage that time. Wouldn't you think that would have been a perfect moment to let her know what's going on? After seeing that she can get out of her cage, it's like, hey, you know what? It's useless to do that because we can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, I understand. I mean, blissful ignorance has its good points, I think. So I think it's valid to say, I wanted you to believe that we had a chance.
But what good is that in the long run? Is my question. I mean,
That's a
what is it?
philosophical question. I think.
Hey,
I
this is
think
the Lost Lowdown. We deal with this stuff.
I think from an emotional perspective, it's good to not feel totally defeated when you're in a situation like that. It's good to I think the more you feel like you're totally hopeless, the worse emotional state you're going to be in. So,
but don't you think you want to have all the facts when you're in a situation like that? Like you want to know. I mean, I agree. It's good to have hope, but the big fact that they're on this island, like I think is really important to.
I think it depends on the person whether they're better equipped to sort of have all the information because they need it to deal with it, or whether they'd really just be better off thinking something that isn't true.
Well, if you and I are ever locked in cages on an island, please tell me.
I would. But at the same time, I understand.
Yeah. Well, I just mean in terms of the fact that they're, pretty much all the time, they should be trying to figure out ways to escape. Like, that's a big piece of information. You can sort of save your time and stop thinking about escaping and thinking about dealing with the situation if you sort of knew that piece of information. So whatever. Minor point. Blah, blah, blah. The next scene is Monica and Kevin at breakfast. We've already talked about. Then we come back to the gang. I think this is when we see them just sort of lying there. Blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we go to Jack. He's just sort of sitting in his little room. And he hears the static on the intercom.
The intercom that hasn't worked for years.
And I don't know why he thinks static means someone is trying to talk to you, but in this case he's right.
Yeah.
So you get the static and you hear what seems to be Alex saying, "Try it, the door."
Yeah, I was gonna ask who you thought that was.
I think it's Alex, because I think, there's something very specific going on here, which, we can talk about right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, look at that. Jack goes and he actually tries the door and look, it's open. And not only is it open, but there's a room down there that's open. Well, I'll just mosey on down there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, here's some monitors. Well, boy, howdy. Oh, what's over here? Oh, it's a gun closet. I did want to mention that I thought it was really, that was a lot of guns for an animal research facility. Presumably that gun closet isn't like Dharma, standard Dharma issued guns or something.
I'd like to point out they did have an armory in the Swan Hatch. So I buy they have one, wherever else.
Wait, was that an armory though?
Yeah, that was where Desmond got his guns. There was a bunch of guns in there. That was one of the first questions they asked.
Oh yeah. Why would they have an armory in the Swan Hatch?
That's exactly what they asked. I don't remember what the answer was either.
What episode was that?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm not sure. It could be either one of the early season 2 episodes or the finale with Desmond and Kelvin. It was one of those two where someone asks about the guns. I don't remember which one. It's been too long.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it could have been the Kelvin one, but
I don't remember what the answer was either. Or if there was an answer.
Yeah, I can't imagine there could be, because how can you explain an armory there? Can you explain? You can't explain an armory there, can you?
Well, my theory, of course, was that it had to do with the war with the others. Which is apparently quite laughable.
That was hilarious. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's weird.
So I say, if the Swan had an armory, then the Hydra can have one too.
I'll buy that.
So I say it is Dharma.
I'm trying to find the episode where they talk about the armory.
Good luck.
I've searched through quite a bit, and
Because it could have been any one of the first 3 of season 2.
Yeah.
Where Desmond's around, and then, yeah.
Like, no one's mentioned the word armory in, like, those...
Oh, they didn't necessarily say the word armory.
Yeah, but I feel like, at least in the transcript, they would have been like, they're at the armory.
Yeah.
But anyway, I can't find it, so that's really interesting. I never really thought about why the armory was there.
Yeah.
Except to have some place to lock Henry when he shows up.
I thought we talked about that at some point. I
don't remember if we did.
Yeah. I wish I did. I wish I had thought to look up where that was. I didn't even think about it until you challenged the armory and the Hydra.
Yeah, I just thought that was weird to have the little gun closet like that with all those rifles and stuff. I mean, what would be the point of that? I mean, if the animals escape, you're not gonna like kill them. And if you need to sedate the animals, you'd have like tranquilizer guns or stuff like that. I mean, God, I just can't imagine why you would need access to that many guns. But anyway, he goes in there, he gets a gun, he comes out, and Ben is there, and he goes, and before Ben shows up, he sees the monitor for the second time and actually notices Sawyer and Kate post-coital, and then that's when he's like, oh, that hurt, right in the gut. And then Ben comes up and rubs it. I mean, he just rubs salt in that wound so well. You know, he's like, oh, if I were a vet man, I would have totally said, you know, you and him. You know, I guess that means he's a jader. Ben's a jader.
Dear. Yeah, I was hoping we could get through the podcast without saying those words.
No. We can't. I got a new word for you too.
Oh God. I think that's the writers. Somewhat talking to the audience through Ben, because Damon and Carlton wrote this episode, and if you're an avid listener to their podcast, they say, if I were a betting man all the time. It's a stock phrase they use for all sorts of things. You know, referring to plots. If I were a betting man, I would say that, when, I don't know, when Locke first saw the monster, he thought blah, blah, blah. You know, they say stuff like that all the time. So I feel like that's the writers talking to the audience in some extent.
I'll buy that.
'Cause
I mean, I agree. I mean, when I heard that, I thought that too, because I mean, who else cares that, who Kate ends up with besides the audience?
Exactly. Which, I like to point out, doesn't include me. I mean, I am part of the audience, but I don't care.
Oh, you care.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, that's not what you told me off podcast.
Shut up.
Oh, just kidding.
Jack was perfect for her, okay?
Okay, I know. It makes perfect sense. But sometimes opposites attract. Although Kate and Sawyer are the same. So that's why they attract.
But he totally conned her, and she shouldn't have forgiven him.
Yeah. Do you need that box of tissues again? So, what's his name? Ben says, this must be the proverbial nail in my coffin. Wow. I guess you're really not gonna help me with the surgery now, right? Totally using some reverse psychology. Jack is getting played like a fiddle, and then Jack goes, tomorrow morning, we'll do it, blah, 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 know. And, he goes, I gotta get off this island. I gotta get, gotta get me off this island.
You gotta get me off of this island.
which reminded me of, I gotta have that boat. You gotta give me that boat.
Yeah.
This is so weird.
It reminded me of the Kramer thing. Gotta get me over that mountain.
I really think, okay, here's what I think happened. This to me was what happened behind the scenes.
I gotta know. Cause I have so many questions.
Okay. I think Ben orchestrated this whole thing.
Okay.
Someone, let me tell you why. And then, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what I think, and then you're gonna think about it, and then you're gonna agree with me.
I couldn't help myself. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Someone mentioned that, oh, well maybe, Ben didn't know that, Jack was in the observation room, blah, blah, blah. And my conceit, for the record, is that nothing goes on especially on that mini island, Nothing goes on that island without Ben knowing about it. Ben, nothing to me when Ben's involved. There's no chance that it's all calculated maneuvers. What I think happened is that basically, he told Alex to, get on the intercom and tell Jack to open the door. He had the door unlocked. He left the observation room door open so that Jack would obviously go towards it. I don't think he necessarily expected him to find the gun closet, but I think he definitely wanted him to see Kate and Sawyer together. I mean, I think that's why he let Jack out when he did.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I think that because basically that is what convinces Jack to do the surgery. He doesn't want to have to deal with that anymore. If it wasn't for seeing Kate and Sawyer together, Jack wouldn't have done the surgery.
Okay.
And the other thing is, like, Jack has a gun in his hand. Why not just shoot Ben and get out of there? And he doesn't know that he's not on his island, So I thought that was, this is sort of a separate point, but I thought that was weird that he didn't just sort of, he's not a murderer, but, I guess that's really the reason why he didn't, but I feel like in that situation, well, I guess that's the point. He didn't shoot him because he said, okay, I'll do the surgery because it'll probably be easier for him to do the surgery if Ben holds up to his bargain, do the surgery and get off the island than to try to shoot his way off the island.
Yeah.
Or shoot his way back home, in his point of view.
Right.
So, why do you think that Ben did not orchestrate this whole thing?
Okay. For a couple reasons. Here, the first reason is, in the final scene, when Jack's about to do the surgery, Ben says, did Alex ask about me or ask for me or something like that?
Did Alex ask about me? Yes.
And Juliet says, no, she's back home. We took her back home. I don't know where she is now.
Yeah.
So if he works out this thing with Alex, he shouldn't need to ask that question.
Well, I thought when he said, did Alex ask about me, I thought he meant in regards to the surgery. Because basically, when we see Alex before, she says, I want to see Ben, and Pickett says, blah, 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 that sounds like a good idea. I think he did take Alex to go see Ben, because as we said before, Pickett when Alex is pulling her Rambo maneuver, he says, does he know? And we sort of assume that he is Ben, and Pickett is saying, does Ben know that Alex is on this island? So Ben obviously finds out she's on the island because he references that later. And I think when he asked Juliet, did she ask about me, he means sort of in regards to the surgery, which I wanted to talk about. What is their relationship, if anything important that he has what is the relationship he has with Alex? I don't know if maybe he raised Alex for all we know.
Yeah.
From when she was a baby, he could be her sort of, her father in a certain respect.
Mm-hmm.
But, anyway, I don't think the fact that he asked about Alex negates the fact that he could have Alex, talking to the intercom. Because this was the next morning when he asked about Alex. So she could have still been around. Basically it's like, hey, Alex, go to this intercom right here. Tell Jack, to try the door. And she goes and does it. And then, Juliet and whoever takes Alex wherever they're going to take her. And it's a whole night has
Well, then
passed.
shouldn't he know that? Does she need to tell him if he
Well,
already...
but that's the thing. It just depends on how it happened. It depends on so many little details, like maybe they went and had dinner or something, and then Ben went to sleep, and then he woke up and she was gone. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a minor point, because that's a lot of speculation on how exactly it happened and what did they do after Alex said, what she said into the speaker. But,
well,
I don't
based
think
on your opinion that Ben sort of knows everything, it just doesn't seem to fit with that. If he actually worked out a deal with Alex and now he's like,
Well, obviously he can't know everything. I'm saying the big things that happen. I think, nothing is really coincidence when Ben is really involved. He wasn't involved in getting her home, so he doesn't know what happened with that.
Okay. So he worked out this plan, and he's just like, I don't know what's going to happen to you, bye.
He doesn't care. It's not about Alex. It's about him getting the surgery, and Jack just agreed to it.
So he does care about Alex, because he asks about her.
He asked if Alex asked about him. He didn't say how is Alex doing. He said, did Alex ask about me? That was a very sort of like selfish thing to ask.
It is, but he still cares, if she asked about him.
Yeah, but I think, well, it depends on what he meant by that line is the real point. Whether what his real motivation behind that line is. To me, it's just sort of a selfish thing. And to me, I think, part of that whole discourse was for us to know that Alex got taken home and that she's just not like, just so we know what happened to her.
Right.
Cause I thought it was weird that Juliet said we took her home. I don't know where she is now. Well, isn't she at home?
I know. That was the weird thing. We took her home. So yeah, and then now who knows where she is?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think the fact that he asked about her negates that Ben set the whole thing up. What are your other reasons for thinking?
I think it makes it a little weird. But I agree. You can weasel out of that. I also don't understand why Alex would work with Ben on this plan when she's all crazy about she tries to help Kay and Sawyer escape. She thinks they killed Carl. She's in this state, and then Ben, okay, here, I need you to help me trick Jack into, or help.
She could have. Do you know how easy it is to get Alex to do something as simple as that? All Ben has to do. This is Ben we're talking about. All he has to do is say, "I'll tell you what happened to Carl if you do this." That's all he has to say, and she will do it.
And then when she was done, and she's like, "Okay, so what happened?" Did he tell her? And then she went.
Oh,
home?
I don't know.
And then later he asks about her. I mean, why is
it asking about her so strange?
If they just had dealings, it seems like he should know where she went. I don't get why. If he's in charge, it seems like he should know.
The dealings is the night before. I don't think his knowing what happened to Alex has anything to do with how he could have negating how he orchestrated this whole thing. You think it's just a coincidence that the door was left open to the observation room and he just so happened to go in there and see the thing, and then Ben comes and says, right after Jack sees this, Ben says, he basically says, I guess you really don't want to do the surgery now. I mean, what kind of line is that, unless you plan this whole thing? I mean, you really think Alex told him to open the door to do what? What was her plan after that? Well, I'll let Jack go into the corridor and then he's on his own.
Well, more or less. I don't actually...
And that's the other thing, not to cut you off, but real quick, Alex was captured by Pickett. You think she escaped again and got to tell Jack this?
No. That's the thing. I think it's set up, but I just don't get why, her and Ben would work out this thing and then, okay, bye Alex, I have no idea what's going to happen to you.
It's not that he didn't know what was going to happen to her, but like I said, this was the next morning that he asked this question. So much time has passed that he's just saying, did Alex ask about me? He's thinking that she's still there, but obviously they decided to take her back to O-Town.
Yeah.
So it's just a simple question, did she, was she inquisitive about the fact that I'm going under major surgery right now, And the other thing is, like other people have said, maybe Alex did ask about him and Juliet is just lying.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, there's nothing I don't think anything has happened in terms of, Jack, Kate, and Sawyer that Ben has not orchestrated.
Now, I'd like to point out, regarding that point, Jack seeing the x-rays, I don't think that was part of his plan.
That was Juliet's thing, though. See, that's the other thing is Juliet has her own motive, so I think that was part of Juliet's thing.
Okay.
There was either a big mistake and no one planned it, or Juliet did that on purpose.
Right. I agree. Okay, yeah. So I'm willing to drop it, but I think he set it up, but it just doesn't seem plausible. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I think it's plausible the way it panned out because I think it's unrealistic to think that that he would just like the door would just be left open like that.
No, that's the thing. I don't.
So weird.
I'm not saying. I think that was just a coincidence or just it was just a lucky break or something.
You're saying it's implausible that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll sort of buy that too. I mean, I think it was set up, but I thought it was weird how Ben seemed sure that Jack was going to see them on the monitor. I mean, he missed them the first time.
Yeah.
When he walks in there, he didn't catch it, and then on his way out, he happened to see it. But maybe, at this point, Ben's pretty desperate for, whatever. And so he was like, well, this might not work. He might not see them on the monitor, or they might have, not be together by the time he gets over there. But
yeah.
It worked out for him in the end.
It did. Now, okay. So let me ask my real question here. This is about Jack's mind state. So we know, because I'm trying to follow it. Like, we initially have the I'm not gonna do it, Jack.
Yeah.
Right? And Kate telling him, they're gonna kill Sawyer. He's still I'm not gonna do it, Jack, right?
Yeah.
So now, Ben probably pretty much, I agree, orchestrates this plan that involves Alex, but I want to believe it's not Alex because it's just whatever. But anyway, gets this situation together where Jack sees Sawyer and Kate, cuddling, and he thinks that that's going to convince him to do the surgery. And, ostensibly it does. Yeah. At this point, Jack says, okay, I'll do surgery tomorrow. So he turns a corner here from I'm not going to do the surgery to, all right, I'll do the surgery. But as we know from the end, he's not necessarily just planning to do the surgery. He's planning to use the surgery as a forum to take Ben hostage to some extent and sort of use his life to try to get Kate and Sawyer, or to Kate at least to escape. So why didn't he do that from the beginning? And why would seeing Kate and Sawyer like that make him think of this plan?
Here's a theory that maybe can answer your question. What if Jack Jack wanted to do the surgery, but he needed to find obviously to a certain degree he doesn't want to do it, but I mean he was gonna do it even at the beginning. But he needed like maybe more time to think, more time to figure out what exactly was going to happen, what exactly he was going to do. Like he didn't necessarily want to do what Ben wants, which is to just do the surgery, and he didn't want to do what Juliet wants, which is to kill him during the surgery. So he's trying to figure out some other plan of because he doesn't trust either person. So he's trying to figure out some way to not do either one of the things, but to sort of get out of the situation. Right. So in the beginning, he's saying no because, he needs more time to think about what's going on. He's like, no, I'm not going to do it. I mean, I think he's saying no because he doesn't really want to do it, but he's also buying himself some more time. And then when Kate comes in, he's pissed off because he's getting more pressure to do it, and he's still not figuring out what's going to happen. When he sees Kate and Sawyer, I think to a big degree he does want to get off the island when he sees that because he's like, oh God, I don't want to see this, after all this, now I gotta watch them and be upset about this, if he really cares.
I'd like to believe he's not that petty, that like, however much he's upset by that, it should, his concern for his life and theirs should supersede, oh no, I mean, it could be that too. It could be that once he saw Kate like happy or something, that he was really more motivated to get her off the island then. I mean, it could be that. Not that, I mean, he does say get me off the island, but obviously he takes that to getting her off the island. That's the thing. I don't think he's telling the truth because he doesn't really follow through with what, part of the deal wasn't,
Yeah. Well, how about that? How about we believe that Jack was pulling a Ben and he was basically lying and saying, I gotta get off this island, I can't stand this anymore. Basically saying, maybe Jack realized what Ben was doing, that it was a little too convenient that the door was open, it was a little too convenient that, I just walked in here and I saw these monitors. He's like, okay, Ben, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to convince me to do this surgery. How about this? I'll do the surgery. Not only will I do it, I'm going to tell you that I really want to do it, and I got to do it because I got to get off this island.
And that's the thing. I think he's falling into what Ben wanted to happen, you know?
Yeah.
That's what Ben wanted. Ben wanted to create this feeling where he would, you know, want to leave or whatever, and that would compel him to do it. Mm-hmm. So, you know, he's falling into that. But that's the thing. From what he does, I don't believe that's what he really thought.
I think it's this whole sort of series of events is just like film noir double crossing.
Yeah.
It's like you try to surreptitiously convince someone to do something, and on the surface, you got what you wanted. They're going to do the thing, but they also have another plan that you don't know about. And I think that's what happened with Jack is, whether he realized it or not, he's telling Ben, yes, I'll do it. I mean, whether he realized what Ben was doing to him or not, he's telling Ben, yes, I'll do it, but he's also got this whole plan in the back of his head, you know. And even though in the scene when he cuts Ben's kidney sack, which I guess is the same as a kidney, I don't know. He said kidney sack. Maybe there's a sack next to the kidney, I don't know. Resting on my anatomy. But when he does it, he sort of hesitates. So I don't know. I read that, you know, either, you know, he had planned to do it, and he was just hesitating because, you know, this is sort of you know, bad thing to do,
yeah.
or if it just came to him at that moment, like he's like, oh my God, here's an opportunity to do it. I can do this thing right here. I can just cut his kidney sack, you know. So it's kind of hard to tell how much of this he had pre-planned. I don't really know. I think it could go either way. It could be, you know, he was really, you know, disgusted by what he saw with Kate and Sawyer, and he really wanted to get off the island. He told Ben yes, you know, as long as he lives up to his plan, and he was just gonna do the surgery and get out, you know. But you know, or it could be that Jack is a little bit smarter than that and had this whole plan concocted the whole time. So I don't know. It could go either way. I don't think there's enough evidence for, you know, for either side.
I want to believe, based on the way the scene plays out when he's doing the surgery, Juliet's standing there and he tells her to, oh man, oh I should have written it down. He tells her to go do something, right before he makes the cut.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what he tells her to go do.
Was it like get some more something or get something else or?
Yeah.
I forgot what it was too.
But it seemed like, you know, he created a diversion for her so she wouldn't be there when he sort of did it. Or she wouldn't be standing right there.
But that was weird. Like, what difference does it make if she's standing there? I mean, as quick as that cut was, what was she gonna do?
Oh, I agree.
You know?
Yeah, nothing.
I sort of felt like when she left, like I said, he has that moment of sort of hesitation. It was either hesitation or it was when the idea dawned on him what he could do. And it was like the fact that she was gone, it was like, oh, I could do this thing now, you know? So I don't know. I get your point. I don't know if it was a diversion he created or it just so happened at that point he was like, oh my gosh, she's away. I could do this.
Yeah. I read the hesitation as, okay, this is the serious time for the plan. This is where, you know, it goes from a great idea to I'm actually doing it.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, I can understand hesitating at that point because once he does that, it's all in motion.
It is definitely all in motion. And it's like, you know, to a certain degree, he's got to be playing his plan by ear because, you know, if Pickett wasn't there, you know, with the radio, what would he have really done? You know, like,
right.
Hey, Juliet.
Tom or Pickett? Yeah,
I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry, okay. Tom. If Tom wasn't, both of them, of. If they weren't where they were with their radios, I mean, it would have played out very differently, you know. But I
have to say, Tom's reaction really, like, the look on his face just really amused me.
It amused you?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I just like when he cuts the thing and like Tom's like looking down and like the guy comes around and says like that's not supposed to happen or whatever. He's like, yeah, it's not, and then he sort of elbows him in the face. You know? Yeah. And like Tom's looking down. I don't know. I was very amused by his like and he just sort of standing there.
I thought the way Tom, the guy who plays Tom, came off in that whole sort of couple scenes was really good. Like when he's on the walkie with Pickett, and he's sort of staring at Jack, telling Pickett, "Dude, get Kate on the phone." Like I noted his performance in that.
Yeah.
He seemed really sort of genuinely concerned about what the hell was going on, and very taken aback by the whole situation. I thought it was a very good job.
He was like, just the way he was standing there was like almost a totally blank, like, wow, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna stand here, look at his face, and Jack sort of jolts him out of it by like yelling at him.
Yeah,
But I agree. Yeah, when he came down and he's yelling at him on the walkie-talkie, yeah, I noticed that was a very good little performance there.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good little actor there.
Yeah. Although I think he's never gonna be. Oh, really? You're on a plane crash? You don't say.
No, he's never going to beat that. Oh, were you kidding me? You crashed the plane? Well, you know what? We're going to have to take the bullet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. That was awesome.
That's just, this is great. Everybody's going to be happy, but there's just one little thing. Yeah, going to have to take the boy.
Oh, no, that's good. Let's step back a second. Let's talk about the previous scene, or sort of the beginning of this whole thing.
Okay.
Jack is getting ready for surgery, and he said, he's like, okay, when I tell you to do something, I need you to do it. Don't ask questions. And Juliet says, I've always been pretty good at following orders.
Oh, right.
Which is a really interesting line, and I love how Jack's like stops and looks at it. He's like, is that a yes? Because a lot of times characters say lines like that, those big crazy lines, when all you really need is a yes, and I love the fact it's like, wait, are you saying yes or no? I just need, which one are you saying?
Yeah. Yes. That was very clever, and I'm glad you're revealing things about your character, but can you just answer me, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Juliet with her mask on.
Yeah.
Cause you can still tell she's doing the 1/4 pucker.
I agree.
It's, you know what? It's such a part of her, who she is. You can see it in her eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I saw her eyes, I was seeing the pucker.
You can see the pucker in her eyes, man. It's so weird. Like, you can just tell, like, when Jack cuts that kidney sack, she's like, 1/4 pucker.
Oh God, she has definitely perfected the 1/4 pucker.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know how you even come across that, but she's good. She's good with that.
Oh, God.
One of the things, a little thing I wanted to mention is that as they go into the operating room from washing up, above the door it says restricted access op-06, which I was assuming meant operating room 6.
Okay.
Which might mean there's 5 other operating rooms at least.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was just an interesting bit of knowledge to have.
Sure.
In terms of the size of the place, and in terms of, like, Jesus Christ, they're operating on a lot of animals.
Yeah.
Which I guess if they're doing research, I guess you would be doing a lot of, I guess it depends on the research, but.
Yeah.
When they walk into the room, there's 2 nurses, one male, and I believe the other was a female.
Okay.
And so, Carlton and Damon answered a question recently about the sort of medical staff that the others have at their disposal, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And in regards to what we saw at the medical hatch during, maternity leave. And what was their answer? I believe it was just like, don't assume that all those people were really doctors.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were saying.
Yeah. They confused me.
Yeah, they confused me too, because they tied that into, like, the demise of Dharma and what that might mean in terms of their medical staff, which I thought was weird.
Yeah.
So it was really interesting. But my point is, there's at least 2 people here besides Juliet who have some medical knowledge. So I think you need a bit of medical knowledge to, to sort of help assist in an operation.
I agree.
You need to know what the tools are called, and you need to know, whatever, so.
Yeah. Yeah, if I were standing in there, I would just be, like...
Yeah, if they asked for a scalpel or spreader, a scalpel and spreaders, I could tell you what those are, because I know what they are, but besides that, I can't help you.
Yeah, and just being in that environment, if you don't know how to deal with it, I don't think you'd handle it very well. I certainly wouldn't. I want to get back to that thing they said in the podcast.
Yep.
So let's do that.
Okay, we're okay.
Or do you want me to do it now? Because I wanted to say a few things about it.
Sure, let's talk about it now.
All right, fine. So when they said that, I thought a couple of things. Is he implying that they were pretending to be doctors?
Yes.
Does that mean that they weren't really going to do what Alex said they were going to do?
Exactly. I really think that was the case. It's coming back to me now that you said that they seem Carlton and Damon seem to imply that that they were just pretending to be doctors, that they really didn't have the ability to do a C-section on Claire. So what does that mean? I don't really know.
I mean, that's astounding to me because they didn't want her to escape. I mean, they immediately went looking for her. You know, Ethan comes and kills people to get her back. Like, I don't buy that they wanted her to escape. So why would they set up this scenario? Like, it's
maybe just for us. Maybe just for the drama for the audience to believe what Alex was saying. I need to listen to that again. You know, Carlton and Damon are very, very, ambiguous with their responses.
Yes. They certainly
But they were I think they basically, the gist was, don't assume that those people were necessarily doctors, and nurses and stuff. And yeah, I got the sense that they weren't really able to do the C-section on Claire.
I got the sense that maybe they meant that they were gonna do it, but they're not experts. Like they were.
Yeah, maybe that too.
You know, like that was a possibility. Because I think either one of them is a possibility. But I just thought those two things occurred to me as being an explanation. I think that's a big. I mean, to me, it seems like kind of a big deal. So.
Oh, definitely.
I'd really like to know. They weren't quite definitive, but they definitely said, you can't assume that those people really knew what they were doing. So it could mean that they were pretending, or it could mean that they just didn't know what they were doing, but they were gonna try to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's okay. That's all I got.
So, one of my little sort of half-ass theories here, that if it turns out to be true, will be really interesting, but I don't really think it is. But, Jack, I guess, administers the anesthesia to Ben and tells him to count down from 20.
Yeah.
Which at first I thought was really strange, because a lot of times I've seen, things like this, they say count back from 100, because it takes a while for the anesthesia to actually, knock you out.
Yeah.
And, Ben starts counting down, and at the 18, he's already passed out.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that's really quick. Like in 2 seconds, that stuff is gone to you, and you're done, and you're out.
Yeah.
So here's my really crappy theory.
Oh boy.
I'm wondering because other people have wondered if Jack and Ben had something going on. Maybe Jack is trying to sell out Juliet and, double cross her or something. Why? Don't ask me. But here's my crappy theory, is that maybe instead of giving Ben like sort of general anesthesia, that he basically gave him local anesthesia. Like he just gave it to where, the part where they're doing the surgery will be numb and he won't die from pain. And so Ben is fully awake right now. Which I don't really buy, but the idea that Ben is conscious, because it just I put this together because he counted down too quickly, and I was just thinking about it'd be really interesting if basically the end of this scene is Jack is trying to get Kate to escape, but then at some point he calls Juliet on what she did before, and Ben gets to overhear this whole plot, and Juliet of course confesses because she thinks that Ben is knocked out or whatever, but really he's still awake.
Oh my god! So he's talking with his kidney cut. Oh my god! Oh my god! That's so scary.
Yeah.
I don't want him to talk. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, he pops his head up and goes. Et tu, Juliet?
Yeah, you know.
Then he's like, "Hey, somebody sew up my kidney while you're double crossing me." No, I mean I don't really believe that, but some version of that I would like to believe.
I think the reason why it was so quick was just because they didn't want to have it take that long.
I guess that's true.
They weren't going to have him sit there for a minute or 2 minutes or however long it would take for him to actually be knocked out. And, they just wanted it to move along,
They're just so weird. It's like 20, 19, 18. And then it's like, okay, wow. Exactly. Sugar Plum's dancing in his head.
Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, it is wildly unrealistic, but that's Lost. That's new. That's cool. That's Lost.
I guess. So as Pickett storms out of the operating room when Ben goes under the knife, he gives the one of the most talked about words since Carl, to a certain degree, when we didn't know what was going on with Carl. We still don't.
Yeah.
Since a lot of words. Anyway, he goes, Pickett tells whoever the other little guy is, I don't know. I think he has a name, doesn't he?
I don't remember. He's that background bald guy.
I think he's Jason.
Okay.
And there's something I want to talk about in terms of the others later, but okay. I think his name is Jason. Anyway, Pickett tells Jason, Shepard wasn't even on Jacob's list, which probably was the most interesting line in the whole show. Definitely.
Now he also says, as we mentioned earlier, as soon as Ben, is under, he says, well, I don't remember exactly what he says. Something like, okay, I'm going to go do it now. He's going to go kill Sawyer. And then someone says something. God, man, I suck. I wish.
Well, Jason says, well, Ben just went into surgery, and then.
Oh, right.
And Pickett says, well, yeah, Ben just let one of them, whatever he says.
Ben just let one of them operate on him, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Shepard wasn't even on Jacob's list.
Yeah.
So, this opens up a huge can of worms.
Okay.
With one line. Because, as we said earlier, it sure seems like this whole thing was all about getting Jack over there to do the surgery on Ben. Sawyer and Kate were a bait, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's this line, which I'm desperately clinging to, that suggests that there's more to the story, and that this is sort of Ben's agenda, and that there's some other agenda out there that isn't that.
Yeah. Although, what if Pickett thinks that Michael's name is Jacob? And he's just referencing the list that Michael had, which Jack's name was on that, so that makes no sense.
Yeah. Why would he think Michael's name was Jacob?
Of course I was joking with that.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that is a crazy theory. Wow.
I mean, come on. He didn't get to know the guy that well.
Well, okay, but that's okay.
He looks, Harold apparently looks like a Jacob to me.
Does he?
A little bit.
He looks like a Michael to me.
Whatever. He looks like a Harold to me. Not really, though. He really doesn't look like a Harold.
He really doesn't. I'd never think he was a Harold, but he's a Harold.
I agree. Well, do you want to start musing about Jacob?
Yeah. So let's see. I have a number of questions.
Oh wait, can we finish the episode real quick? Because we're almost done.
Oh, you want to finish the episode and then talk about Jacob?
Yeah, let's just finish talking about what happens real quick, and then we can be done with the episode.
I don't know how much we're going to get out of it. Much like, various mysteries that have been just thrown at us in the past with a tiny line like this. I don't know how much we can glean from it, but yeah, it's the most interesting thing. So, okay.
So the next scene, Pickett goes for Sawyer, and basically almost kills him. And as much as I knew that they weren't going to kill Sawyer, the drama of it was still there for me. So I was still enthralled about, oh my God, Sawyer's about to die. Oh my God, what's going to happen? Even though I knew they couldn't kill him, but I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe they could shoot him in the head and Jack could go save him or something. Get the bullet out. Or
maybe they'll just graze him like it did Locke.
Oh, he's not that lucky. Only Locke is that lucky.
Oh, okay.
And only Shen is that bad of a shot. So, obviously, Jack cuts the kidney sack and basically tells them, Ben has an hour to live, or else he's gonna die. That was a weird sentence. Ben has an hour to live and that they need to, basically get down there and let's start talking. So, blah, blah, blah. He gets on the walkie with Kate and tells Kate, she's got to leave and, remember the story that I told you when we first met, blah, 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 and when you were sewing me up. And do you remember the story, Justin?
I certainly do. That's
okay.
The story from the pilot. It was the story we saw them rehearse in the auditions. It was about the time that he was doing the surgery and he cut something and it came out like angel hair pasta, and then he counted to 5 and let the fear go in, and then after the 5 he stopped and finished and saved her and something. I mean, that's a really crappy version of the story, but
yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, it was his whole story about fear and how he sort of conquered fear, and all he does is count to 5 and the fear goes away.
Right, he lets it in for the 5 count.
Yeah, he lets the fear in for the 5 count.
And that's it.
And that's all you get.
Somehow, like, if you let it in a little bit, then that's the way you can sort of get over it.
Yeah. Well, cause fear doesn't mind. Fear doesn't want to stay too long. As long as it can get a hold of you for a little bit, it's happy. And it just goes away.
Right. Right. So yeah, that's a serious callback to the pilot.
Yeah, I'm surprised they sort of mentioned that.
For people who have been watching from the beginning. That's like one of the first scenes really after the crash.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, that's the story. So tell me this. Is he just gonna let Sawyer stay with the others?
No, he's not. That's what Carlton told me. What do you mean? You act like I knew. You asked me like I knew.
Tell me, because you were in the writer's room when they were talking about this.
I was, and we had tuna fish sandwiches for lunch.
No, I mean, what do you think?
It's weird that Jack, the whole way it happened with Jack telling Kate to get to safety, and he didn't mention Sawyer at all. I don't know if he thought that Sawyer was already. I mean, I don't think he thought Sawyer was already dead or anything like that. And maybe to a certain extent, as some people think that, Jack sort of maybe has a deal with Ben or something weird. I don't know, but maybe the deal is, maybe he has been told that, like, okay, we'll let you let Kate go or something like that, but there's no way in hell Sawyer's getting off or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to rationalize why he didn't mention Sawyer. I don't think. Do I think? I guess there's two questions. Do I think Jack would allow Kate to get away and Sawyer not to? Yes, I think so.
Really? He's that much of an ass?
He's not that much of an ass. I mean, even Sawyer didn't want himself to be saved. You know what I mean? Like, Sawyer, it's this weird.
Whatever. He just says shit.
It's this weird, like, pride thing, and I think when you're in a situation as dire as this, it's like, like you said, hope is really important, and, Sawyer doesn't have a lot of it, and, I sort of believed him when he said, I don't want to be saved, or I don't need to be saved, because at this point, it's like, kill me already, Jesus Christ, like, how much more of this, like, existence can I take? I mean, what am I going to go back to? Being on the island, being chased by Smokey, being sand everywhere all the time, hot and dirty and sweaty, and eating fruit and fish and shit all the time. I mean, that's not the idea of paradise, even though they're sort of in a paradise-like place. So it's like, what do they really have to go back to? You know what I mean? Besides freedom, which is all they have on their island. To a certain extent, it's freedom. So I can see Sawyer ready to cash in the chips and ready to, be like, whatever, kill me. I don't really care. I mean, like, in that whole scene when Kate's like, no, you fight. And he was he sort of resigned to die because he had done all the fighting he could do. It's like an old horse who's run a lot of races, but sometimes you got to put that horse down.
I mean, I hate to even say this, but couldn't he at least have Kate to live for?
Who, Sawyer?
Mm-hmm.
I think he could have Kate to live for, but not in this situation. Not when he doesn't necessarily think that they're going to get out of it alive.
But if they have this opportunity to leave, I mean, you think he'd seriously not go?
I mean, obviously he says that before this whole thing happens with Jack, but I mean, it just depends on how it plays out. I mean, back to the original question. I mean, I don't know how it's going to play out with Sawyer. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I'm surprised that. I mean, maybe it's a situation where Jack wants Kate to be safe, and and barring the Sawyer situation for now, maybe after Kate is safe, Jack is going to negotiate his own safety. I mean, do you think that, to throw a question back at you, do you think Jack is sort of, his idea is that Kate is going to get free, but he's just going to stay there? I mean, because if he stays there, he's going to die. They're going to kill him for what he did to Ben. Whether or not he fixes Ben in the end or not, they're going to try to kill him for that.
Oh, Jack wants to leave, no question.
Jack wants to leave, but why do you think he's orchestrating it like he is then? Like, okay, Kate, like, there's 1 hour, and I mean,
I think he thinks they're not gonna let him go anyway. And so he figures the only leverage I have is to take Ben hostage and negotiate for, Kate's release. And, I guess I just care about Kate, and Sawyer can die or stay here. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I would he let Sawyer just stay there? I think he would. But will he? No. I think there's going to be some sort of way where Kate's like, what about Sawyer or something like that, and I'm surprised she didn't say that before. But then Kate's like, I can't leave without you. I mean, I don't think their escape is going to happen the way they sort of make it seem like it's going to happen. This whole thing with what are they? I mean, like I said, what are they going to do? Take Kate to the boat and like send her back to the island and then like leave her there? I mean, she's going to have the walkie-talkie, with her to tell Jack. And can the walkie-talkie even like, transmit a couple miles away,
See, that's the other part of the problem. Jack doesn't know where they are.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't seem to know where they are.
And Kate doesn't tell him, of course. Why would she?
There's too much going on.
Run, Kate! I can't! Run, Kate! I can't! Like, don't explain why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's the idea. I mean, it would be crappy if if you're like, run, Kate, I can't. We're on a separate island and it's too far. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Lost.
Yeah. I love it. Now that should have been the ending. Oh, shit. Lost.
Like, that would be the worst ending ever.
It's like, no, run, Kate, I can't. Run, Kate, I can't. They cut off my legs. Lost.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man, yeah.
I just want Jack. I want to. Oh, God, I wish this was on like HBO or something where they could be like, oh, shit, Lost.
Yeah. I agree. That's one of the weird things. Like, if you read the scripts, they actually do put words like that in there.
Yeah.
I guess their idea is this is what they would say if it were on HBO. But, since it's not, you just leave those words out. They sort of like put them in parentheses. It's like...
Yeah, it's like for the actors to be able to understand, whatever, and to sort of get that meaning across. Because sometimes you can tell when they would have said a curse word.
Right. So I think, that would be quite an ending.
I'm a little torn and disappointed by the way the show ended. I mean, obviously, we didn't really like the episode that much anyway, which is why we've been talking about it for 3.5 hours.
Right.
Because we hate it so much, right? But I'm a little disappointed in how this whole thing ended with just the idea that Jack is trying to get Kate to escape, but obviously he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't have the full picture. And just, he didn't sort of mention Sawyer. Why not say, you guys escape,
Yeah.
And when you guys get to safety, you tell me the story once you guys get to safety,
Right.
And, and I was going to say maybe he doesn't know that Kate is with Sawyer, but he does know that they're in the cages together. Hopefully he sort of assumes they're together in the cages,
Yeah, well, after he saw them in the cage together, I would think he would assume that.
Oh, that's right. He saw him in the cages, yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't mention Sawyer. I guess just for the drama of the scene, it wasn't really important, I guess. We should write Carlton and Damon and ask them, because I wonder when they record the new podcast.
Or Greg Nations. That's the problem. They record pretty far in advance. I have a feeling it's already recorded.
Yeah, probably.
Because I remember one of the more recent ones, they said they recorded it at the end of October. So it was like a week behind. So I have a feeling it's too late, sadly.
So there's no way to ask that anyone would have asked that question.
Yeah, exactly.
No one saw the episode yet.
Right.
So basically, we could send in the question in, and when the next podcast comes out for the beginning of the season,
yeah, that would be a good time.
That's when they're going to talk about I Do, right? Again, they'll talk about it.
Yeah, and preview the upcoming season. So yeah, that would definitely be the time. So I guess it's worth sending it in now, but I would say send it in later, like January maybe.
How about I'll send mine in now, you send yours in January.
Okay.
And neither of us will do that.
I know.
Okay, so Jack cuts the kidney sack, and which I guess is the same as a kidney, right? I mean, is a kidney sack some other?
Or did you already say that?
I already said that.
Okay.
I'm just really concerned that it's a kidney sack and not cut his kidney, but I don't know.
You're not familiar with the fact that the kidney has a little sack on it?
Yeah, like a satchel, like for when it goes on vacation and has this little stuff. All right, and then I love the guy who comes and goes, should it be bleeding like that? No, it shouldn't. Pop in the face.
Right.
And you shouldn't be this close to me either. Slap. All right. Then we go back to the cages, and Sawyer has Pickett. Sawyer has Pickett. Pretty much almost conquered, and of course, Kate foils the whole plan because she gets caught, and the gun's on her
again.
And it's the same thing that's happened before, just like in the hunting party. When she came and nobody wanted her to come and she got captured.
And the glass ballerina when Sawyer started,
Yeah, it's like, you know what, Kate? Damn, it's like things would have occurred so differently if she wasn't so crappy in these situations.
Yeah, she gets to be the damsel in distress constantly.
She always is. And then I thought Pickett was really, really, really ridiculous towards the end of this episode. His vehemently crazed disdain for Sawyer is so strange. He gets Sawyer on his knees and is about to shoot him, and he tells Kate he wants her to watch, And it's if the point of this is to, take away somebody you love, I just don't understand why you want someone to watch that, I mean, it's not like they killed Colleen on purpose, or they were like, "Oh, Colleen, you're lucky Pickett's not here. We would make him watch you die." It's so
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, does he know what she was doing? I feel like if he knew what she was doing, I mean, he's just being totally irrational.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. He's like, "This is for Colleen," and it's like,
look,
Jesus
bitch,
Christ.
She stormed onto a boat with people with guns who are hijacking the boat from the people who ostensibly owned it. At least
Hey, possession is 9/10 of the law.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Desmond's boat, and he let him use it. So, it was more theirs than it was the others. They're stealing their boat. They're coming on with guns. And you think they have the right to defend
defend
themselves.
themselves. I guess he thinks they don't, or at least they shouldn't have.
What they're just supposed to be like? Oh, okay, bye. Like I don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't care. I mean, obviously he's not being rational, and he just doesn't care how Colleen died. Just the fact that she died. The fact that she died, and she died because of, by the hands of one of them.
Right.
I think is all he is concerned about. I'm just really, confused on why he's taking it out on Sawyer in particular.
Right.
And maybe it goes back to the idea that Sawyer was gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I want to be the one to kill him because they did this to Colleen,
Yeah.
And I guess Jack is out of the question because Ben needs Jack, and I guess Kate's out of the question because she's too Canadian.
Yeah, I know. Kate, whatever. She's a mole. That's why she's out of the question.
She is a mole.
I think if the Lost Ways had kidnapped Colleen and Pickett and then shot Colleen in front of Pickett and then let him go. And, then he went back, and then they captured Jack and Sawyer. Then I'll buy him doing this.
Yeah.
But the way it is now, it's just totally absurd. But yeah, I guess it's process of elimination. But I don't see, I mean, it's still just weird. It seems it seems like they need some drama there, and it seems plausible that he'd be upset about it, so they just sort of took it to an extreme that's a little unrealistic.
Yeah. It was pretty crazy. I just when he said, I want you to watch, jeez. Isn't the point, the point is for Pickett to get satisfaction, not to make Kate upset, right?
Well, so I guess he likes that, he likes it more if not only can he kill one of the people he holds responsible, but he can also take away, someone who cares about someone else, just like he, and in front of them sort of makes it worse, if they have to watch.
So do you think if Kate had said that she did not love Sawyer when Pickett was beating up on him, that Sawyer wouldn't have been as big of a target for his revenge? Since it's about taking away one of these guys love? I mean, barring the idea that they were going to kill Sawyer anyway, I mean, do you think that if Pickett was like, do you love this guy? And she's like, no, I don't love this guy, that it would have been less, I mean, maybe Pickett would have killed him anyway, but it would have been less, less of a big deal.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he likes that that's the case because he gets to take a more exact revenge.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, oh boy. Don't mistake coincidence for fate.
Don't mistake coincidence for Pickett, because coincidence won't kill you.
Hey Pickett, why are you really killing Sawyer? Is it to avenge Colleen, or is it because...
Thank you, Saeed. Oh god, or that was Desmond that said that, but it was a big Saeed. That was a Saeed line.
It is, yeah.
The Saeed.
Oh boy, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it left them in a situation of high drama and tension. So, I mean, to me, it's definitely a mid-season sort of cliffhanger, not a end of the season cliffhanger.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not in the middle of the season, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, by mid-season, I mean at any point during the season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does that include the beginning and end?
Well, no.
That's in the season too.
No, it means at any point in the middle of the season. And by middle, I mean, never mind.
You mean from episode 6 to 6.
Oh dear. No, but I mean, never mind.
Okay, let's talk about Jacob. We're done. Okay, so basically the rest of the episode, Jack gets on the phone with Kay. Oh, you should run. No, I can't. I love you. I can't stay. Oh, I can't go. Blah, blah, blah. And he goes, Kate, damn it, run! And then it's like lost.
Right.
You gotta love that line. Kate, damn it, run!
Yeah.
Okay. Jacob, what's your thoughts?
All right. So I have a list of questions here.
Okay, your thoughts consist of questions. Awesome.
Yeah, this is what I do. You know, it reminds me of last episode with Patchy eye patch guy.
Gag,
Gag,
please.
excuse me. Glass eye guy, I guess that's what that means. Yeah, with that guy, you know, I basically just had a series of questions, and that's basically what I have about.
Okay.
Jacob.
I can answer 75% of your questions.
Okay. Well, let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions. So
Okay.
we'll see how that pans out. Okay, number 1. Who is Jacob? Obvious question.
Jacob is Gag.
All right. Question number 2. How did he make a list?
With a pencil and paper.
Okay, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, how did he get the name? You know, what process?
Question number 3. Did he check it twice?
What? Oh dear. My real question there is, you know, by what process did he obtain the names that he put on the list? Why, whatever names were on the list, why were they on the list?
Question 3.
Okay, you're not going to answer that one.
I don't know. I have no idea.
My next question is, how did the list get changed?
Ben just added the name.
Okay. My next question is, who was on the original list?
I believe it was Kate, Sawyer, and Hurley.
Okay. Next question. How does Pickett know about the original list?
Because he was there when the list, you know, he was. I think all of those guys sort of know the sort of general plan when they were going to sort of, you know, have Michael go and do the whole coup, not a coup, but the whole thing. So I think that's just sort of general other information that they have.
So wait, when I said how did the list get changed, what did you say?
He just added his. Ben said, "No, I want Jack too."
Now, how could Ben have added Jack's name to the list if he was captured? Or did he do it before he got captured?
Yeah, I would say before. Yeah, I would say he did it before.
Okay.
Or he did it during the when he was in the hatch during lockdown or something.
Okay, that's a possibility.
Like maybe he went when he got captured and he had spent all that time with Jack and he messaged back to them. Okay, I finally met Jack and he has a great bedside manner, so I definitely want him to be my doctor and put him on the list. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm thinking. Okay, here's the whole thing. The whole thing with who was originally on the list. I feel like I feel like it was definitely Kate. I'm sorry, Sawyer.
Please
Kate,
don't say Jack.
Sawyer, Kate, and Hurley, because you know, just because all Pickett said was his name wasn't even on the list, that doesn't seem to denote that the list changed dramatically. Just that name was added to the list.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't know what the list was about, you know, and I think this whole thing is really interesting because, you know, you and I in particular want this capturing of the Losties to be more than just about the surgery.
Right.
And for Ben, it seems to be definitely just about the surgery.
Yeah.
So maybe for the others in general, it's more than just that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't understand, you know, and then that leads me to believe that they weren't going to kill Sawyer all along, but maybe they were. I don't know.
Well, because I have to say, I need to say this.
Please
because
say
if Jack was not on the list, then it couldn't have been about the surgery.
Oh, definitely.
Because Jack's the only one that can do the surgery. So if his name wasn't even on the list, then whatever they were going to do with that list had nothing to do with the surgery. There's no way. Just had to say that.
No, I agree.
So another question is, what is the hierarchy among the others? What is Jacob's relationship to Ben?
You know what? Jacob could have been this sort of guy I like to think that was in charge before Ben got in charge. You know, maybe Juliet's husband or significant other, which is part of the reason she doesn't like Ben.
Okay.
You know, maybe Jacob, died or Ben killed him or something like that, or for some reason Jacob's out of the picture. I feel like if Jacob was still around, things would be a little bit different.
Yeah.
And we would have probably seen him by now.
Yeah.
So I don't think Jacob is still around.
Okay.
I think Jacob was the person who was originally in charge. The big part I don't like about my little theory about Jacob being originally in charge is that, Ben is the first person we see giving orders.
I was just going to say that. Ben sure seemed to be in charge at the time of the crash, which is certainly before they knew about Jack.
Definitely. But I think the idea is that, very, very recently before the crash is when the whole change of power happened, And I think that's related to why Juliet was crying when we first see her. And why, she didn't invite, Ben to the book club. I mean, obviously something big happened between the two of them. Cause he says as much. He says, oh, I guess I'm not invited to the book club now, referencing that they have some sort of falling out.
I agree.
And then, when he sort of comes to Juliet and tells her that he needs her help, and it's very sort of formal, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I like to think Jacob was the guy who was originally in charge, and he was the guy who originally made the list. But yeah, I know. How could he make the list when he wasn't in charge when the plane hadn't crashed yet? Good point.
And how did he do it? I don't understand.
Maybe that means, that can't possibly mean that Jacob and the rest of them knew the plane was going to crash, right?
I don't think so.
Right?
I don't think so.
Okay, here's the thing. If Jacob was in charge before Ben, and Ben wasn't in charge till after the crash, or before the crash Ben was in charge, I should say, then that means if Jacob made a list, then that means he knew the plane was coming. That's pretty much the only explanation. To some degree he knew those people were going to be on the island.
How could he know that, though?
I don't want to believe it. So I'm going to go ahead and retract my theory that Jacob was the guy who was originally in charge, because it leads to a path that I don't want to go down. I want to say that, God, I don't know, man. It to me it works better for Jacob to be in charge originally, and Ben to take his place. It makes more sense. But in terms of making when the list was made, it doesn't make any sense. So
yeah,
part of me wants to say that it may be one of those things that just don't quite add up.
Yeah. And then maybe he was originally in charge, but it doesn't quite make sense.
Yeah, and I guess one of the quick questions I want to ask: do you think when Tom mentions him that he's talking about Jacob? I know originally we thought he was talking about Henry, but now that we know about this Jacob character, maybe he was talking about Jacob.
Yeah, one of the theories I've seen floating around there is that that's who Jacob is. But the thing is, Ben talks about him, but if Ben took over, I don't think he'd talk about him.
Or maybe Jacob is ultimately the one in charge. Maybe Jacob, I still don't feel like Jacob is there though, like he's present.
Right. Now, you said he was Mr. Eye Patch, right?
Yeah, maybe he's Mr. Eye Patch.
Now, if he's Mr. Eye Patch, then he's probably in the Flame Hatch, which is probably not where the other's village is.
Definitely.
So I guess that's my theory for now. Is that he really is in charge, and I guess my theory would be that he's supposed to be in charge, but that Ben has sort of done some behind the scenes. Like Ben is an
underling.
Yeah, but still in charge to some extent.
He's like the vice president.
Yeah, something like that, where people do follow him, but that him doing this has sort of superseded or gone above and beyond what this guy's plans were.
Yeah, I think maybe for whatever reason, if Jacob is Gag, then Jacob has some need to be at the flame station or whatever he is, and he can't easily sort of just come back to O-Town or come back to the mini island. And so he's relying on Ben to keep things in order while he's there.
Right.
I can't think of too many compelling reasons why, because I think for Ben to be in charge like he is, to things to be so bad that Juliet wants him dead is really the idea that like, if Jacob is the higher guy, then he's sort of not coming back, or he's not going to be back for a long time, or specifically that Ben has been in charge for a long time.
Yeah.
For things to get this bad, and and for Jacob, if Jacob is gagged, like, if all he is at the flame station, I can't really imagine why Ben would need to be in charge for so long. And what would be so important for, I mean, these are like questions we can't possibly answer, but what would be so important at the flame station that would require Gag's full attention for a lengthy amount of time?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Although I liked, my theory about the flame station is that's where the controls for Smokey are.
Right. Which would be something.
So maybe he's busy using Smokey to, judge Locke and Echo.
Yeah. And the others are very judgmental.
Yeah.
So it would be in line with their philosophy, I think, to have a thing like that. I don't think I believe that, but it's a possibility.
Yeah.
I think I'll give that like 20% of what I don't know.
You just give it 20%.
Yeah.
That's like Ivory soap, 100% pure. Okay, pure what? 100% pure.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, good point.
It's just pure. It's pure.
It's pure, whatever it is, I guess, which is kind of silly because isn't everything pure, whatever it is?
Yeah, even dirt is 100% pure dirt.
Yeah, that's one of those great claims that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I think, to me, various things are... Another thing that's interesting about this line is it shows Pickett not being totally reverent to Ben. Being sort of questioning of his judgment and decisions.
Definitely. Especially in this situation when Pickett doesn't agree with what's going on and he's looking for any reason to go against what Ben is trying to do in relationship to Jack. So.
And he's like, screw this, I'm going to go kill Sawyer. Ben is hopeless. Look at what he's doing. And the guy, he wasn't even on the list to begin with, so I don't know what we're doing. Like, it's I don't know. It suggests that there's something beyond Ben here. And I think that's interesting because it definitely seems like Ben was it. That line really surprised me. I did not expect that line. Did not expect it. Me either. And it saved me. Like if you take out that line, my disappointment in this episode goes down considerably.
Yeah. You mean goes up?
Because it really saved me.
You mean your disappointment goes up?
Did I say down?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait. I said remove that line. Oh, yeah. It goes up. Mm-hmm.
You're more disappointed.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, up. That makes more sense. Because, I mean, I was really depressed when Kate said, yeah, we're just bait and, they just wanted Jack to do the surgery and it just seemed like that was it,
Yeah.
And it was very depressing to me because I thought, God, this is the best they got. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
That's all. I had a tumor. I was dying, and I had to ugh.
I think they're gonna whip something out, man. They're gonna. That sounds really weird to say, but they're gonna pull something out that'll be compelling. I mean, it's Lost. I think at the end of the day, they more often than not satisfy the fans. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be pretty compelling what's going on. I'm glad they have the Jacob line. I mean, that's pretty much what's going to keep me going for 13 weeks.
Me too.
Not whether or not Kate gets off or whatever.
No, because I think it's obvious to me that, well, first of all, Sawyer's not going to die. Yeah. I also think Ben's not going to die.
You really do?
Yeah.
I was going to ask you that, whether or not you thought Ben died, and I got to say, I think he has to die.
I don't think there's any way he's going to die. I think he's going to be around all season. No problem.
I think at some point, the only way to get rid of Ben, in terms of him being on the show, is to have him die.
I agree, but I don't think he's going to die now.
Okay.
I think he may die at some point, but if he dies, I'd say it's way towards the end of the season.
Okay.
I also think that, and this is not spoilers. This is just pure speculation. I think that, I think they're obviously going to escape at some point.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to escape immediately.
Well, didn't Carlton and Damon say in their last podcast that pretty soon we're gonna get they're gonna escape and we're gonna be getting back to the beach? Did they say that?
They did say that, yeah. But I'm gonna make a prediction now.
I say by episode 8 they're escape. I think we're gonna get I think most of episode 7 is gonna be the rest of this sort of scene. I think definitely by episode 9 they're gonna be back at the beach, but I think by 8 they're gonna be done.
I agree. I'll say even 9 maybe. I think they might get out in 9.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
I said 9 at the latest, but I think it's 8.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say 9, and we'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is this initial thing, I don't think is going to work. I think there's something else that's going to happen before they escape.
It's a bad plan that needs to be changed.
Exactly. I want to ask, what is the status? Do you have any idea? What is the meaning of this list?
You already asked me that.
I did?
Well, you asked me how they comprise the list.
Yeah.
I think that's the same question, right?
Sort of.
I don't know what it means when you're on this list. That's the whole thing. It's really asking why do they want these people? And I just, they obviously don't want Sawyer and Kate to do surgery on Ben. Obviously not, right? And they don't seem to want Sawyer and Kate just to help with the building, because to me that doesn't make any sense.
No way.
I really don't know, man. Pickett said it was supposed to be 2 weeks, and it seemed like after 2 weeks they were going to be let go or something, because he said the next 2 weeks are going to be really harsh.
Yeah.
So that sort of implies that, Kate at least will be let go in 2 weeks. Maybe that implies that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I can't even speculate on what why they want these. It doesn't right now. I can't even fathom why.
I think, yeah, I don't know either. I was just hoping maybe you had a 30-second theory.
No, I've been thinking about that a long time. Why? What's the whole point? Carlton Damon said we're going to find out relatively soon why the others take children, and the adults too. And apparently, I guess this is a bit of a spoiler, but it's not that big a deal. Is that we're going to see the kids and we're going to see the flight attendant Cindy again relatively soon too. So I think it all is going to become clear. I think by the time we see the children and Cindy again, it's going to become clear what's really going on.
Yeah, I agree, because I think when they took people in the past, when they took people from the tail section, it was for the same reason Jacob's list was made. That those people were not taken because, we'll take Cindy because you can serve drinks to Ben, or, I get the sense that Jack was taken for this very specific reason, but that, the other people were taken for this general reason that the others take people that we have yet to find out.
Well, Goodwin said as much that they took the good people, right? That was sort of our conceit, is that they're taking the good people, and Sawyer and Kate should not be good people.
They sort of take good people and kids.
Yeah. Well, kids should be good. They're kids.
Yeah.
But
no.
I don't buy that they're taking. If they took the other adults because they're good people, I don't buy that's why they took Kate and Sawyer.
Kate's not bad.
Well, Sawyer's definitely bad.
Sawyer, yeah, well, yeah, he is bad.
I mean, Kate's bad too. She's wanted for federal crimes.
Oh,
she's a felon.
I don't think Kate's bad.
She's a felon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if she confesses to Yimmy, she'd be okay, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think for a bad person, she's pretty good. But Sawyer is a little harder to defend. But, I mean, well then, so maybe none of them were on the list? It doesn't seem like that from what he said.
It doesn't seem like that, and it's like, well, why would you totally change the list? You know, it's one thing to add someone to the list because you're already going to be taking people, but I mean, you would still want the original people you wanted. And it does seem weird that if Jacob was the one who originally instigated the list, that he sort of said, okay, I want these people, and then he like disappears or something.
Yeah.
And he's not there to be there when the people come, or you know, maybe if Jacob is gagged, maybe some big thing happened at the wherever he is that he's got to attend to. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what the 2-week thing is. Maybe Jacob is going to be back in 2 weeks, and so Ben and them had to do whatever they were going to do to these people within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Before Jacob came back and was able to intervene and stop it or whatever.
Right. So they have to, but it's just odd that they're blatantly disobeying this.
Not necessarily disobeying. I mean, it's just basically like, you know, like think about this. What if you know, basically Jacob said, okay, I want Sawyer, Kate, and Hurley. You know, and I only want Hurley so Hurley can send the message back to the rest of the people, right? And then Ben was like, hey, add Jack to the list. You know, whether he told Jacob or not, I don't know, but add Jack to the list, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then while Ben is getting, you know, that scene at the end of season 2 when they're at the dock and they're taking them back to O-Town or whatever, or to the mini island. That's when Jacob has to go and be out of the picture. So that Ben realizes, okay, I got this 2-week window. You know, maybe he was even in contact with it, but I've got this 2-week window, you know, before Jacob comes back and to do whatever it is Jacob originally wanted them for, you know. And so it's not that he's disobeying him. Not like Jacob said, okay, don't do anything to these people until I get back, or don't torture them, and don't, you know, it's not like he's disobeying specifically. But he's got this sort of free reign because Jacob isn't in it doesn't seem like Jacob's in the picture right now. So that's sort of my theory right now, is that was why they had that 2-week limitation. So it's not necessarily that they were going to plan to let them go in 2 weeks. It's just that that's when whatever they were there for is going to start.
Okay.
So they had 2 weeks to do whatever Ben wanted to do.
Yeah, okay. And I have to say, I think that's the way Lost goes usually. You know, whenever we've been in a situation where I think, okay, when we do this, we have to learn everything about that. You know, I thought, in maternity leave, when we saw behind the scenes with the others, I thought, okay, we'll have to learn everything about them in this. It will explain everything if we just see what happened to Claire. Mm-hmm. Right, and it explained only a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, and I felt the same way about this season when they took him. I thought, you know, and they said, well, you're coming home with us, which was a lie, and still irritating.
You know, I agree. I thought, oh my god, well, all we need to do to understand the others is be around them more.
Yeah.
But no,
it didn't work that way. They didn't take them to their home. We did at least get to see it very briefly.
Yeah.
So, you know, at least they showed us their home, even though they didn't take us there and let us stay there.
Yeah.
But yeah, just hanging around the others has not told us very much about them.
No.
You know, only the tiniest hint here or there. You know, and I think that's the way it goes. And I have to say, I think even once we see the kids and we learn a little more about that, I still don't think that's going to be the end of it.
I feel like I'll keep going. Sorry.
I think it might be the end of the season before we have any sort of complete understanding of the others, and I think even then we might not.
Well, I feel like that we really won't see the kids until towards the end of the season. Because I think once we see the kids, I feel like the kids might come, the kids and Cindy might be rescued to some degree. Unless they just, like, decide to want to stay there or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think, I sort of feel like once we figure out what's happening with the kids and stuff, that's when we're going to figure out what the others are doing. And I mean, that might be the end of, figuring out the others. We might not ever get, like, a real complete picture. But I feel like as much as we're going to get by the time we sort of see Cindy and them. Unless it's going to be like a weird thing where we see them in the background and there's no real big deal. We just sort of see them.
Yeah. I mean, I would really like to know what happened with Walt, too.
Yeah. Well, you know what happened with Walt.
Do I?
Well, he told you. They misclued, didn't they say? I mean, he said. Yeah, they made him take tests.
Okay. Was it him talking to Michael?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did he lead Michael into a trap?
Why did who lead Michael into a trap?
Walt.
What do you mean?
He gives Michael these directions that sort of lead him into...
That wasn't... You mean on the computer? We already discussed that probably wasn't Walt on the computer.
Well, that's what I was just asking.
You said you want to know what happened to Walt.
No, but I was just asking if that was him on the computer. And you said yes, but...
I didn't say yes.
I guess you don't think so.
No, you said when okay, I'm sorry. You said when Walt was talking to Michael. I thought you meant that scene where they're in the tent and the fan.
Oh.
Yeah, but you meant on the computer. Sorry. No. I didn't mean that. I don't think that was Walt at all. We already talked about that. It makes no sense for that to be Walt. The way the person on the other end was talking and like the really specific directions he gave that I really don't think Walt would have known to give, and like I don't think in any way that was Walt.
But I want to know more than they made him take tests. I want to know what they were gonna do with him, or what did they think? Why did they take him to begin with? Like, what did they think he was gonna do? What purpose did he? That's what I want to know, and we don't know that.
We know that already. I'm kidding.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm like, man, I'm not watching the right show because I'm missing all these great answers. Yeah, because I think and the Whispers, of course.
No, there's a lot of questions. There's tons of questions that I don't know if the Whispers are really the others. I mean, as far as we've seen them from the others, I really don't think the Whispers are from this group of others that we've seen. So I go back to one of my other mini theories. Is that the Whispers could be, some leftover spirits on the island or something, because we've seen Adam and Eve, and we've seen the Black Rock, and we've seen all these signs of, and the statue. We know there's previous people there, so. And I think what's interesting is that having the Whispers be like spirits or something, as I think. Something that the show might do, since it's more like not really faith-based, but more like more fantasy than sci-fi.
Yeah.
Which I think the show would do. They'd rather do fantasy than sci-fi.
Really? I kind of feel like the other way around.
No, I think they're pretty much against doing sci-fi because I think fantasy people can go. If it's a bit of fantasy, I think people can deal with that versus some science fiction. I know one of the people messaged us, and I think her name was Amanda. I forgot. Somebody asked if or email. Remember that email we got, and somebody referenced the Smokey being a cloud of nanobots, which is a theory a lot of people had, and I sort of like that theory only because my senior thesis was on nanotechnology.
I should mention that Damon and Carlton have specifically said that's not the case.
Yeah, you should mention it because I was just about to mention that. Not
just in the recent podcast, but at Comic-Con and
they've said it. Yeah, they've said it quite a bit that that's not it. Which my point is, I think they're trying to steer as far away from sci-fi as they can.
But they've also said that everything on the show can be explained in realistic terms. So
See, I don't buy that. I don't think that's true though. I don't care what they say. I don't think that's true. You cannot explain smoking in realistic terms.
I agree, but
first of all, what does realistic terms mean? Like, that doesn't necessarily mean real world.
Okay, don't get caught up in my language because that's not exactly what they said.
Okay, well,
so
okay,
don't go.
I thought you were quoting them.
Don't obsess over the word I used. It was that wasn't necessarily exactly it. It was something like that, or maybe in scientific terms, or it was something along those lines, but it wasn't exactly that. So,
well, that's the thing. No matter what they said, anything along those lines, I just can't agree with. I mean, maybe they can do it, but I don't think there's any way in hell you can explain Smokey in any scientific way. I mean, Smokey defies science.
I agree.
I mean, its ability to transform, its ability. I mean, even if it's not really taking other shapes, and if it's just making you think that, I mean, that's not scientific, you know. The fact that it's a cloud of smoke that has, like, tangible abilities, like, that's not scientific. I mean, so, they may mean most things on the show, but they can't literally mean everything, so. And if they do mean that, they're lying.
I agree. But they have made that claim, so. I just wanted to throw it out there.
So
it's problematic.
Did you have more questions about Jacob? I don't think you answered. You had all 7 questions out there, did you?
Oh, I did. I got all out.
Okay. Like I said, right now, I think the only people Jacob could be, because I like to think anytime we hear about a new character, I like to hope it's someone we've seen before in some kind of way.
Yeah.
So it's either Locke's dad, which I don't think it is, or it's Gag, which I sort of hope it is.
Locke's dad?
Hey, would that be the craziest thing ever?
That would be really bizarre.
No.
Anthony Cooper is Jacob. All right. Yeah, no way. I will vote no way on that. Glass-Eye Guy is possible. I
don't buy it either, but I'm saying, hey, it's a possibility, and it's not that crazy.
I would actually buy Jack's dad before Locke's dad.
Jack's dad is dead.
Exactly.
Okay, I guess that's your point. My other theory about Jacob, with this idea that he's away, because he seems to be away, is that maybe he went off the island. You know, since they have the ability to get things off the island, maybe he went for some sort of supply run or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so he's gone for 2 weeks. You know, maybe it takes a week to get whatever they go and a week to get back, or you know, a couple days, and he's going to be there a couple days, and a couple days to get back, or something. So that's my other addendum to my theory about Jacob being gone and why.
A few people have brought up the possibility that he's a mole. Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, that he's Paolo, maybe.
Yeah, Paolo, or whoever else you think might be a mole.
I want to say that anyone that high wouldn't need to go put themselves in that situation, although Ben put himself in a very similar situation, which being exposed.
Yeah.
I don't see why. That's the thing. I don't think he is, because, you know, we saw Ben tell Goodwin and Ethan, you know, basically go be moles real quick.
Yeah.
If Jacob was a mole too, I mean, he would have to. I mean, I could see him maybe wanting to go, like, insert himself into the beach folk after Ethan was killed, but then it would have been too late.
Yeah.
I think. And so he would have to have done it very soon after, and I don't see any reason why he would do that if this is before Ethan died, you know, and Ethan is seemingly, you know, taking care of things. What would be the reason to have a high person like Jacob to go in there? The other alternative is that Jacob isn't higher on the list than Ben at all. It could be that Jacob, that for whatever reason the list was created, that Jacob was more apt to creating the list. You know, I don't know why the list was created, so I can't come up with too many reasons why he would be the one. But I do want to say that just because he created the list doesn't mean he's necessarily in charge of Ben too. He could be an equal, he could be even lesser, but have some sort of ability or knowledge or whatever reason, and that's the reason he created the list.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It seems like his list holds some sort of weight that goes beyond what Ben wants to do to save himself.
Yeah.
that whatever his list was is what the others should do.
Yeah.
But you're right. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's above Ben. I agree. But his list indicates what their agenda should be.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I don't think it's a mole. You got a very good point that that there shouldn't be another mole at this point. I mean,
No.
it seems like it would be too late after Ethan.
Plus Hurley's already done his census, so everyone there was on the plane.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we can pretty much buy that for face value that everyone who's on the beach right now, besides people who've died, obviously, or even the people who've died, were on the plane. So
yeah,
because there was only one. So that's the thing. Even if he was there before Goodwin died, then Hurley would have figured it out when he did the census. And if he showed up, huh?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Ethan.
If he showed up after Ethan died, it just doesn't make any sense because people would have realized, hey, I haven't seen you this whole time in how long was it? Like a month or something, or
yeah,
something weird.
And when you've already had an infiltrator kidnap someone,
exactly,
you're more suspicious,
just a little bit.
So yeah, that wouldn't be very very. I mean, that's why I think when Henry showed up, they were suspicious. I mean, it was they're already, I think, ready for the idea that this person is not necessarily who they claim to be.
Do you think we're going to see Rousseau this season?
Yes.
At some point? It seems like, when you said that, it seems like you knew that for a fact.
Well, last season, at the end of last season, the final podcast, Damon and Carlton indicated that we would see her this season.
Nice. I can read you like a book, man. I can tell by your response, you're like, yes. I'm like, okay, he knows that for a fact.
I wouldn't be that sure of myself if I didn't have some sort of confirmation to back it up.
That's what I thought.
Otherwise, I would say, yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, you do that.
Or no. Or maybe.
I do want to mention that we're at 4.5 hours right now. And
we're pretty much done with the episode.
Yeah, but what's funny is that, we didn't think we could get 2.5 hours out of this episode, and we've gotten twice that.
We were wrong.
Hopefully it's been a good 4.5 hours, because we're not done yet, folks. One of the things I want to mention, I had another question about Rousseau. I guess this is something we could definitely talk about later, but I was thinking, if Alex is really Rousseau's Alex, which most likely it is, especially at this point since we've seen so damn much of Alex. Yeah. If they ever get reunited, what exactly is going to happen? I mean, do you think Alex is really going to go live with Rousseau in the jungle after sort of having this sort of, somewhat normal life with normal, conveniences of the modern world,
Yeah.
Would she really say, "Oh, mom, oh, blah blah blah," and and go live with Rousseau in the jungle?
Yeah.
Trapping people and creating...
I don't think Rousseau's really cut out to be a mom at this point either.
Yeah.
I think she's a little too crazy.
Yeah.
I know she'd be very happy to see Alex, but I think the reality of sort of acting that way is she can't really handle it anymore. But they have set up Alex as being sort of a what's the word? Not being happy necessarily with her situation and what the others are doing.
Yeah.
So I think they've sown the seeds for her leaving. If they wanted her to leave. I think, but I can't see her just going to live with Danielle. That just seems ridiculous.
Yeah. I think what's going to happen is, I think after they get reunited, and I feel like they will, I don't know if it's going to be a obvious reunition, I wanted to say. That's not
reunition. I like that. Reunion, maybe.
An obvious reunion. Oh, not reunioning. An obvious reunion, maybe it's just that they sort of realize it and maybe, I don't know what my point is, but, my point is this.
Maybe they'll just take like a long look at each other and
yeah, and sort of realize But I was thinking maybe after they reunite, Russo just dies, like for whatever situation they reunite in, it's sort of traumatic or whatever. And
yeah,
Russo dies, which would sort of because I think at a certain point she needs to die. I don't think she needs to be traipsing around on the island in the background for the next couple seasons.
Yeah, and that would be the perfect time for her to die.
It's the perfect time for her to die
because it's her big problem.
Exactly, and she fixes it. She gets to reunite with Alex.
She can know that Alex is okay.
And had a good life.
And so, now her biggest, conflict in life is sort of resolved. And I agree. If we get a Danielle episode this season where she's reunited with Alex, I think it's very likely that she'll die.
She's gonna die. All right, we're done with the episode. We're gonna go to our other mini segments, and I've got a couple things I want to bring up. I guess I'd like to bring it up now since we're still sort of talking about the main plots of the episode.
Okay.
The Josh Meister, who does Josh Meister's Lost podcast.
Yeah.
Which is another podcast out there.
Haven't had the pleasure.
Yes. Well, I haven't listened to his podcast either. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts. But he created this list, which if any of our listeners want to check it out, his website is thelostmeister.blogspot.com, and he created this list, whose side is who's on whose side.
How do you spell Meister?
Meister.
Okay.
Very German.
Indeed.
He created this chart and a list to go along with it, sort of his theories on who's on whose side. And the executive producers have stated that there's two factions of others, and he split the factions into Ben's side and Juliet's side. And I'll go over quickly the list and some of his points. He most of his points make sense. He sort of basically lists which others are on which person's side and reasons why. And a lot of them are, very tangential, and a lot of other ones sort of make sense. For Ben's side, he has Alex, Mrs. Clue, Goodwin, Tom, Adam, who you remember from the book club, who was upset that Juliet picked Carrie.
All right.
And Matthew, who I believe was the guy who was helping with do the Sawyer pacemaker thing. And then on Juliet's side, you got Pickett, you've got Colleen, you got Amelia, who was the old lady who we saw at the beginning of the season during the book club meeting, who sort of took up for Juliet. We've got Jason, who's sort of Pickett's right-hand man. And in the middle, we have Ethan and we have Carl. And basically, it's sort of I don't know what you call it, a distribution to where, the people on the left side of this sort of chart, they have the strongest evidence to support the people that they're grouped with. The people on the right side, the same. The people in the middle, being Ethan and Carl, it's the least evidence to support whose side they're on. And I would kind of agree with Ethan, just in general, that he doesn't seem like he would be on any one particular side. But I would say Ben more than anyone else's.
It's written here, he followed Ben's orders to infiltrate the camp, but he was also working on Juliet's plumbing. Which I don't think is that big of an issue. Oh, I don't either, but that's what it says.
Yeah. Like I said, he has points for each person. So I just thought people might want to check it out. It's cool to just sort of graphically see who might be linked to whom.
And Colleen's on Juliet's side?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Loyal to her husband. Okay. I guess that's why.
But I might want to say that there might be some sort of, drama because of the fact that Colleen is on Ben's side, yet she's with Pickett. And, I don't really think she's on Juliet's side because, they had that look. They had that exchange, that scene, Well, they didn't really seem like they were playing for the same team.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when I saw her over there.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Amelia.
Anyway,
Oh boy.
yeah, I think Josh was reaching when he put Amelia on this, but.
Well, who cares whose side Amelia's on?
Hey, Amelia might be Jacob. Maybe Jacob is short for Jacobina. It's Amelia Jacobina Westlake. I don't know.
She's calling the shots? Yikes.
She's calling the shots.
God.
Oh, no, she looks hardcore.
You guys gotta see this picture. You'll never buy that she's doing anything.
Yeah, she's this old lady, and she's got like little pearls on or something. I don't know. Oh, it's funny. But, anyway, you guys should check it out. It's kind of interesting to see the lostmeister.blogspot.com. Thank you, Josh, for, putting that together. It's kind of cool to see and think about, where the dichotomy is, or what the dichotomy is. So.
Yeah. It's a good thing to do. I'm definitely curious. Definitely curious.
Are you curious?
I'm very curious.
I'm very curious. I got some other stuff to talk about.
Excellent.
I wanted to mention some of the comments we got on the blog. We've been getting a lot lately, which we obviously love, and thank you guys. Yeah, we thank you guys for doing that.
I appreciate it. I read them.
Joe and some others have said, if I Do was just another episode, it would be fine, but the fact that it was touted as, the fall finale, which is what you said earlier, Justin, that it was built up so much that, it couldn't deliver and it didn't deliver. So that's why I think it seems worse than it actually was, because we just expected so much.
Yeah. But after talking about it more, I don't think this is as bad as Further Instructions.
I don't think it is either. There's a lot going on here. I mean, we've talked about it for a while.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as bad as Further. At first viewing, I thought it was as bad as Further Instructions. I think it was probably just as much of a letdown as Further Instructions was, but not bad as an episode.
Yeah.
Because we built up Further Instructions too. I don't know why though, but I think we just built that up for no reason. Because Further Instructions. Ooh, it's gonna be Further Instructions, but no.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a great.
I thought it was gonna be a big episode too. I don't know why. I'd like to officially. I don't know if anyone else out there has done this because I don't traipse the forums too often. But I'd like to. Since Jack, Kate, and Sawyer, we have to say those three names so many times because of the situation. I think we should just call those three SCAC. Can we call them SCAC?
Well, okay, wait. What are you saying?
SCAC. SKACK.
SCAC. Ugh.
Yeah, you like that?
Ugh.
Or do you want Scacker?
Scacker? Ugh. They're both gross.
Yeah, the other alternative is Jateyear.
Ugh.
Yeah, Jateyear. I didn't like Jateyear, but I like SCAC.
Ugh, you got some scack on you.
Yeah, it's a pretty gross word, but
your scack is showing.
Oh God, let's not do that.
It's really gross.
That's enough out of you.
It's disgusting. I don't think I can say that word very often. I hope they escape soon, so we don't have to.
There we go. That's the thing. We'll just have everyone say SCAC all the time, and maybe the executive producers will hate it too. And they'll hate hearing about SCAC, and they'll write them being rescued sooner because they don't want to hear SCAC anymore.
SCAC. Oh God, that's so gross.
Well, you know me.
I want to say something before we get off again. This is basically along the same lines as what I said at the beginning of the podcast, but I want to say something else. Related to that, real quick. Okay. I think as Lost goes on, we're slowly uncovering the answers to these mysteries that were set up, very early on.
Yes.
And generally the answers that we get are kind of disappointing relative to the buildup of the mysteries.
Yes.
Like for example, when the light lit up on the hatch in Deus Ex Machina, that was like the coolest thing ever. The explanation of it is really
Desmond going to the bathroom.
Yeah, is a serious letdown. That's just one example among many. I think, like when I watch a lot of movies where mystery is a component, and I really like that. But a lot of the movies that I watch, the mysteries sort of remain unsolved, or they're solved in a weird way where you don't really know what to think,
Yeah.
And
definitely.
I get the sense that a lot of times setting up mysteries and making them seem interesting is sort of like one thing that's really cool to watch, but actually resolving a mystery in a way that satisfies the build-up, I think is really hard to do. And I think Lost is getting in that situation where they set up and built up a lot of these mysteries so much that they're almost buckling under the weight of trying to explain them in a way that lives up to the build-up.
Yeah, it's that reminds me of something Joe said on the board. He says he likes having island mysteries more than he likes solving island mysteries.
Yeah.
And I sort of think that's true. I mean, it's fun to hypothesize and theorize, okay, why is this and what is Smokey about and blah, 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 but you're right. It's like the buildup is so big. If they ever tell us what Smokey is, I really don't think it's going to be that compelling.
I agree.
I mean, even if it's a cloud of nanobots, even if it is the spirit of the island, even if it is whatever, it's just, it can't really be that compelling. I really think, and I hope, that the bigger mysteries of the island will go unsolved, even though it's going to sort of, part of me is going to hate that.
Yeah.
Not getting a real answer. But I think part of me is going to enjoy the fact that we don't really get a definitive answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think everybody has that dichotomy. I think some people maybe genuinely don't enjoy it. But on some level, you want these answers. You're like, give me answers. But at another point, when you get the answers, it's not nearly as interesting as the speculation. And I think what's cool is like hinting at things and giving like partial answers and, enough to sort of fuel speculation, but not sort of coming out and saying everything, because I think that's the most fun. That's what we do on this podcast, is sit here and speculate. So,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I hope that, I forgot what I was going to say.
I guess I worry that when it comes down to the end of this, they're going to try to explain everything, and it's just going to be very, very underwhelming.
I don't know if they will, though. Like I said, I hope that they'll just explain. Oh, yeah, I hope they'll just explain, the little stuff. That was what I was going to say, is that I hope that they, like, things like the others and why they want, the SCAC. And
got to use it in a sentence.
I got to use it. Why they want SCAC, and things like that. I think that's the kind of things they should and hopefully will give us the answers to. Because it's like a mystery, but they can give us the answer to that, and it won't be that big a deal. What the island is really about, and what Smoke is really about, and what do the numbers really mean, that kind of thing. I don't want the answers to, I don't mind hinting at them and helping us get closer to figuring it out. I mean, to me, that's the best mystery is something that's really big and puzzling, but you can get clues that'll help you piece together a logical conclusion. And, for yourself, you have the satisfaction of saying, okay, well, I think Smokey is this based on this information. You don't actually get confirmation from the creators, but you're happy with the answer that you've come up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's, to me, that's sort of like the best you can do with those kind of things. It's just like, get enough information to where you're happy with whatever you can come up with. And, but you don't need the writers to come out and answer it for you. Because then you're going to be disappointed,
Yeah. I agree. Cause I think it would take I don't know, some sort of crazy genius to sort of come up with an answer that sort of outdoes, your imagination about things.
Yeah.
Your imagination of the possibilities. An answer is more interesting than that. I think that's really rare.
And that's the other thing is that, like you said when you were paraphrasing, apparently, that everything on the island can be explained in real world terms. And I think if they actually do that, it's not going to be that interesting. If they're like, well, the plane, crashed because of, the magnetism, but it really crashed because of this, and because the island is cognizant and it wants this, and it wants this for Locke because Locke did this, and, if they actually explained it in real world terms, it would be really boring.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it would be great in terms of getting the explanation, but it would be like, ugh, okay, I'm done with that. On to Daybreak.
Oh, God.
Give me some Desperate Housewives, please. Come on, they're desperate.
Yeah.
Wait, they've been on for like 3 or 4 years. Are they still desperate? Have they had any hope yet?
No.
Maybe they can have a spin-off called Hopeful Housewives.
No. If they stop being desperate, they have to cancel the show.
That's why it's a spin-off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like at the very end of Desperate Housewives, like some of them get some hope, and then like they have a spin-off show where the hopeful ones like start a they get a restaurant together or something, and it's all about the crazy antics of them running this restaurant.
Wow, that sounds really...
Yes, I got a future in TV. I know I do. And my future in TV is watching it.
Oh, God.
All right. Vargas asked if Jack and Ben were in on something. Does Ben know about Juliet's plan? What do you think about that? Oh, really?
God, yeah, I'm thinking. I think, okay, here's what I think. Let's see. Okay. I hate taking a stand because I'm not necessarily good at knowing what's going to happen. But okay, here's what I'll say for now. I think Ben knows to a certain extent that Juliet's not entirely happy with him and his way of doing things.
Definitely.
So there's that. Does he know specifically what she did with the video and what her plan was for Jack and all that? I'm going to say no.
Okay, I want to say no too.
For various reasons that I won't name.
Please don't name them, and I have similar reasons that I won't name either.
No, I guess... I mean, he let Jack operate on him. Reason number one.
Yeah. Part of me felt like he was calling Juliet's bluff, though. Like, if he did know about what was going on, that he was sort of testing to see if... Because, they have this whole thing that they haven't talked about in a couple episodes, but about knowing them, and I know you, son, and I know you, Jack. So maybe, I mean, obviously Juliet thinks Jack's capable of doing it, but maybe Ben knows that Jack isn't capable of, sort of purposefully killing him. Mm-hmm. So maybe if he does know, which I don't really think he does, but if he does know, he's okay with letting Jack do it. I mean, what alternative does he have, really? To die a painful death from his big tumor? Or, let Jack operate on him since Jack says yes, and just hope that Jack doesn't have, the whatever it takes to kill him,
Well, so maybe the tumor's fake and it's all part of the con.
You know what? That tumor looked really plasticky to me. Yeah, I think that was Acme fake tumor. You can order that online.
Acme
fake tumor.
Oh, God. I mean, if it's on Lost, it should be Dharma brand tumors.
No, Dharma didn't make that. Actually, that's the thing. It was Acme brand, but Dharma put their logo on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How about that?
That's all they do, really. They don't make
do.
stuff so much as slap a label on it.
Slap a label on it. They're like Dell. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Dell doesn't do that.
Oh,
Dell doesn't. Ooh.
Oh, I just realized what you said.
Yeah, yeah. It's not easy to diss a major computer manufacturer. It's hard to get that diss in there. I don't think that's true. Anyway.
I'm not disparaging the Dell company. They make fine quality products. Yeah, I recommend you all go buy them.
This podcast is brought to you by Dell. Okay. Let's see. Do you think? I guess you already said. Do you think Ben will die or will he live?
Oh. Here's what I want to say. If he knew about it, why wouldn't he like do something to Juliet? I mean, that's a pretty serious plot there.
Do what? Well, first he's concerned by getting his tumor taken out, and like I said, he doesn't have much of a choice. Either he, doesn't take Jack up on his offer and dies in a couple of days or a week or whatever. I guess he said a week, and then, or maybe he didn't say a week, but he said whatever. He's gonna die soon, and then, or he lets Jack do it, and then hopes that Jack. See, I think Ben knows that Jack really doesn't have what it takes to just kill him.
Yeah.
And I really don't think Jack does. I think he could be pushed to that point, maybe. But I think who he is intrinsically, naturally, he's not that kind of person. I mean, he's a healer. He's a healer. So, I think Ben may be under the idea, if Ben does know about what Juliet did with the cards and the videotape, he's saying, okay, I don't have much of a choice. If Jack's gonna say yes, which I want him to, then, I'm gonna bank that he'll heal me like he, says he will. And then I'll deal with Juliet afterwards. If it comes to that. That's my thing. So
I think that's possible, but I don't think he knows.
I don't really think he knows either. I find it hard pressed that he wouldn't know. I feel like, he went to go take his trash out one night and he saw a whole bunch of all those cards Juliet had like in the dumpster. And he's like, what is this?
Yeah, that was pretty dangerous. And the weird thing about that video that I didn't bring up is that it looked like she was in the house.
I know, that's what I was saying. It looks like, that's what I was thinking. Like, it looks like she was in her house recording that.
Which means that she didn't record it anytime soon. Which doesn't make any sense. I mean,
What do you mean?
I mean, how long ago could she have recorded that,
Well, it could be recently. I mean, how long does it take for them to get to O-Town?
I mean, you think she really goes there, like, back and forth all the time?
I think if she needed to record that, well, that's the thing. I don't think she could have recorded it at the Hydra station. There's too many cameras around.
I agree.
I think she could have had an excuse. I mean, even if she might not even need an excuse, but she could have come up with an excuse why she needed to go back to O-Town, or maybe she could just go on her own accord, She went back to O-Town and did it, It shouldn't take that. I mean, if they have a boat or a sub, it shouldn't take too long to go a couple miles. And then, of course, she probably has to, like, walk from the beach to where they were, sort of inland. But,
yeah,
she could do that in a couple hours, several hours, maybe in 6 hours or so. Something like that.
Okay.
Over, it looked like daytime, but, whatever. She could have done it.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing, the creators aren't very big on those details, as we learned from the Hurley photo.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the fact that it looked like it was in her place and it was daytime and all that stuff doesn't really matter.
I agree, but I had to bring it up.
So do you think Ben is gonna die? You said no. You don't think Ben is gonna die anytime soon?
No way.
Okay.
No way.
I think
he's
yes.
going to continue to be a character. I don't think they're going to kill him that quick. No way.
See, I feel like this is an ample time to kill him because, first of all, I'm sort of getting tired of him. Second of all,
how can you possibly get tired of him? He does the same stuff all the time.
Yeah, I know, right? He's the same. He's one note Joe for the last 10, 15 episodes we've seen him in. No, I'm getting tired of him, but I think the fact that they reference Jacob at this point is interesting because Jacob could come in and be sort of the new whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I think Jacob is going to be as evil as Ben, but that they're going to take this whole thing in a new direction. And I think this might be a good point. Like we said, it doesn't seem like they're going to really be able to escape from what Jack is setting up now. So I could see like Ben dying, Jack trying to get them to escape and it doesn't work or whatever. And Ben ends up dying, and then Jacob comes back and takes over things, and then things go in a pretty different path with Skak, and then eventually Jacob lets them go because I feel like Jacob isn't as hardcore as Ben is, but that's assuming Jacob's in charge.
Yeah.
So I think it could go either way, you know.
I think we have more to learn about Ben. I don't think we're done with him by any means. So I think it's too early to kill him. I don't think there's any way they'll kill him now. I mean, no way. Because
No
okay,
way.
and let me ask you this: under what scenario would he die? Would Jack just let him die? I mean, that sucks for his plan because
Well, it could be what? I mean, what'd you say?
well, I'm just saying like once Ben's dead, Jack has nothing.
Well, that's not true. He still has to deal with Juliet. I mean, he seems to be circumventing that deal as of now. But he still had.
Yeah, this was not part of the plan. Her plan was, he dies, make it look like an accident. When he cuts his,
yeah,
I mean,
kidney sack.
It doesn't look like an accident anymore. So he's not following through with her plan.
No, I agree, but he's still basically like, if in the end Ben is dead, I think he could still sort of cash in those chips. And I mean, it might not work, but he could still sort of say, okay, I need you to help me, blah blah blah. But
well, and you think Juliet's going to be able to help him after that? Like, I don't think so. I think the key thing for Juliet's plan was that it was an accident.
But that's the thing. Depending on why they wanted Skak anyway, like Juliet may not even have helped them in the first place. She could have just been saying that, And she never said she was going to get him off the island. She just said, "I'll protect you." They could have just, thrown Jack back in the aquarium cage. But of course, the idea is that they only wanted Jack for Ben, and if Ben is dead, they don't need Jack anymore. That doesn't mean they're going to give up Kate and Sawyer. So my point is, I don't know if her plan was going to work anyway, and Jack may have realized that she might not have any real power to do anything, even if Ben is out of the picture.
I think that's a fair point, but I don't understand what are you disagreeing with me about?
I don't think I'm disagreeing about anything, am I?
Okay. All right.
No,
I didn't get the sense
saying,
you were, and I was waiting for the part where you disagreed.
No, you were saying that Jack can't go along with Juliet, that wasn't Juliet's plan, and that Juliet won't be able to help him, especially at this point. I was just saying, I don't know if she was ever able to help him. So
well, I would say like if there really is a hierarchy where she's next in line and Ben dies by accident, then I think, she maybe is in a position to say, okay, well, they served their purpose. We can let him go now.
But do you really think that, like, okay, Ben dies, right? And all of the people who are under Ben, or with Ben, are really mad and pissed off. And, of course, Juliet, if it was the original plan, Juliet's like, oh, he didn't do it on purpose, blah, blah, blah. It was an accident. It's complicated surgery. She's protecting him.
Yeah.
But do you really think that, especially Pickett, you think Pickett would let Jack go after Jack botched the surgery? Pickett or any of the others would really say, oh, okay, Juliet, I know you're next in line. We're going to listen to you now. I think no, they're going to be like, we're still loyal to Ben and what Ben wanted,
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it going the way you said, but I still think that there's so much writing against Juliet having any control in, like, any scenario. Like, I think most scenarios, Juliet's plan's not gonna work.
Juliet's got murder in her heart.
She will shoot you.
I agree. But my point was supposed to be, I don't know if I expressed it very well. My point was supposed to be, if Ben dies, Jack doesn't have any, bargaining chips. He doesn't have anything left to bargain with.
He does.
There's nothing stopping them from just coming in and putting him back in the cage.
Jack's got his eyebrows.
Oh!
Yes. And he's gonna raise those eyebrows really high. And that's gonna scare them all off.
It is scary.
It is a little scary.
And by that I mean charming.
And by charming I mean scary. Does he have any bargaining chips left as Ben is dead? He goes, well, in this scenario, probably not, because he's like, hey, I just, put Ben's life on the line. And I was thinking, you were asking me how would it happen or something that he died, that he would just let him die. And I was thinking, if he depending on how long, I mean, if this plays out the way it seems that it could, with Kate and or Sawyer really trying to get back to the island, and then, they got that hour, if it's getting too close to the end, and then, even if Kate says, okay, I'm safe now, and Jack tries to go fix Ben, it could just get to the point where it's been too long, or, it's bleeding too much, and he can't sew him back up, and, I mean, I could see him dying, I could see Jack pulling this stunt with the idea that he can save him, and he's just sort of not able to save him after a certain point, and that's how Ben dies. So it's like, he didn't mean to kill him, but he was definitely negligent, in his surgery. But he didn't specifically mean to have him killed. Not that I think that's gonna, get him off in terms of the others, but the real question here is, do you think the island is moving?
No.
Okay. That was a question in the official podcast.
Yeah. What did they say about that? They
basically said they basically did the thing where it seems like their answer is no. They're like, well, how would it move? Oh, if it was on the back of a turtle, a giant turtle, it could move.
Yeah.
Like, they were basically saying, like, how could it? Which doesn't necessarily mean no, but the way they were doing it made it seem like no.
That back of the giant turtle thing, I think that's a Stephen King reference.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Damon said that.
Yep, he did. It's in It. If you want to find out what he means.
Well, what does he mean? Tell me. I don't want to read the whole book for one reference.
Oh, it's too big. I can't explain it.
Did somebody or something get somewhere on the back of a giant turtle?
Well, God. The turtle thing is intimately tied in with, like, I can't explain it.
I didn't see anything about a turtle in the movie.
Yeah, the turtle didn't make it in the movie, but it's a big part of the book.
I guess it's not that big a deal if it's not in the movie.
The movie missed a lot in the book.
Yeah, I was kidding. Okay.
I knew that, but I felt the need to... Anyway. It's very interesting. The turtle and the creation of the universe and the coming of it, and there's all sorts of interesting things there, and I think that's what he's referring to. I know he's a fan, so.
Wow. Thanks for that one.
Yeah.
So, what's next, buddy? I'm done with my little, whatever that segment was.
That was your, I don't know what that was.
That was my Claude wants to talk some more about some couple things.
Yeah, these are weird segments. I forgot I want to say something about the episode and...
Oh, it was Justin has something critical to say about the episode.
Yeah, there you go.
Very long titles.
Yeah. And like general criticism, I guess. Anyway, I want to say this is a spoiler.
Okay, so we're going to go into our spoiler section, guys.
Yeah, I want to throw this out there. I've really been wrestling myself whether I want to say this on the podcast. Well, not so much on the podcast, but to you.
Yeah, because I was just going to say, I don't know if I want to hear this.
Yeah.
Because I don't like spoilers. You know, that whole thing, like that video, the little lost interactive web maze thing, like the video that they had, like, it was very hard for me not to watch that, and I haven't watched it, and I won't watch it.
But I will tell you that this specifically relates to that stuff.
Okay, I don't want to hear this. Well, okay, tell me what it's about. Like, is it about, Smokey, or is it about the numbers? What is it about?
It's about the numbers.
And is it about where they came from, or is it about what they do? Or both?
Neither. It's about... Let's see. How can I explain what this is without giving it away? I have no idea how to tell you what this is without giving it away. It's really hard to describe, or at least I'm having extreme difficulty. Let me.
Is this one of the things that you wish you didn't know?
Yes.
Okay, you cannot tell me if you wish you didn't know. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me.
Okay, I won't say it. Let me say this, just for the people listening. If you want to know what I was going to say, you can go to Greg Nation's section on the fuselage. Someone.
Well, I was gonna say you can say it on the podcast. I'll just not listen real quick.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
So Justin, you're gonna go ahead and say the spoiler thing that I don't want to hear and that you wish you didn't know. But I think some of our fans out there might want to hear it. So I don't want them to be deprived because of my own whatever. So if you're out there, guys, like me, you don't want to hear this. Justin says it's gonna be about a minute or so.
Yeah.
So I would say fast forward about a minute, in just a second, and, you won't have to hear it. I'm gonna not listen to Justin say this, cause I don't want to hear it. So, go ahead, Justin. I'm gonna not listen for a minute.
Okay. So, I read this on the fuselage, and I thought that I should share it with you. So basically the story is this. The meaning of the numbers will never be revealed in the show. Okay? They're never going to address it. Greg Nation said this in a post on the fuselage. So, if you want to know what the numbers mean, you need to go watch the Lost Experience video. That's basically it. I think it's kind of sad, although the meaning of the numbers is not as interesting as I'd like it to be, so maybe it's for the best. But that's basically it. It's basically it's a spoiler about what's going to happen. So,
all right. So I'm back. Justin has said the thing, and what's really funny is that I actually only overheard him say it because my phone headset was still going, and I heard a little bit of it, and it turns out to be the whole thing. Well, I won't say it because some of you may have fast forwarded and didn't want to hear it, but let me just say that I had heard it, and I don't really care that much. So it was pretty funny that we went through all that trouble for me not to hear it. But
right.
Anyway.
I think for some people, maybe it'll be a bigger thing.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, what else? Are we talking about the official podcast now?
I thought we already did.
Oh, well, I didn't talk about those two things I wanted to mention.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. Okay.
No, I didn't. First thing I wanted to mention that one of Carlton and or Damon said, or just one of them, not both, is that Juliet is not a fully indoctrined other. I thought that was and that's a quote. I thought that was a very interesting thing to say.
Did they really say that?
She is not a fully indoctrined other.
They really said that?
Yes, they said that.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
I did not hear them say that.
Yeah, it means that it sort of explains why she's not on the same page as Ben is, because she's not fully indoctrinated. She's not totally down or brought up to speed or coerced or made to believe whatever their real big goal or plan is.
Wow.
So it's no wonder she's against Ben. It's no wonder that she wants to change. She's not really one of the others in the way that Ben is. Which might mean that the group of others that Ben is with may be the ones who were there for a longer time or since birth or whatever Ben claims. He's been there his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And then Juliet and some of the others may be newer people. Maybe they're the descendants of Dharma, or something like that. So, or left over from Dharma or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was a pretty big thing. The other thing, which was really interesting and really sort of makes me mad to a really big degree.
Oh boy.
Is they basically say Nikki and Paolo are basically just diversions. Because they knew when they were writing when they were going to kill off Echo, that ABC was going to have all these promos saying, tonight someone's going to die. So what they wanted, so they introduced Nikki and Paolo a couple episodes before Echo dies, so that we would think that, when they say someone's going to die, it's going to be one of these new people, Nikki and Paolo. Oh, it's not going to be that big a deal. and then they wanted us to be really surprised when it's Echo. That, from what I gather, is pretty much the only reason we get Nikki and Paulo. At least it's the reason we get them when we do. Even if they have more stuff for us for Nikki and Paulo, the reason we see them when we do, the reason they're introduced when they are, is because it's supposed to be a diversion from when Echo dies. Can you believe that?
You know, I guess. Although in their own podcast, they said it wouldn't be them.
Did they? But did they say that? They said that before Echo died?
Yeah, the week before they addressed the promos, they said, "So, Damon, in these promos, it's saying somebody's gonna die, but it's just gonna be one of these new red shirt people, right?" No, Carlton. It's actually going to be a major character that we've known for a long time. You know, they said something along those lines.
Maybe they were trying to be backwardsly facetious. And we were supposed to believe it was going to be a red shirt.
Oh, yeah, well.
I don't know. It's hard to take them sometimes.
Yeah, I know. They do have a history. I mean, a lot of the stuff they've said has come true. But, so, yeah, a lot of times they're so, I don't know what the word is, playful or something. That
like aloof.
Yeah.
Purposefully aloof.
It's hard to know what they're serious about and, you know, what's just pure frivolity.
Yeah, they're
for lack
crazy.
Of a better word.
Well, anyway, I just thought that was weird. It's, you know, and I'm going to be a little peeved if they don't really ever do anything major with Nikki and Paulo, because I feel like that's a waste of time. You know, I mean, obviously they can do whatever they want with this show, but
I think they're going to do something more than I think maybe, you know, in that episode they wanted people to think that's who was going to die, but I don't think that's their whole plan for the characters.
Yeah. We'll see.
I think they
you don't think Paulo
I think
they've
even said as much on another podcast.
You don't think Paulo and Nikki has had a good arc so far? You know? I think their arc has been really interesting. Going from oh wait, they've done nothing. Alright,
Yeah.
I'll buy that. So, okay, we're done with that. What else are we talking? I think that's it. Are we
I
done?
think we're going to get a Nikki Paulo flashback at some point this season.
A picky
Yeah.
picky flashback?
Picky. I mean, they may
Picky.
not be together, but one of the two, at least.
Yeah. Who do you think, let's place your bets, you're betting, man. Who do you think will show up and who do you think of the main cast will show up in a picky flashback first? I'm gonna say Locke.
I was just going to say Locke.
Because Locke is everywhere.
I know.
He's always got all kinds of jobs and all this stuff.
Yeah. Locke's ubiquitous.
I got another question for you.
I was trying to figure out where they live, and I'm thinking, maybe California, so maybe Locke's there.
Yeah.
Um,
They should live in everybody lives in LA pretty much. Except for Saeed. And Sawyer, I think. But,
and Kate, and I think several people don't live in LA, but,
oh, Kate didn't live anywhere. She was on the run.
well, so in particular, she didn't live in LA.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because she didn't live anywhere. Anyway, what do you think about, oh, now I forgot my question.
Claire, Charlie.
Oh. What do you think, you think anything's gonna happen more with Nadia and Saeed?
Oh,
I
dear.
I don't know what could happen, but.
Yeah, me either. What could? They can't, nothing. What can? Okay. Stop.
Maybe, what if we find out Nadia is one of the others and she's there hanging out?
No fucking way. How about this? Maybe she gets in touch with Penny and they both go to find Desmond and Saeed together.
Yes, and Penny and Nadia have gotten married and they want Saeed to be the third in their open marriage.
Oh my.
No, they want Saeed and Desmond in their really open marriage.
What would that be? Ninny? Not Denny?
Nitty. No, wait. Nadia and Penny. How about Padia?
Padia? Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know why doing that makes things gross.
It pretty much does. You combine names and it just makes them gross. What's Claude and Justin? Like Cluston?
Ugh.
Or Jod?
Ugh.
Yeah, that's not good. Neither one of those is good.
No. Wait a minute.
About
What was your new question?
Carlton and Damon.
Oh.
Darlton?
Carlton? Oh, that's stupid. Why did I say that?
No, it'd be...
Darlton.
You put an L in Carlton. What was that supposed to be?
I don't know.
Here, this is how you add Carlton and Damon. You put an L in Carlton.
Maybe that's Claire and Carlton.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Damon and Carlton would be...
Darlton.
Darlton and
Clayman.
Yeah. Wait, not an L. It'd be Cayman. There's no L there.
Why am I putting that L in?
I don't know. I think I put it in there too this time.
I can't resist. Whenever Carlton gets involved, I guess Claire comes along too.
Yeah, Claire's along for the ride. Don't forget me. I'm blonde.
And I have great hair.
I have great hair. Don't you love it, Damon? He does love her hair. Okay. I think
was he
done.
serious?
No, I don't think he was serious.
Okay.
I mean, he might be. Who knows?
That's the thing. I don't even know if he's serious about that.
Yeah. He saw her audition tape. We've got to get Emily DeRavin. She's got the best hair. All right. I think we're done with the podcast, dude.
Hold on. We've got to be forgetting something.
No, we never forget anything.
Did we get a next week on Lost?
No. We did. Is there no next week on Lost at all?
I don't think so.
I know it's not coming next week, but
yeah, I don't. I mean, I think there was a promo, but I don't think we really have
like a preview for the episode. That would be weird. 13 weeks in advance have a.
Yeah. I mean, the episode's ready, but I don't think they showed it.
Well, I'm sure it's ready. It better be ready.
It's ready. They're way ahead. They're probably on 8 or 9 or something by now. But
yay!
I guess we don't have that. So let's see. Comments. Once again, the comments have been really good. The last podcast, really good comments. Lots of comments that I enjoyed reading. And for this podcast too.
I enjoyed reading them also.
I really liked that we're getting a lot of comments now. I think that's good. So I just wanted to say that. Continue to do that.
I think people realize the only real way to show how big a fan you are is to comment a lot.
Yeah.
So unless you want to look like, you're not a big fan of the Lost Lowdown, then don't comment. But if you don't want Justin and I to cry ourselves to sleep every night, then you'll post a comment. And we'll appreciate it.
Right. And I definitely want to specifically mention Kurt from the Black Rock podcast.
Kurt's all over us.
He's become
in a non-sexual way.
Quite ubiquitous on the site, and that's good. I like a little crossover. The other podcasts don't seem to care about us, so.
Oh, they care about us. Everyone loves us. My question for you, Justin, is, or not for you, Justin, but for the audience is, obviously the break is coming up. We have, for those of you who don't know, a whole batch of season 2 retrospective podcasts for you guys.
I forgot about those.
Yeah, don't forget about those because we're going to be releasing those very, very shortly. So we got several podcasts recapping season 2. We can all relive that glorious season, and for you guys. And
but Claude, when did we record those?
Ooh, I don't know. We haven't recorded them yet because we'll record them soon. No, wait. Yes, this is these podcasts we're referring to. We like to jokingly refer to as the Lost podcast. Because Justin and I recorded these over this recent summer when we did the season 1 retrospective, but we didn't have enough time to get them out before season 3 started. And luckily, we've got this 13-week break, and we've already got material for you guys. So we'll be definitely releasing those podcasts. We will definitely most likely do another sort of another season 2 recap podcast where we talk about anything extra that we've learned in terms of this part of season 3. What's so funny?
Definitely most likely.
Definitely most likely, maybe if we can.
Oh.
What else? My question for the audience, for you lovely fans, was email us or comment of anything you guys would like us to talk about or do over the break. I refuse to do book reviews because I don't want to.
Yeah.
But if there's
I'm not
anything
reading
else,
Dickens.
yeah, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, how about some Stephen King? You want to read some Stephen King?
Well, now, see, I might do that.
Yeah, well, you've already done it.
I won't, though, because, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. So anyway, email us or comment and let us know if there's anything particular you'd like us to do, and we will take it under advisement. But just, well, I just want to let them know we're not going to necessarily do it.
Oh, I love that. Because when I hear that, I just hear, take it under advisement, aka ignore it.
We won't ignore it, but if we don't do it, then it's because we took it under advisement. And so just so you guys know, we do have some stuff coming for you guys.
And I just want to say, just so people know, we, as you mentioned, we recorded these before season 3. So if you find us saying things like we don't know what's going to happen in season 3, it's because we don't.
There's going to be a lot of I can't imagine what they're going to do with Jack, Kate, and Sawyer. What is Henry? We're going to be calling him Henry.
Yeah.
What is Henry doing and why? And we don't have any, all that stuff.
We won't know anything about that stuff.
It's going to be a little weird to hear us not, sort of not understand, not talk about stuff in terms of having watched season 3 because we recorded before season 3. So bear with us on those points, but I think we did bring up a lot of good points about season 2, as we usually do, I think.
And I think it's interesting to listen to anyway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to listen to. So we got that coming for you guys. We've got a couple other little things planned for the break, so we will definitely try to keep you guys busy. We know just because Lost isn't on the air doesn't mean you guys don't need something to do besides work.
Right.
So we'll take care of you guys as much as we can. Other than that,
the output will probably be a little less.
It won't be a podcast a week, but hopefully we'll have some for you guys every 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. So
yeah, and when they come back on in February, you're going to get a lot.
When they come back in February, it's going to be 18 straight weeks of Lost. It's going to be intense for us, but I think it's going to be cool. 18 straight weeks.
Yeah,
wow.
I think that's gonna make or break us.
That's going to kill us, and I think it's going to kill us, and then we'll be resurrected even better than before. Stronger and wiser. Like Jesus.
Yeah, I agree.
Not that we're divine, but hey.
But hey.
All right, dude. I think I'm done. I'm ready to close this sucker up.
Okay, so use that Gmail, Frapper Map, all the usual stuff.
Yes.
Check it out.
Join our Frapper Map. Some of you have been recently joining, and our numbers are gaining, but we know there's plenty of you out there who have not joined our lovely Frapper. So you can access it on our website, thelostlowdown.blogspot.com.
Right.
We're missing a lot of people in the Northwest.
I was just going to say.
We're missing a lot of people in the Southeast. Come on, guys. We know you're out there. We track your IPs. I mean, we just know you're out
there. Right. Yeah, I think that's it. Non-Americans, too.
Please, if you're not in America, please join.
We've got I think one on there now, so I wouldn't mind having
Kieran. We have Kieran, the long lost Kieran.
Kieran.
Who we haven't heard from in a while. Hopefully Kieran's still out there listening, and if you are, let us know, because we miss your commenting.
Give us a quick comment if you're back, because you were,
or if you ever left.
Yeah, that too.
Cool, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and sign out because I'm done.
Me
Are
too.
You done?
I think I'm done.
As always, guys, we thank you very much, and namaste.
Namaste, and good luck.